Good morning. Welcome to the British Autograss Series Round 2 down here at the Yorkshire Dales Club. Up in the box at the minute we've got myself and Paul Glover. Some track work's been going on over the course of the night and from the early hours of this morning. It's still very wet down here, but touch wood, hopefully it's going to be a little bit drier today. We got through some fantastic racing down here yesterday, if you didn't catch it. We managed to get through all of Heat 1 and Heat 2. We only actually had 14 red flags yesterday. I think that must be a record in terms of the British Autograss Series of recent years.
I don't think I've ever known, being on Class 1s and on starting with men on Sunday morning, we've usually got at least the minimum is reruns on a Sunday morning. Normally quite often a lot of the ladies to do, but this weekend we've got through all yesterday. How Yorkshire Dales did it yesterday, I just do not know. They just kept going race after race after race, even when it was siling it down with rain. Them marshals were out in the middle of that field, keeping them flags waving, keeping us all running and keeping us all racing, and the lasses in pitch control just kept getting up to the start line. And apart from a few bits of downtime when we had a problem with the bungee, I thought it went brilliant yesterday.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Paul, to be fair. And for myself and probably yourself as well, Paul, it's been great to be back in the commentary box, working with some fantastic commentators this weekend. We're certainly really lucky in our sport to have some really, really good commentators. And it's always a pleasure to get back behind the mic and down at a big meeting. We all do a lot behind the scenes at club meetings and bits and bobs, but it's certainly good to be back at a big meeting with such fantastic racing as well.
Oh yeah, so I mean, the racing yesterday, well, in the conditions, some of them drivers, the speeds they were getting on this track, in conditions like that, okay, if you put your foot wrong and you went two wheels onto that deep soft stuff, then it were taking you into it and you were out in the race. But a lot of them were keeping it on the racing line, which were only about 1-2 cars wide, and they kept them going and they got some good speeds. And it weren't just the experienced drivers, there's a lot of new drivers out here this weekend, and also the young kids, 10 to 16-year-old, some fantastic racing yesterday.
You can certainly see how our sport is going to progress over the next few years when you watch some of these juniors. And I know, like, for myself as a parent of one of these juniors, Matt Tyler, just 11 years old, first British Series, just started his second season in racing, started racing May last year, so he's done a few meetings. He was lucky enough to go to Lady and Junior Nationals last year. We took him down to Hereford, but you look at some of these juniors at 10 and 11 and 12 years old and what they can do in a race car is just absolutely phenomenal. And then you see the other side, kind of when they switch over from that juniors up into the men's or ladies classes respectively, and they hold their own against some top flight racers. And yeah, it's just fantastic what they can do, these juniors, and the cars and stuff, that the build quality and stuff now as well is just absolutely phenomenal. I think Charlie could be agreeing with me there.
I think you're right, Ellie. And the other thing is that for anybody who's watching on BAStv that's not sure why we're saying men's and ladies licence, you've got a choice at Autograss. You can either come in straight away as a full licence holder, which you can race with the men, and there is some ladies race with them, or you can have a restricted licence, which means that you just race with the ladies. That allows the husbands and wives, mums and dads, to be able to have their own races, use one car, both be able to race, and that's why it's such a good family sport, because they can actually, if they go to a Class 1, you can have a Class 1, you can have a junior driving it, you can have mum having a go and dad having a go, so you can all race with one car. So it's a fantastic sport, I think, and the number of families that there is. And also the other big thing is that people that come from other forms of autosport can't believe the camaraderie in the pits. You come in from a race with a damaged car, and there's people all over your car trying to get it repaired, get you back out and racing. Not just friends and associates, the people that you're racing against. It might be somebody that you've just had a little bump with, and they'll be there. They'll be trying to get you back on that track because they want to race you. They don't want you sat there and them being out on their own. They want a good race. So as we earlier were saying, this track is still wet. It will scrub up and it will shove us some decent lines, I think, like it did yesterday. And if this rain holds off with this wind, if we could get a bit of sunshine, it is warming up. It's quite warm up in this, what we call Portmobile. And it is warming up quite a lot up here. There is... I mean, watching that roller going around that end, it's just slop. That's all it can be exclaimed. They can't put the big roller on it, it'd just sink. But the underneath is fairly firm. It's not rutting up. It's not going to cut up. I think we'll get some good racing today, especially when we get to the finals. You've got to remember we've got over 500 drivers here this weekend. Each one will get 3 races, 3 heats. And then that'll get the top 8 point scorers, which will go through into a final. And the final's anybody's race. You might have only just scraped in 8th place, but you've got as much chance in that final as the man that went through on maximum points.
Well, we're talking finals, Paul. Class 8s this weekend, they've got semi-finals. So I think we've cut them down. I think there's only 10 races of the Class 8s for round 3 of the qualifying. But then we're heading into semi-final territory. I think it's the only class this weekend that's got the semi-finals. So those of you watching on BAStv and round the trackside, there will be a slight change in the running order because we're going to get those Class 8s out a little bit earlier to factor in the fact that we've got those semi-finals to do before we get down to those top 8 to make that final a little bit later on. But looking at the racing quality this weekend that we've already had from the Class 8s, it's certainly set to be a fantastic final. I had a quick look down the points last night and yeah, it's a mixed bag of points really for a lot of people, and I think it's been an interesting weekend, and the track obviously has proved difficult at times, and we can never predict the weather, but yeah, it's looking like it's going to be a set of absolutely fantastic finals down here at the Yorkshire Dales Autograss Club.
Just on about them Class 8s, if you are a Class 8 driver or you know someone who is at a Class 8, Ailey said that they're coming out a little bit earlier. You will be coming out after Class 7s. So the third set of heats for the Class 8s will be coming out after Class 7s. And I've not heard anything, but I'm assuming that your semi-finals will go in your normal race position.
Paul, I've not heard anything, so, and I'm commentating them, so it's anybody's guess. We just wing it up here in commentary sometimes. We have to look at the line now. I was stood down in the hospitality tent just next door to commentary yesterday, and I looked up to the line and I thought, are they Class 8s? They look mucky. They look like they've already been out. That could be my rerun. I had to hop, skip and jump right up here to get back.
Mickey made it the same thing. I'm sat up here. I've done my class. F600s were coming up. Mickey was in hospitality with a cup of tea in his hand, and all of a sudden he realised F600s were on, and he got here. I think there were about 3 seconds before bungee went up as Mickey come in and grabbed him and then couldn't find his paperwork. But that's how organised we are. We are better organised now we've got Ailey, because she's got us all points in us, even though I can't find them when she gives me them.
They're wearing the folder though, Paul.
I know.
But yeah, no, I do try and keep you all organised and keep your points there, make your jobs a little bit easier. It's sometimes a tough job down here in the commentary box. You can have bits of paper flying all over for varying different classes, and then if you had a rerun into the mix and stuff, you've got to go back to your previous paperwork and things. But no, I got the boys all lovely folders so that they were all tidy and their paperwork was all together this weekend. So if they can't find it, it's their own fault now, because I've done the organising from my side. Just having a little look and giving you guys an update that's watching on BAStv there. Just up in the holding lanes, it looks like they are starting to pull those Class 1s up into the holding lanes. We're going to run more or less to the same order as we did yesterday, starting with Class 1 and Class 2, then heading into that junior specials. It's just the Class 8s that are going to change that format, just because we've got to get their round 3 of qualifying done so that we can find out on those semi-finals. So it's not usual format in terms of 1s and 2s first, but that's what we're rolling with down here at Yorkshire Dales, and it'll run through that format, and then obviously we'll look at where we head in the finals. I've not actually heard yet whether we're going to run 1s and 2s first in the finals and stick to that same format, or whether we're going to revert back to standard format racing when we get down to the finals. But as soon as we know, we'll let you guys know as well, and try and keep you up to date sort of as best we can from the commentary box, and keep you up to date with what's going on the race circuit.
Yeah, and as you say earlier, we've got the Class 1s getting up into the collecting lanes. They've just put the bungee up, ready for a start, and then we'll be fetching them cars up to the line. I noticed yesterday that they'd normally have 3 or 4 races lined up, but they were only fetching one at a time up to the line yesterday. I think that was because of dirt that were being thrown backwards, so as the drivers could see at least at start at race. There were drivers yesterday, they've got, if you've not been to Autograss, we all have, we wear goggles that have got what they call a roll-off film. It's like a piece of cling film that's on a roll, and you pull a string outside of your goggles and it gets you a clear bit across front, which works brilliant in most conditions, but like we had yesterday when it was really wet, slimy stuff and runny, it gets behind between the wind-off and the goggles and just seizes up solid, it'll not move. So there were drivers taking the goggles off and trying to drive with no goggles. It was horrendous conditions yesterday, but they still put some fabulous racing on, and the officials just kept going all day. I mean, we've got it easy. If anything wrong with our place is, it's too warm. We've got this little Portmobile. It's a box up in air and it's glass all the way around and a glass roof, and it's just gets so hot. We complained about it being too hot, and everybody were outside yesterday in rain and cold.
I did bring a fan this weekend, so we'll have to look at getting that back on again, just to try and keep it a little bit cool. It certainly has been interesting in the Perk machine, because as I say, it's a little bit like a greenhouse up here. But just to kind of build it up for you guys at home, because you can't see what we can see, the first grid of the Class 1s are looking to start and line up on that bungee. And yeah, I think some of that only lining one race up at a time, it just allowed for when they were setting off, because the track is wet, and as I say, we can't predict the weather. We've kind of got to keep it as fair as we can and as easy as we can for us guys up in here in commentary and lap scoring. I mean, I had Class H yesterday, and in one of the races it was the brown car and the brown car and the brown car, and I couldn't actually, even the roof pods were covered in mud because it was so wet. The heavens opened before they went out. I know our Tyler was racing, and your lovely wife Rosemary was racing yesterday, Paul, and the heavens opened before the junior specials went out, and I was having palpitations anyway with it being his first British Autograss series, and I thought, oh my goodness, what's he going to be like? And he come off the track, and honestly, these juniors, they come off with the biggest smile on their face. They're absolutely buzzing. They're not bothered whether it's wet, it's dry, it's polished. They'll race in anything, these kids.
They're also not bothered if they've come first, second, last, or in the middle of the race, as long as they've been out there, and then they still come off with a big smile on their face. Not very often that you'll get a junior coming off complaining that he's not here to run. With that, we're going to have to stop waffling, because we're starting to get flags starting to appear around this field. So race 1 is on the line. So it's men's Class 1s. No, it's not. It's men's Class 3s on my sheet. No, it's men's Class 1s. Men's Class 1s, Heat 3. We've got nobody in the top 10 on this first run. So we've got Chris Dyer that will be coming out in Lane 1 in Evesham 28. Next to him, we've got Daniel Ferguson in Cambridge 34. Comes out in Lane 2. Out in Lane 3, we've got Chris Hall in Scunthorpe 57. Had a mixed day yesterday, Chris. He's usually up there at the front end, but that's in his 2. I've not seen him race a 1 very much. Michael Stoughton in North Wales 91. Comes out in Lane 4. William Henry in SR 19 comes out of Lane 5. He'll not be William Henry for very long. He'll be Will Henry during the race. Then we've got Simon Bates in the Scunthorpe 117 comes out in Lane 6. Ian Ullathorne, usually see him up the field. Where's Ian on the list? I'm not. He's down in 16th. So he needs a win, and then depending on the rest of the results to try and get into final. He's usually up there in final. In Yorkshire Dales 52, we're going out in Lane 7. Dalton Thomas, another one that's usually up there as well in TA4. He's down in 23rd, so there's a big mix on this line. And they're all coming out. We've got a full line of them down there. They've not said these conditions aren't good, I ain't got many points, I'm not going to bother going out, I can't make final. They're not doing that. They're coming up, they're filling these lines up. We've got yellow flags starting to appear around this field. We've got a quad just coming on from the far end to get into the middle. That's one of them that's used for a recovery truck. They can drag the small cars off if they don't need lifting up. Get it off a lot quicker than the big vehicles do. So we're getting yellow flags round this field. We watch the marshal on the first barrier. His red flag up, his yellow goes round. And race 1, day 2 of the British Autograss Series here at Yorkshire Dales. Starts day 2. I've got 2 of them that's got a good start, and that's Cambridge 34 of Daniel Ferguson that gets straight into the lead. Chris Hall in Scunthorpe 57, I think it is, that's gone up into that Second place. Having said that, well, I've looked at my paperwork, it's all changed because they've all gone pear-shaped, and it's North Wales 91, Cambridge 34, Yorkshire Dales 52, TA4, SR 19. We've got 2 of them square wheeled on that corner. One's got moving, the other one's trying to get moving. I think that's Chris Hall that's trying to get moving down there, but not going to get it moved, and is in a dangerous position, so we'll have a rerun on that one. That's just cost me another 10 pence because we've got a little thing running this season that any commentator that has a red flag gets a 10 pence fine, and that goes towards the Alzheimer's Society, which we have a collection for at the end of the year. Oh, and apparently I've just heard that Chris Hall will not be taking any further part in the rerun because he's just picked a black flag up. So I don't know what Chris did, but must have got it all wrong on corner and taken somebody else out. So he's going back to pits, and that's his weekend over because he'll be parking it up. That means moving on to race 2. We've got the series leader in this one. We'll start with Adam Jones in Swansea 2 coming out in lane 1. He's joint 5th on 91 points. Next to him we've got Lee Deegan in Cambridge 48. And he's joint 3rd on 100 points. Charlie Williams in Cambridge 42 out in lane 3. Jack Parker in York 63 comes out in lane 4. Alex Hill in Near 164 comes out in lane 5. Andy Kelsey in Evesham 102. He's on maximum points coming into this one. 110 points, joint leader. And then Jamie Hussey in Scarborough 223 in lane 8, and he's lying joint 8th, and they're on the way and they're running, and it's Swansea 2 that's the first one to show. That's Adam Jones that shows them going into that corner with one of the Cambridge cars in that second position. Get the names and numbers when they come round, and drivers, remember, you need to clean your numbers. If not, we can't talk about you, and the lap scorers can't lap score you. So it's Swansea 2 from Cambridge 48, York 63, Evesham 102, Scarborough 223, Cambridge 42, and St Neots 164. Alex Hill, all the work to do from the back of the field, but it's still that Swansea 2 at Adam Jones. Needs these points. He's in joint 5th coming into this race, so this will get him into the final if he gets this win and he keeps it on that inside line and keeps it out in the deep slippy stuff on the outside. But it's Swansea 2, Adam Jones, that's being chased hard by that Cambridge car 48 of Lee Deegan, and Lee Deegan's joint 3rd, so them two should be making it into the final if they keep this result like this. York's 63 Jack Parker in that 3rd position, and it's the Evesham 102 of Andy Kelsey. But Lee Deegan's still trying to find a way around Adam Jones in that Swansea 2, but Adam's keeping it nice and tidy on the inside. If you want to get past him, you've got to go around the outside, but he's not. Lee's not risking that. I think he's decided that second place should see him into the final, and it's yellow flag with the black cross tells him one more lap to go. Catching up to them two is York 63 of Jack Parker. Then it's the Evesham 102 of Andy Kelsey. We've got the St Neots 164 of Alex Hill. Then it's Scarborough 223 of Jamie Essie. And then Cambridge 42, all the work that does in the back of the field. That's Charlie Williams at the back of the field. But around the Nutter corner for a final time, and it's going to be Adam Jones in Swansea 2 that's going to hang on to it. Or is he? He's gone out a bit wide, but yep, Adam Jones in Swansea 2, Lee Deegan in 48, and then it's York 63, Jack Parker. Evesham 102 is Andy Kelsey. Little bit of a wait until we get back to the other three that got a little bit stuck in the mud, and it's the St Neots 164 of Alex Hill, Evesham 223 of Jamie Essie, and the Cambridge 42 of Charlie Williams. So that's a completed race on that one. Puts us on to race 3. Conor Urquhart in the TA 211 comes out lane 2. He's joint 5th on 91 points. Rhys Edwards in North Wales 44, one of the three that's two that's on the joint to 8th is North Wales 44, and he comes out lane 3 on 90 points. Kieran McKenzie in Cambridge 403. In lane 4, Conor Griffiths in TA 16 comes out lane 5. He's joint 3rd on 100 points. Tom Herbert in the come out lane 6 in Stoughton District 31, and he's on 81 points. And then we've got Dylan Tyrrell and Rich Owen, the other two runners, and we're up and running. It looks like one of the Typhy cars that's into the lead. I think that could be Conor Griffiths in Typhy 16 that leads them into that corner and gets 2 or 3 car lengths as they come round this first corner, and it's the TA 211 that leads it at Conor Griffiths with the Cambridge 402 in that second slot. 403 it must be Kieran McKenzie awkward making these numbers out if they're not cleaning them properly. Some of them, they come out looking pristine, others don't look like they've done anything at all to them. Stroughton District 31, struggling at the back of the field. He got into the deep stuff going into the first corner, but it is Conor Griffiths that brings them around this time in that TA16. Stretching away all the time, nearly half a straight, then it's 4:02, then it's the TA16. I know it's TA16 Conor Griffiths, sorry, it's 2:11 that's up at the front, Conor Urquhart, sorry Conor, it's Conor Urquhart. I got it all wrong, that's up in the lead, and he's stretching away from that 4:03 of Kieran McKenzie. 16 looks to move up, try and get that second position, but it's very difficult trying to pass these. Yellow flag with a black cross tells these drivers one more lap to go. So it's TA 2:11 of Conor Urquhart that still leads it. Conor Griffiths gets up on the inside, tries to come past the 4:03 of Kieran McKenzie. But not quite made it. Then it's the North Wales 51, North Wales 6, North Wales 4. We've got another one that's got back into the deep stuff and trying to get back out in it. And, he's going to get lapped if he's not careful by Conor Urquhart in that TA 2:11 because his checkered flag out the ready this time, and it's going to be Conor Urquhart in 2:11 that takes the checkered flag. One that's been struggling, can't keep off the deep stuff, is the Stroughton District 10 of Tom Herberts. He's a lap adrift, but he's taking the checkered flag. Then it's the 4:03 of Kieran McKenzie. Then we got Conor Griffiths in TA 16, North Wales 51, and that's Rich Owen, North Wales 6 and North Wales 44. North Wales 6 is Dylan Tyrrell and 44 is Rhys Edwards. And that completes race 3 of the men's Class 1s, sponsored by Shebden Plant Hire. Looking up to the line, we should have this race 4. Nobody in the top 10 in this one, but we've got to, even if they're not in a chance of making the final, they're still racing for BAS points. They'll add them up over the 5 rounds of this series, finishing in Ireland in October, beginning of October. But it's Bungee up and we're away and racing. Rich Parks, Ben Fiddler, Jake Hemsley, Ollie Hall, Daniel Morrison, Brandon Glover and Timothy Gardner. That's who should be in this one. And it's the Yorkshire Dales 717 of Ben Fiddler on his own track. Oh, and we got one of them sideways across the track, and he's trying to push his way through. That looks like they're trying to get off each other. And oh, we've got them in all sorts of shapes coming out in that corner. That worked well for Brandon Glover because he didn't get a good start, and then everybody were getting tripped up and he got into that second position, but he's got the IK 611 Jake Hemsley that's come through on his inside. Brandon Glover looks like he might be slowing down, or he's just gone out into that deeper stuff. But it's still Ben Fiddler in Yorkshire 717 that comes round complete another lap, and he's got a fair bit of daylight between himself and second place of the IK 611 of Jake Hemsley, and then up into third place is the Mallow 38 of Ollie Hall. So Brandon Glover back to fourth place in 171. Then there's a bit of a gap to the 3 that's battling for these final positions. I think they're going a little bit too hard, trying a bit too hard. And it's North Wales 919, is it? Yep, Daniel Morrison in 919. It's in that 5th position, but it's last lap flag for Ben Fiddler in 717. Ollie Hall in Mallow 38. And it's the IK 611 who's now got Brandon Glover right onto his boat lady in 171. And it's Jake Hemsley in that 611. The others keep getting off the racing line and into that deep stuff, and then they just come to a full stop. Oh, we've got one that's just come back in, and thought he were going to pick the leader up, but Ben Fiddler got through, checker flag at the ready. And that one's on its last lap, but it's Ben Fiddler in Yorkshire 717. And then it's Ollie Hall in Mallow 38. Ollie's not had a good weekend this weekend, but he's just done well there to get that second place. We've got a black flag here for 611, IK 611. We've just got a black flag on that one. And then we've got Brandon Glover trying to get out in the deep stuff and make it. Oh, there's that Brandon Glover down there. There's 2 red cars here. I'm not sure which is which. Neither of them done a very good job of cleaning the numbers, and that's Brandon Glover that gets the final finishing position on that race. That means we've just got the one race to come. That's race 5. We should have Ryan Powell in North Wales 52, Ben Gold in North Shropshire 443. He needs a good result. He's joint 10th coming into this. Tom Powell comes out in lane 3 in Evesham, 82, and Tom's joint top scorer on 110 points. 2 wins. Can he make it 3? Getting yellow flag. Then we've got Dave Owen in North Wales 97. Kieran Griffiths in Seven Valley 31. He's joint 5th on 91 points. And then Charlie Richardson in Scarborough 94 and Toby Chamberlain in 21 Forest. So yellow flags up, bungees up. I think it's the same as it was yesterday, with it's advantageous to be in grids 1, 2 or 3, but car's got, I think that's Ben Gold in 443 that's got a good start. As I say, he needed a good result. This is what he's trying to aim at here. He's got that lead position. If he can just hang on to it. But chasing him hard is the Evesham 82 of Tom Powell, and Tom was joint top scorer, so he's not going to get a maximum points here unless something was wrong for Ben Gold. He's also struggling to keep that second position because he's got the North Wales car right on his boot lid. I'm trying to find a way down the inside, but Ben Gold, no problems for him. And oh, that North Wales car's just put 2 wheels into that deep stuff. That turned him left, sorry, into the deep stuff. Evesham 82, Tom Powell now into second. North Wales 52 of Ryan Powell up into that 3rd position. And the North Wales 97 recovering after being into that sloppy stuff on the outside. That's Dave Owen. But Ben Gold away and clear in 443, coming around this time to see the yellow flag with the black cross. Tells him 1 more lap to go. I know it's a board, but I can't stop saying flag. I've always said it. North Shropshire 443, Evesham 82 in 2nd place. We've got 3 of them side by side, or we did have till 1 went onto the grass, and it's the Seven Valley 31 of Kieran Griffiths that's in 3rd position. North Wales 52 of Ryan Power. Then it's the Scarborough 94, North Wales 97, Scarborough 94, that's Charlie Richardson. And the 21F who's just been on the grass, Toby Chamberlain, recovering to try and get his last points. But it's checkered flag at the ready, and it's going to be North Shropshire 443 that takes the checkered flag. Evesham 82. And then Seven Valley 31. North Wales 52. And 2 of them getting tangled up on this final corner. But I think it's just going to be the North Wales 97 that hangs on from Scarborough at 94. And last but not least is 21F. And that completes the men's Class 1s. We've got 1 rerun of them to come. That means we're moving on to Class 2s. So it's Russ Thompson that's going to take you through the Class 2s.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. Good morning, everybody. Back in the sweatbox. It is very warm up here in commentary this morning. We are about to go, though, with Class 2s for the first time today. For their 3rd round of qualifying. Digit Plant Hire and Fleet Care Services, your sponsors. We've still got 5 races to come your way. Of the 2s, no driver gone through unbeaten after day 1. 1st and a 2nd is the best of the results. But out there in the leadership of this one is Ashley Lillington, South Somerset 38. And he came out of grid number 2. So the inside grid still working best as they all squabble and jostle for positions further back. Oh dear, Ellison could be in trouble there in York 16 as he tries to fight his way through after a poor start from a outside grid. He came from lane 8, but it's Ashley Lillington then who leads away. South Somerset 38, a 2nd and a 5th, but that placed him 12th. A win here could push him in. I don't think we've got semi-finals for the 2s. 44 signed on, so I don't think that qualifies for it. So he needs to win this one and hope it's enough. But he's doing all he can at the minute. Gareth Stokes, no, it's not. It's DA43. Adam Cochrane goes at 2nd place. Gareth Stokes further down the order as Ellison and JD Farrow go battling. Ellison joint top of the points on a 1st and a 2nd in York 16. Adam Cochrane then in DA43. He's 10th on a 4th and a 2nd. So it's all to play for with these drivers at the minute. They need the best result they can. Gareth Stokes further down. He's struggling in Pennine 87. And I don't think he's going to progress through from this weekend. Just trying to look where he is in the points as well as he went through. There he's 19th, so it's not going to be enough, but he's ahead of the Doddridge car, the 515F. Sam Doddridge, and then it's Michael Jordan in Radford 2:31. Scott Cheshire not enjoying it this morning in Breedon Hill 12. That'll complete his weekend. But here's the checkered, and Ashley Lillington's done all he can, takes the win, and he's pleased with that. South Somerset 38. Ellison takes second in the end in York 16, rescues something. DA 43 of Adam Cochrane finishes third. JD Farrow. So Ashley Lillington could be in the final. Brad Ellison will be there with a win and 2 seconds. Gareth Stokes won't be, unfortunately. And neither will Sam Doddridge in 515F. Michael Jordan is the last one to finish because Scott Cheshire has headed back to the pit early, and that will complete his weekend. Cheshire was 12 going in to this third set of qualifying heats. Sadly, that's not going to be enough. Obviously, his weekend comes to a close. So, as we say, 5 grids of cars. Ellison was joint top on a first and a second with Craig Conway in Scunthorpe 1 and Kyle Newman in the Cumdee 151. Conway comes out in this next heat. Also there, though, Will Elford, Jordan Robinson, Ash Rigglesworth, Dave Hughes, Jamie Lane, Simon Chadburn and Dan Owen to a competitive grid. Dan Owen is 4th in the table going into this one. Jordan Robinson is 9th, Dave Hughes 10th. It's very, very tight, this, with the twos. Where's the rest of them? Ash Rigglesworth 21st. And the rest further down. Will Elford a lowly 25th. So it's all to play for still, though. There's still points to be won. And at the minute, Conway's just got his nose in front and leads into turn 1. Dan Owen is there. Dave Hughes gets forced out in York 200, so he's out of contention. Jordan Robinson, likewise, he's down to the tail end of the order, but it's Conway leading. He's seen Ellison take second, so this will actually put Conway top of the points if he wins this one. Scunthorpe 1. It's the national champion leading the way. Dan Owen doing his best to chase in second. He's under pressure from Jamie Lane in Radford 941. Lane being a bit off colour this weekend, but looking to end strongly here. And he's, Jamie Lane well down. He had a 4th and a black flag, so not a good weekend, but he's trying to end with better points. But Scunthorpe 1 it is. North Wales 151. Radford 941. Will Elford and PAC 81. Then it's Dave Hughes fighting back ahead of Ash Rigglesworth and Jordan Robinson. And now Simon Chadburn is relegated to the back in White Rose 70 after a bit of trouble on turn 1 and 2. But it's Conway and Owen. The leader just breaking away a little bit. He doesn't need to overdo it. He knows he's got the advantage. A change of 3rd and 4th as they come past, as Elford goes past Lane up into that P3 position as the top 4 well broken clear of the chasers, and onto the final lap they've all gone, and it's Craig Conway down that far side in Scunthorpe 1, your national champion. I think your BAS defending champion as well, and he's leading through and he's going to win this one. Scunthorpe 1 it is, crosses the line to take the checkered. Then North Wales 151, Dano in second. Should be enough first, second and a third. You would like to hope. PAC 81, Will Elford, I don't think it's going to go any further now. Jamie Lane, I think, was spluttering across the line. His weekend is done, as is Ash Rigglesworth in Scarborough Treble 2, who's 21st going into this. Oh, Jordan Robinson spun to end a miserable morning for him. White Rose 70, Simon Chadburn then picks up a couple more places because Dave Hughes is also parked up on the Startgate turn. And Jordan Robinson then, he was 9th, he was on the verge, but sadly his weekend comes to a close. So that was race 2 of the scheduled 5. A couple of cones to put back in place, and then we'll be looking good to go for the next race. Down there on the line then, looks like we should have obviously race 3. Are they all there? I think there might be a gap. Well, let's see who we got. No, Tony Hawkins is down there, Severn Valley 23, right on the outside line. Ryan Mulroy in Mallow 117. Jack Farrow's doing very well. He's 7th in the table on a win and a 4th, so he's got a chance of the final. Ollie Stevens, Ludlow 15. He's 12th at the minute. Adam Pickersgill had a black flag and a second. I don't think he's going to do it, but he wants to win anyway. Ryan Rowland in North Wales 12 is there. Chris Hall is 4th in the table in Scunthorpe 227 on a 1st and a 3rd. And then we have Dan Heath in lane 1. And I think they've shuffled them across a little bit. There looks to be a gap next to Christian Hall. So is Dan Heath there? Not sure. I think he might be missing. So looking on the camera, it looks like they are supposed to be all. I think there's a gap. I think Heath is missing on that one. I didn't realise that they had this lane technology as well shown on the screen, just to tell us who is in which lane. They're a bit staggered off from where the lanes are, but I do think there is a gap.
That one's heading towards Mecca.
So away we go, and Dan Heath is indeed missing. Chris Hall's not, though. He leads. And down that first straight, Scunthorpe 227 into that all-important first bend. He's got his clubmate Adam Pickersgill playing shotgun behind him then. And could he help his clubmate progress further? Pickersgill's not going to make the final, even with a win, but he could certainly help Chris Hall's case. Third place then Stevens in Ludlow 15. And that's Ollie at the wheel of that one in P3 ahead of Ryan Rowland. Tony Hawkins, who hasn't shown true form this weekend, I feel. Ryan Mulroy is next, and Drama at the back. He's just gained one place. That is Farrow in York 181. Jack, come on, you've got work to do. First and a fourth, down that far won't help at all. But Christian Hall's pulling away. Maybe doesn't need the assistance as Pickersgill looks to have to defend from Ollie Stevens. Ollie up the inside in Ludlow 15. Oh, he's got it wrong and he's sideways and he's round. Will they avoid him? Just about. And that's where Dave Hughes was parked up. He couldn't get going, but Stevens can. A little J-turn and away he goes. Tony Hawkins also in problems, and Jack Farrow has come from the back up to fourth, and another one's gone in the deep stuff. That's him back up to third. The recovery's on, and it's Christian Hall, though, all on his own. Up front, Pickersgill's car's gone a little bit sick. Jack Farrow, can he do anything with one lap to go? And this could just about be enough for the York driver to get through. Then it's Ryan Rowland and Tony Hawkins. Rowland's gone out wide. He's going to lose one, maybe two places. No, he defends from Stevens, but he slots back in behind Hawkins. But anyway, here's your winner through to the final. Chris Hall it is, Scunthorpe 227 as Hawkins goes tumbling down the order. Adam Pickersgill survives for second. Third, what a recovery. Jack Farrow, it looked over into the first bend, but that could be enough in York 181. A battle for four. Oh, they're heading towards the marshal's post. Oh, that was close and a bit naughty there from those two. North Wales 12 and Ludlow 15. Either way, Tony Hawkins and Ryan Mulroy complete the order, but a dramatic Class 2 race there right to the finish. So that was race number 3 of the Diggett Plant Hire and Fleet Care Services sponsored men's Class 2s for this weekend. And it's starting to heat up, and that's not just in the commentary box. It's heating up out there as well. The sloppy service, which not the best term to use, but it is starting to work in now. We're getting a racing line. The best way to clear the track is let the cars do it, and that's what they're starting to do. It is unfortunate that it is the lower powered cars which have that job, but they're used to it by now. Or some of them anyway. And you can see there is a racing line forming, and the tanker's out. Okay, a bit earlier than I expected, but this may be just a spray on the cones, just to stop cars collecting cones, because they seem to have a habit of that, and the marshals don't want to have to struggle through the mud trying to pick them up all day. And so if we have to water the cones, that's what we will do. The tanker now facing back up to the start line, and I'm sure the drivers up there are delighted with that, because they'll be thinking the track is wet enough already. But it's the job that they've got to do. We need to keep everybody off the cones. It makes the racing flow better. It means there's less downtime between races. But to try and save downtime, we have to create a little bit by putting some water on the cones. And actually, more on that driving line. That's going to make it very, very tricky for these next drivers, because that is a full car width. So I think either way, they're going to be sliding off into the deeper stuff. So, who's going to come out best of this one? We have got Kyle Newman, joint top point scorer at the minute, going into this in Cumdee 151. He's seen Ellison take a second and Conway take a first, so he needs to match one of those. Jamie Lillington had a win and a no score, sadly, in South Somerset 45. Simon Farrer has made quick starts in Yorkshire Dales 83, but the end result hasn't matched the pace, I feel. With a non-finish and a third. Then we've got Jack Hodgson, who's normally very, very good round here, but he's not had his brightest moments in the Yorkshire Dales. 1-0-4. He's 19th, third and a fourth. George Boys, he had a good win yesterday in White Rose 98 after a lowly 7th in Heat 1, so he's got work to do. He's 17th. Kyle Urquhart in Typhy 2-1-2 is down in 25th. Then we've got Tom Stevens in Ludlow 55. He had a puncher in his first heat. And then just trying to see where he is. He's 17th, another one 7th and a first, tied with George Boys. And then we've got Sean Rowlands in North Wales 57. It hasn't really worked out for him this weekend. He's way, way down in 40th place. So, anyway, if you're watching online on BAStv, a very good morning to you all. I hope you are well, wherever you are in the world. Of course, Jeff is on the tower, filming away. He was up there. He got wet before everybody else because he's higher up. So when it rains, he got it first. He was the measuring stick for how wet it was going to be. And to be fair, he was soaked like the rest of us. Very challenging conditions if you were watching or with us yesterday. Challenging conditions this morning, but at least fingers crossed for now. We've got no, obviously, falling water. Just a bit of track watering from the crew and equipment. But anyway, yellow flags, bungees up, away we go. Somebody very, very slow out the gate. That was Kyle Urquhart, along with Kyle Newman. So if you were Kyle, it's not a good start. You've got work to do. And leading into turn one is Sean Rowlands. And Sean, difficult day yesterday, disappointing results. He wants to end on a high and prove what he can do in North Wales 57. But Tom Stevens already looking to make a challenge in Ludlow 55. So North Wales 57, Ludlow 55. Jack Hodgson up to third in 104. Boys in fourth ahead of Lillington, Newman, who's made progress already, Urquhart and Farrer. So that's the order at the end of lap one, and already, look, this field is well strung out, but battling further down the pack. Simon Farrer's not enjoying this at all in the Yorkshire Dales 83, but very much enjoying it. It's Sean Rowlands in North Wales 57. He's pulled clear because Stevens has made a mistake and dropped half a straight back and into the clutches of Jack Hodgson. So the 1, 2, 3 go through. Then it's Jamie Lillington in the South Somerset 45, and Kyle Newman. He needs to make more progress here in Cumdee 151. The pack is that tight, the points are that close, you can soon drop out of it. But anyway, 1 lap to go and Sean Rowlands is clear in North Wales 57. Then it is it's Ludlow 55, Yorkshire Dales 104, South Somerset 45, all onto their final circuit. Where has Newman gone? Here he is next, ahead of Urquhart in the TA 212. They're battling at the back, and 1 left to come through. George Boys, that win yesterday not going to be enough after 2 disappointing heats to follow. Either side of it, but here's Sean Rowlands taking a win, and well deserved. Great drive. Tom Stevens is second without the goggles on board. Jack Hodgson third. Jamie Lillington fourth. Then it's a gap back to Kyle Newman. I'm not sure that's going to be enough. A first, a second, and a fifth. It could drop him out of it because it is so close. Kyle Urquhart in Typhy 212. And then White Rose 98, George Boys. He had a great win yesterday, but the car has gone sick today. And a disappointing first heat completes his weekend. So we've got 1 race left to go. Race number 5. George Cresswell, Jay Albrighton, Josh Lewis, Carl Verity, Tim Paul, Ash Farrow and Ryan Smith. Josh Lewis currently joint 4th, a third and a first. Ryan Smith 7th, a fourth and a first. It is tight as hell, these points. Carl Verity currently 12th, a second and a fifth. Away we go. Who's going to make the break? And it's Ash Farrow who leads a black flag. I thought he just non-finished, but a black flag and a win. He wants another win. I don't think 2 wins will be enough, but anything can happen. Ryan Smith slots into second place. Tim Pole has gone into the deep stuff. Oh, somebody's spun. That's Josh Lewis. No, it's not good for Swansea 1. Facing the wrong way on turn 1. That's not going to do his cause at all, and he's parked up at the moment. He's not going anywhere. Yellow flags will be waved. Scarborough 249, York 190, and then Scunthorpe 127. Tim Pole struggling in the lovely looking green and yellow machine, but it's not got the pace this morning. The yellow flags waved to go round that stricken Swansea 1. Pirouetted all on his own, and that's cost him his final chances today. He's trying to get the car moving, but to no avail. Carl Verity now making a challenge on Ash Farrow, and Verity on his strongest showing for a while. Would a win, a second and a fifth do? Well, that would match Kyle Newman. So, again, it would be very, very close. And Tim Pole still struggling. He could become a factor as well. We've only got 4 cars at strength. Where's George Cresswell gone? In Scunthorpe 127, there he is. He's heading back to the pits. Not a good morning for that young man after a strong round 1. Don't think it's quite followed this weekend, unfortunately. No, it hasn't. He's well down the points. Oh, where's Ryan Smith been? He's just rejoined from the infield. And a green flag has gone to him as well. And also, Verity is miles back as well and left Ash Farrow. Oh, we're gone Reds. So, while I was looking about George Cresswell, the red flags have come out. We've had, obviously, a bit of an incident here between Carl Verity and Ryan Smith, I feel, which led to a flag for Smith, a green one. And unfortunately, that's my first red flag of the day. So that's another 10 pence in the charity pot. That's my 4th red flag of the weekend. So, a green flag was shown to PAC 25. Other than that, I have no further confirmation. So, we shall wait and see. But anyway, joining me up in the sweatbox this morning, he's been out on track. Fortunately, I don't think it went to plan again, Brandon, did it?
No, I don't think so. Good start, but it's just hard to get off that wet. As soon as you get on the dry line, that's it, you're up and gone. But getting on there is the big thing. But yeah. At
least you're a fast starter.
Yeah, yeah. Shame I was finishing last there. But yeah, cheers, Russ. So here we are once again, day 2 of the second round of the British Championship, and up at the line, and no messing about today. First run of the Heat 3 of the Junior Specials, and this one brings out Tilly Clark, Tyler Goodwin, Kane Lewis, Sion Bradford, Lewis Farrer, Lucy Conway, and Will Smith. So one of your top point scorers overnight, Lewis Farrer, is in this one, and he slots into that second position behind that Conway machine of that 125 as she comes down past commentary for the first time. So it's 125 over 3, and Border County's 117 in that third position. Sion Bradford, who is joint 7th overnight, so a good result needed in this one for Sion Bradford to try and make the final. But as I say that, Lewis Farrer slides up the inside of Lucy Conway and is up and gone in this one now. So he's overnight, he's top point scorer with 2 wins yesterday in that Yorkshire's number 3. It's still Conway in that second position. Radford 210 and Tilly Clark promotes herself up into that third position. Border County's 39 and Kane Lewis in 4th, and Sion Bradford, as I was saying, that he needed a good result to make the final, is all the way at the back of the pack. Tyler Goodwin being your back marker in the Yorkshire 79, so it's his first BASS round, so fair play to him. He's out there and he's doing the business, but it's still Farrer on to his final circuit, and Conway comes down past commentary in that second position, but hot on her heels now is Tilly Clark in the Radford 210 machine. Can she make anything happen on this final circuit, as it looks to me like Lewis Farrer's just getting caught up behind Tyler Goodwin, the back marker in this one, but I don't think Conway is going to be close enough to make anything happen this time. As I say that, they're all kinds of tangled. Is Lucy Conway going to be able to pounce? It doesn't quite look Yorkshire's number 3 just over Scunthorpe 125 in second. Tilly Clark in the Radford 210. Border County's 39. Kean Lewis. Border County's 117 of Sion Bradford. And we did lose one over the far side. I'm going to take a guess that it's Lud 46 of Kian Lewis over the far side that didn't really manage to get out the gate. And your back marker being Tyler Goodwin. So that's race 1 done and dusted. So on to race 2 should bring out Max Young in York 46, Lewis Middleton in White Rose number 20, Marley Farrow in Scarborough 31, Corey Mumford joint third overnight, sits in grid number 5. And we should have the O'Regan machine, Mallow 32 in lane 3, Dexter Jones, PAC 13 in lane 2, and Tom Cosgrove also joint third overnight in that grid number 1. So both having, both Corey and Tom having a win and a second in yesterday's heat. So as we just wait for that Will Smith machine to be recovered over the far side, that start line, I can assure you, is very, very tricky. So it's all wet, but as soon as you get to the dry line, the quicker you can get on that drier line, the better it is for you. But it is very, very boggy on that line. But anyways, that Will Smith machine of Lud 46 just gets recovered back into the pits, and I am afraid to say I think that is going to be his weekend done and dusted as we wait for track clearance, and we're away and racing with race number 2, and Mumford's got an absolute flyer of a start out of that grid number 5 as I say that, and it just shows once again Tom Cosgrove in the ARC 25 gets on that dry line and just pulls out into that first position. ARC 25, Forest 161, that's your both joint your thirds, Corey Mumford and Tom Cosgrove up and gone with this one. PAC 32 and Lewis Middleton in the White Rose 20, York 46 and Scarborough 31 just at the back of the pack, dropping off the pace ever so slightly, but Lewis Middleton's a spinner in the White Rose number 20 machine as gets tangled up with that PAC 13 machine as they go up that far side, but it is still Mumford now on top in the 161. And Tom Cosgrove just seems to be dropping off the pace in the ARC at 25. Mallow 32 in that third position. White Rose 20 of Lewis Middleton in that fourth position. Not the best of weekends for Lewis Middleton with a second and a fourth. Joint 13th overnight, but the yellow flag waved the black cross is coming out now for Corey Mumford in the Forest 161 machine. ARC 25 still sat there in that second position. I think a first and a second might just see these two into the final. Mallow 32 in third onto the final circuit. White Rose 20 of Lewis Woodruff goes with him as well. Scarborough 46, Max Young and Marley Farrow on to the final circuit as well, but booking his place in the final, 2 wins and a second, is going to be Corey Mumford in Forest 161, and I would say that going with him would be ARC 25 of Tom Cosgrove, Mallow 32, Lewis Woodruff in the White Rose 20 machine, and York 46 of Max Young and Scarborough 31 of Marley Farrow. So some good racing there from the junior specials. On to race 3. Cara Blaber in Athelston 2:13 comes out of 8. Denver Whitehouse in White Rose number 6 in 7. Aaron Richardson comes out of grid 5, also joint third overnight with a win and a second. Owen Bradford, Border Counties 116. Rio Sheenan in PAC 44. And West Waterford 989 and Alfie Ross joint first overnight with 2 wins comes out of grid number 1, and once again that grid number 1 on the dry line showing the pace in that Sturton 717. He's up and gone with this one as they slow it down for that first bend into the Nutters corner. They go for the first time down past commentary. There you go, it's still Alfie Ross in that Sturton 171. West Waterford 989 goes with him in that second position. Denver Whitehouse at the back of the pack along with Cara Blaber in the Athelston 2:13 machine as they go up that far side, and I do think that is going to be the Bradford machine in that third position. Owen Bradford, Border Counties 116, looking for a way through on that West Waterford 989 as they slow it down once again, but a nice steady drive coming from Alfie Ross. Sturton 717 sorry, and West Waterford 989. Border Counties 116 sat there in that third position, but that number 1 machine of Aaron Richardson in that joint third, he needs to make up some places here if he wants to make it into the final. We've just seen We've just seen Corey Mumford take a win as joint third as well, but the yellow flag with the black cross comes out. Sturton 717, Alfie Ross, West Waterford 989, and as I say that, Aaron Richardson just slides up into that third position, and Owen Bradford in the Border Counties at 114 gets demoted down into that fourth position as it looks like Cara Blaber in the Athelston 213 is a spinner on that first bend, but hands together going into the final. 3 wins out of 3. Sturton 717, Alfie Ross, West Waterford 989, Aaron Richardson in that number 1 machine. Owen Bradford, Border Counties 116. Denver Whitehouse in the White Rose number 6 machine, and square wheeled up the far side is that Cara Blaber machine of Athelston at 213. So 3 races done, 3 races clear, and on to race number 4. So this one should be bringing out Angel Jones, PSE at 13. It should be bringing out Scarborough 111, Harry Berryman, Igo Evans in TA number 6. He is currently sat joint 7th overnight on a win and a 4th, so I suspect that a good result here for the TA6 machine might just see him into the final. But Lily Rose Pratt goes with him out of grid 5 in Yorkshire 76. Dylan Grasby, Evesham 120, Ben Ayres in the York 22, and the CW 18 machine coming out of grid number 1 as we look around the track for a little bit of track clearance. And when Russ said it is a very, very sweaty up here, he was not joking. It is a greenhouse. But anyway, the bungee lifts and we're away and racing, and it looks like grid number 1 again. CW18 has got an absolute flyer of a start in this one as they come down past commentary, already 3 or 4 car lengths in front. CW18, Evesham 120, that's a Grasby machine. Lily Rose Pratt there in 3rd, and that's Harry Berryman sat there in that 4th position. And where is TA number 6? He sat all the way down in that 5th position. Got a lot of work to do if he wants to try and make the final this weekend, but still back up the front. CW18 onto another circuit as we start to develop that very, very dry line on the inside. Down past commentary they come, that Grasby machine of the Evesham 120, Dylan Grasby. Lily Rose Pratt goes with him as well. TA6 just looks like he's got a few problems on board there as Harry Berryman round the outside in the Scarborough 111 machine. Ben Ayres doesn't seem to be having the best of weekends, and black flag comes out for the CW18 machine as Lily Rose Pratt gets out in the thick stuff. Can't get it to come off, but CW18 is disqualified, so that puts Dylan Grasby, Evesham 120, up into the 1st position. And who is it that's with him in that 2nd position? As I say that, Dylan Grasby gets on the thick stuff. I did that earlier and it is not pleasant. But anyways, back up at the front, your back marker, Angel Jones in PSE 15, back up at the front. And who is your leader and taking the win? Scarborough 111, Harry Berryman picks up 1st. TA number 6 in 2nd. Lily Rose Pratt, Yorkshire Dales 76, and the York 22 machine of Ben Ayres. Is that going to be enough to see Igo Evans into the final? A 1st, 2nd and a 4th. Angel Jones just come in across the line to, I say across the line, she went the wrong side of the marshal post. But anyways, race number 4 done and dusted. Race 5, West Waterford 299 in grid 8. That's Lauren Fuller. Breenhill number 5, Alex Hines. York 34, Alex Jess. IK 19, Rosie Russell. TA 44 in that grid number 4. Aidan Fuller, West Waterford 499. We'll say that again. Let me put my teeth back in. West Waterford 499. Aidan Fuller in grid number 2. And Max Holtby, not the best of weekends for Max. Joint 17th overnight with a 5th and a 2nd. I think he's going to need a miracle to see a final this weekend, which is very, very unlike Max. He's usually up at the front, mixing it with the best of them. So who is our top point scorer in this one? It's going to be Aidan Fuller, I would say, in West Waterford, 499. Joint 15 with 2/3 overnight coming into day number 2. And there is now... Go on. Oh, so I might have messed up there. It's a good job I know him, and it is a very good job I know him, and I know that Lewis won't be upset. But by the sounds of it, I was calling Lewis Middleton, Lewis Woodruff. So it makes Lewis Woodruff seem fast, though. He'll be over the moon with that. But no, apologies for that. It was White Rose 20 back in race number 2. Lewis Middleton. I should know that, but evidently not. But anyways, a bit of track clearance and we're going to go away and racing with race number 5. Is Max going to get the best of the shouts in grid number 1? And it doesn't look like it. It looks like it's a T44 machine, that Williams machine, that gets the best of the brakes out of lane number 4. The track drying out very, very nicely now as there's a spinner early on in the first bend. Can they get it going and keep it racing? Tier number 44, West Waterford 499, Scunny number 6 in that third position of Max Holtby as that back marker does just get it going. So we're still back up at the front. Williams it is. Tier 44 is up and gone with this one. West Waterford 499 in that second position as Max Holtby's looking for a way round. Can't make it stick, but his early spinner was at York 34 as I say that. Max Holtby in Scunny 6 gets caught up in the wet stuff and is all the way now at the back of the pack. But tier 44 it still is. Williams up the far side. West Waterford 499. Aidan Fuller in second. And they come down past commentary for the yellow flag with the black cross. The spit it out, Brandon. Come on. Tier 44. West Waterford 499. Alex Hines in that third position in Breedale number 5. But up the far side for the final time. Max Holtby, not the rest of the weekends. Right at the back of the pack in Scunny number 6. But down past commentary comes York 34. They're a lap down, but tier 44 maximum points. They're going to be happy with that. Williams in first, and a shake of the fist. West Waterford 499. Alex Hines in Breedale number 5. Rosie Russell in IK 19. West Waterford 299 and Scunny number 6. So 5 races done and 1 race to go. So race 6, West Waterford 399, Harry Daly. Vince Pascal in Hereford 450. Jack Bells, Yorkshire Dales 18. Gemma Louise Daly, West Waterford 288. Liam Grasby currently sat 6th overnight on a win, and the third coming out of grid number 3, and Tom Ayres in the York 23 machine as we look round for a little bit of track clearance. And as we do that, the bungee lifts and we're away and racing, and it's Tom Ayres that gets the best of the brakes from that inside dry line. Once again, York 23 first into the first corner, but Grasby's in the mix as well. Evesham 121 as they just slow it down, and out in the thick stuff they go. But it is still that Tom Ayres machine in 23. Grasby on the inside and Evesham 121. Who's going to get the best of the brakes out of that start gate turn? But Ayres is not going to back out. Oh, round the outside he goes in that York 23, but Grasby still hot on his heels in the Evesham 121 machine as they go into that Nutters Bend for a first time. Tom Ayres is out in the thick stuff. Can he get it out? Oh no, he drags him in, and he's going to be demoted to the back of the pack. Evesham 121, Grasby, West Waterford 388. Harry Daly sat there in that second position, and Bose sat there in that third place in the Yorkshire Dales 18. I can hear the ladies downstairs in the lap scoring cheering for Jack. So obviously popular here at this Yorkshire Dales venue, but it is still Grasby up at the front in the Evesham 121 machine. 1 circuit left to navigate, and I should think that 55 on the board might just see him into the final a little bit later on. But that West Waterford 399, Harry Daly still hot on his tail, but Jack Bow still sat there in that third position in the Yorkshire Dales 18 machine. He's going to be over the moon with this drive, but still back up at the front and round that Nutters Bend for the last time. It's Grasby, Liam Grasby, Evesham 121 puts 55 on the board, and Harry Daly in second. Jack Bowles brings home third in Yorkshire Dales 18, and I think then it was the Vince Pascal And the Gemma Daly, West Waterford 288. Tom Ayres, very, very unfortunate for Tom there. He led an absolute cracking race. But, yeah, he did just drop off the pace. But I look up at the line and I can see a men's Class 1 rerun because I can see Dan Ferguson sat there. So it's going to be over to Paul Glover.
So thanks, Brandon. So it's the rerun of race 1 on the Shebden Plantyre sponsored men's Class 1s. As we said earlier on, we've got no top runners in this one, so these are all just racing for BAS points and for the fun of it. We've lost Chris Hall in this one. He got a black flag, so he was the first one to short. See that Cambridge car coming from the inside again. Daniel Ferguson in 34. He gets that lead position as they go in these tricky conditions. If you get two wheels onto that deep stuff on the outside, that sloppy stuff, then he just turns you left and you go straight into it. But it's Cambridge 34, North Wales 91, SR 19, Yorkshire Dales 52, Scunthorpe 117 and TA4. TA4, Dalton Thomas, I think he was up towards the sharp end on the first run. This Cambridge car were definitely up at the sharp end because I think he was leading it when it was stopped. So it's Daniel Ferguson in 34 that still leads it. Then we got the North Wales 91 Michael Stoughton in that second position. He's got a car coming up on the inside. That's the SR19 of Will Henry. So Will Henry's trying to get through on the inside, and they've both been hassled by the Yorkshire Dales 52 as they go up on on this top straight. That's Ian Ullathorne in 52, but he has to settle back to that fourth position. So the North Wales car still hangs on to that second position. That while they're all scrabbling in a big heap, it means that the Cambridge 34 of Daniel Ferguson is away and gone. So he's going, and that Cambridge 34 starts his final lap. North Wales 91, SR19 now got the 52 of Ian Ullathorne coming through on his inside. He's trying to be followed through by the TA5 of Dalton Thomas. TA4, sorry, Dalton Thomas. And they got North Wales car still hangs on to that second place. Now got Ian Ullathorne right onto his boat lead. Can Ian get this second position as they go into this corner? And it's the North Wales 91 that's all out in line. They're all getting all crossed up on this one. So it's going to be 34 that takes it from 91, TA4, SR19, and Yorkshire Dales 52 finishes back up in fifth position. And then the Scunthorpe 117, not mentioned that one during the race, that's Simon Bates. So that completes that one. That means we win on to the men's Class 3s.
Right, hopefully I've got time for this, but I have some finalists for you. Men's Class 2s, your finalists, you needed quite lowly 111 points to get in. Top of the points, though, nobody went through unbeaten, but top point scorer Craig Conway, Scunthorpe 1, on a second and 2 wins, 155 points. Joining him is his clubmate Chris Hall in Scunthorpe 227, 2 wins and a third, 146. Brad Ellison is there in York 16 on a win and 2 seconds, 145 points. Dan Owen has made it in North Wales 151, a first, second and a third, 136 points. 2 drivers joint for 5th. A first, a second and a 5th got through. Ashley Lillington, South Somerset 38, and Kyle Newman in Cumdee 151. 7th place, the recovery drive was worth it because York 181, Jack Farrow, it's not over for the Nova. He's there in York 181, 7th qualifier, 119 points. And last but by no means least, he's not had a win, but a 5th and 2 seconds was enough for Jay Albrighton in Scunthorpe 156, 111 points. 3 Scunny cars through. Top job, lads. Let's see if we can get the spoils in the final. But that's your Class 2 finalists. Just missing out those low points. 1 point missing out, Ash Farrow and Tom Stevens. Right, back to Class 3. Back to Paul.
Thanks, Ross. Yeah, just starting to get track markers put back into position on this bottom corner, and then we'll be away and running with this Liam Evans Tyres sponsored Class 3s, your season sponsor, Ram Developments. So the marshals did think about putting the track markers out, but they're not going to bother now. They're going to put them back onto the grass. It looks like they've got one end taken out. They're only going to make them struggle on one end. So we've got on this one we should have Steve Woodruff coming out in lane 1 in White Rose 71. Trevor Cusack in CK 25 comes out in lane 2. Rich Lee in Scunthorpe 700 comes out in 3. Gary Wickham in Spalding 77. Not time to go through them because the bungee's up, and it's Steve Woodruff that comes from the inside. But we've also got 24 will come in with him as well, but we've got one that's coming around the outside, and I think that might be the CK25 of Trevor Cusack. But he's gone into the slippy stuff, and he's right out to the arm course, so he's well, aren't he? So it's Woodruff that leads it in 71 with Simon Farrer in 24 in second, and it's the Ludd 69 of Paul Stevens. So Paul Stevens, Farrer's got it wrong, and he's got on that, his back wheels on that deep stuff, and he's spun it round. That puts the Ludd 69 of Paul Evans up into that second position, but away and clear into this nutter corner is Steve Woodruff in White Rose 71 as he takes him round that corner with the Ludd 69 of Paul Stevens in that second position. And then we've got the Spalding 11, Spalding 77 of Gary Wickham in third position. And then it's Reach Lee in Scunthorpe 700, recovering after his early problems. Yorkshire Dales 24 of Simon Farrer. Russ Tinker struggling at the back of the field in Y4. Not as much as the CK25 of Trevor Cusack, who's got out in that deep stuff against that Armco, but it is Steve Woodruff that's the first one to see the yellow flag with the black cross. Tells him one more lap to go. Where was Steve Woodruff at the start of this one? He was down in 17th, and might not be enough, but it's a good run anyway. Rich Lee up into that second position in 700. Simon Farrer still there in 24. And then Swansea 9 and Manfred Camshold, I think it is, in fourth place. Just trying to find a way around Simon Farrer. But it's Steve Woodruff that comes out in nutter corner. Checker flag this time. And it's White Rose 71 that takes that checker flag. Second place is going to go to the Scunthorpe 700. And then it's Yorkshire Dales 24. Swansea 9. Spalding 77, York 4, and last but not least is the CK25. So we've got the weekend leader in this one, that's Lee Almond. He'll be coming out in lane 7. Joining him out in lane 1 is Richard Northway in Scunthorpe 306. Adam Saint in Cambridge 1 comes out in 2. Out in 3 we've got Mick Summers in Radford 169. Tony Goodsir in Scunthorpe 307 will be coming out in lane 4. Coming out of lane 5 we've got the Centennials 12 at Tom Hall. Then it's Adam Henley in Y11 coming out in 6. Lee Almond in North Wales 27 comes out of lane 7, and Paul Evans in North Shropshire 50 comes out of lane 8. I think we're nearly ready to go because I've just seen Class 1 finalists come in, which I don't think I've got time to do at the moment, but we will come to them shortly. So it looks like we're going to get these track markers repositioned on this far bench. So we're going to have a little bit of downtime. So we have got the finalists for Class 1s, and your top point scorer on 155, two wins and a second is Tom Powell in Evesham, Evesham 82. Adam Jones in Swansea 2 is just behind him in 146 with 2 wins and a third. Then it's Conor Urquhart in the TA 211, also on 2 wins and a third, and 146 points. 1 point behind them on 145 is Lee Deegan in Cambridge 48. He had 2 seconds and a win. And then it's Adam Kelsey in Evesham 102 on 138 points. Then we've got 2 tying on 136, and that's Ben Gold in North Shropshire 443. Conor Griffiths in TA 16. And your final qualifier is Kieran Griffiths in 7 Ballet 31. And you needed 127 points to get through to the final for Class 1s this morning. So that's Evesham 82 Tom Powell, Swansea 2 Adam Jones, Typhy 211 of Conor Urquhart, and the Cambridge 48 Lee Deegan, Evesham 102 Andy Kelsey, North Shropshire 443 Ben Gold, and TA 16 of Conor Griffiths. And also then we've got the Severn Valley 31 of Kieran Griffiths, and that's your finalists for your men's Class 1s. So still getting these this track sorted out for this next race. Let's see if we can see where anybody else. Cambridge 1 is usually well up there. Where is he? He's not. He's up in 5th. Adam Saint is joint 5th coming into this one. So he's just needs a decent result. Can't see Mick Summers in the 169. He's usually quite up there, but he's not had a good weekend. Tony Goodsir in 307. Tom Hall St. Neots 12. He's not had a bad weekend, I don't think. He's down in 13th, so he's 64 points, and the last scorer has got 73, so he's only 11 points off maximum. So if he gets a win, it'll be depending on how the rest of the results go. Adam Henley Y11, he's not had a fantastic weekend. He's still getting used to that car because he's also got a Class 4, totally different driving style, and needs to learn how to drive a Class 3, which is a unlimited CC front engine rear wheel drive. North Shropshire 50, Paul Evans, bunges up and Wayne Racing. And it's the Cambridge 1 of Adam Saint. He was in 5th place coming into this. He's not giving up on this. He's hoping to get further up, and they've moved them tyres out, cones out. That puts them into the deeper stuff to try and scrub the track clean. But Adam Saint's got no problems as he comes through in Cambridge 1. The rest of them are all over the track, and 3 of them stuck. I can see Lee Almond, who's your weekend leader, just trying to fight his way out of that deep stuff. We've got the 169 also down there, Mick Summers. I'm not sure who the other one is. But Adam Saint in Cambridge 1 comes into the nutty corner, trying to get his way around that very slippy, very tricky corner as he goes round on the inside of that one that's just got back out in the quagmire, and starts another lap in Cambridge 1. So this next one coming through is a lap adrift, and it's Rich Northway in Scunthorpe 306. So second place we'll go to the Scunthorpe 307 of Tony Goodsir, and Adam Henley in York 11, trying to get out the deep stuff and get back up into that 3rd position. And then 4th place goes to the North Wales 27 of Lee Almond. So that should be enough to get him into the final. 2 wins and a 4th. Last lap flag for Adam Saint in Cambridge 1 as he comes down here and starts another lap, slows it right down, keeps it on the inside. In fact, is it going off? Oh, we've got red flags. Didn't see the red flags. Second one for me this morning, so red flags on race 2 of the Liam Evans tyres. Men's sponsored Class 3s. That means we move on to race 3. Race 3 will bring out Rupert Lomax in North Wales 1. Comes out of lane 1, and he's joint 3rd in this as we go into this morning's race. And alongside him in lane 2 is Jamie Lee in Solway 170, and Jamie Lee is also joint 3rd coming into this one. So the 2 3rd place both wanted a good result, and they're setting off next to each other in lanes 1 and 2, which seems to be the best part of the track to set off on. Next to them we've got Ryan Power in the Yorkshire Dales 98, then it's Callum Allinson in the Yorkshire Dales 34. Callum's joint 7th as we come into this last race. And then it's Martin Gold in North Shropshire 343, who's 2nd on the leaderboard. Miol Keegan in the Cumdee treble 3 comes out lane 7. Keith Kelly, not had a good weekend then, Keith, in the Mallow 247. Well, it's not to Keith's standards anyway. He had a 6th yesterday in 2nd run, managed to win in the 1st, so that puts him down in 10th. So if he can get a win on this one, he might be able to get into the final, but it'll need, depend on what the other results come. As we try to get Mick Summers recovered over there in 169. Not sure what's happening down there. Oh, we've got. Still think we're still trying to get him hooked up. The recovery truck's just starting to move. They had a problem yesterday getting a car out in that deep stuff. It took 2 recovery trucks, so whether they'll be able to get Mick Summers out in there or not, we'll have to wait and see. Something will fetch him out. I think we might be needing a tractor down here for this one to be recovered.
He's going nowhere.
I think we're going for another 4-wheel drive. It's just not moving anywhere, spinning all its wheels. So fetching another one to put in front of it like they did yesterday and try and get them out. How long kind of train can we get with recovery trucks, I wonder? So we've got... Oh, they got him moving. Yep, that's the hard part, getting him moving. Once he gets him moving, if he can come... So, as I say, in this next race, we've got Ryan Power. Looking at the points, he's down in 11th place. So Ryan had a 5th and a 2nd yesterday, and he's on 66 points. So if he could get a win, it's not out and thing that he could be out in the qualification that he could make it into the final. So there's quite a few of them here that need a good result. That's down in this 10th and 11th and 12th places. If they get a good result, they're in with a chance. So Mick Summers into the centre of the field. Marshall's back to the post. As soon as they get back to the post, I think we'll be away and racing. So bungees up and we're away. Who's going to be the first one to show? It's an even break. There's about 4 of them together. But it is that from that inside position, Rupert Lomax in that North Wales one that takes him into the lead. Just chasing him is Jamie Lee in Solway 170, but they've both gone out wide. See the 98 coming through. Oh, we've got cars going sideways, and one that had got a good run on. Suddenly got Rupert Lomax, and that's the Mallow 247 of Keith Kelly that got Rupert Lomax broadside across him, and he had to jump on the brakes, and always now gone out into the deep stuff on the start gate corner. So it is Ryan Power in Yorkshire Dales 98 that's away and clear on this one, and he's been chased by, I think that's Jamie Lee in Solway 170 in that second slot. That not Rupert Lomax in North Wales 1 in 3rd position. I said he needed a good result. You don't come any better than first place, so it's Yorkshire Dales 98 from the Solway 170 North Wales 1 back in that 4th position. I think that might be Martin Gold in 3rd place as Solway 170 of Jamie Lee gets through on the inside of Ryan Power. And they're on that bottom straight and round that nutter corner. Ryan Power's gone out wide again. That's allowed Ben Gold to come through on his inside, and he's being followed by Rupert Lomax in North Wales 1. Ryan can't get out in that deep stuff. He's struggling there to try and get out. Come D3, treble 3 goes through. And then Yorkshire Dales 34 also goes through, so that puts Ryan Powell down to the back of the field. But it is the Solway 170 that leads it on that bottom straight into that nutter corner with the North Shropshire 343 of Ben Gold in that 2nd place. So Jamie Lee comes round in 170, checker flag at it. Oh, Ben Gold had to brake because Jamie Lee got it wrong and he just turned himself round. Then it's Rupert Lomax in North Wales 1. Cundy treble 3 gets 3rd place in Yorkshire Dales 34. So looking at that, that's apart from my rerun, that's my class 3's done. I wait for my rerun. That means we're on to class 5s. That's going to put you through to Mickey B. That's going to take you through the class 5s when he's just sorted his paperwork and his microphone out.
Yeah, thanks very much. Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Mr. Lover Paul Glover. We are back with men's class 5, heat 3, lorryinsurance.co.uk, our series sponsor, and Extract Shocks, our weekend sponsor. Race 1 brings out Tom Evans, Hayden Cox, Jeff Bateman, Colin Hadley, JJ Jones, Les Shimon Grice, Ian Jones and Kevin Glidden. There your runners and riders. One of the cars coming off gives me time to tell you who's the top point scorer, Mickey. Well, it's the Snake. Yes, it's Jeff Bateman in Stroudon District 45. Currently equals 6. Who's next? Tom Evans, South Somerset 7. Well, Tom's coming out of grid 8. 8 was a bit of a mare yesterday, wasn't it? It was a bit sloppy over there. But as we know down here, by, what are we on, about 10-ish, by about 11-ish, I think we're going to have a pretty much a full race track. Just to let you know, if anyone's lost a pair of kind of sunglasses, yellowy tint, they look like they may be prescription ones, possibly. We've got them in commentary. So that's the first things handed in this weekend, Paul. We haven't had normally. I think we've had hearing aids. I'm sure we had a bottom set of false teeth once, didn't we? We've had car keys. We've had all sorts really. So. So if you do find anything that's on the floor, especially after a Saturday night, when people have been at the bar or got a little bit giddy, they normally drop things. And just to let you know, for those that were watching on BAStv, I honestly didn't realise I was still going out live when the ladies' Class 7s were running yesterday. I was having a little bit of my own humorous commentary to myself and didn't realise I was broadcasting live. Thank you, Julie Hawthorne Fernyhoe, who's messaged me this morning. Apparently, I gave some of her secrets away. Just watch the replay of yesterday, around about 9 hours 45, and you'll get the gist. Right, let's get ready then. This is men's Class 5's third heat. We're at the business end of BAS 2 down here at Yorkshire Dales. We spin, we point, the bungee lifts. Let's go racing. And JJ Jones got a good start coming out of that middle of the pack in that Typhy 8 machine. Cumdy 31 goes with him. Ian Jones then. Jones, I think, has got Hadley behind him. Hadley, oh my life, where you gone, my friend? JJ Jones then gone into the deep thick stuff. So it's Jones, it's Hadley, it's Les, Shimon Grice. Oh, and Grice has lost the back end out of it. We've got one taken avoiding action. All sorts of action, and we're only on that first lap. So they've all got themselves spread out, haven't they? Jeff Bateman's got a problem on board. Oh, Jeff. Oh, that's a real shame. Keep it going, my friend. I think he's got a wheel turned in as well. There we go. Jones then from Hadley, from Cox. Oh, there's a black flag gone for someone. Did that go to Hadley? Or did it go to Jones? Hold on. It's Hadley. Severn Valley 247. So Colin Hadley picks up a black flag. He's going to have to curb crawl now and then come off the track as Ian Jones is going, I don't believe this. I'm out here like Billy No Mates on my own, coming up into turn 3. Where is everyone? Well, Hayden Cox is coming behind you. Then it is that South Somerset 7, Tom Evans, currently equal 10th on points coming round. So a second place, I think, is where we want to kind of be. And it is black. Yeah, I've picked up on that. The Spalding 252, Kevin Glidden, is still running and just taking a nice tight line. He's not doing anything crazy. But checkered flag, Cumdy 31, Ian Jones, maximum points needed that as well. Oh, Tom Evans, he does pick up second in South Somerset 7. Forester Dean 1, Hayden Cox in third. There's your black flag man, Severn Valley 247. That is Colin Hadley. Not a great weekend. And coming across that line. And Spalding 252, Kevin Glidden. So, Les Grice... he's managed to get it going and gone back in there. Not the best of weekends for Les, but we'll see him again at round 3, which is down at Sunny Scunny in what, about 3 weeks' time? Is it 5 weeks? Oh, we got a 5 week. Oh, you know why? Well, we got the Nationals coming up. Yeah, you're right. And F600 Nationals. Right, here we go. Then let's go into race 2. Brings out Patrick Daly, Brian Neal, Dan Godfrey. 2 wins out of 2 for Dan. Baxter Pargetter currently running 5th. Jaber Smith, he's just outside the top 8 in the Ludlow 8 machine, running 9th. And what can he do about that? as they bring it down there. Mark Euchre then, PhD 20 with a drying track. Gets the better of it, but pushes out wide into the sloppy stuff. ONG. North Wales 3. Alex Fudia picks up the running from Godfrey from Pargetter. There's your 3 breakaway. Then it goes to Euchre. And then Jaber Smith down in 5th place. Not what he wanted this morning. He needed to be top 2, really, to make a challenge for that final place. Patrick Daly and Brian Neal running at the back of the pack as we bring round Alex Fudia then. North Wales 3 still leads it from Dan Godfrey, Cambridge 10, from Nottingham 45 backs to Pargetter. Then it is Mark Euchre and then Jaber Smith. There's your 5 breakaways and the 2 at the back as they bring it round, and it's going to be that West Waterford 188. That's the Daily machine from Brian Neal in the PAC 16. But last lap marker, 1 more to go on that, and Dan Godfrey has now taken up the running from that Baxter Pargetter machine, and the early leader North Wales 3, Alex Fury, has gone back down to 3rd place as they come round turn 3. Start gate turn for the final town, down the opening straight. Dan Godfrey already got 2 wins under his belt. Can he make it 3 out of 3? Baxter Pargetter, Nottingham 45 goes with him. I think this will put Baxter into the final as well later, but it definitely puts Dan Godfrey, who takes the win just from Baxter Pargetter in Nottingham 45. Oh no, there's more problems on board. I think Mark Euchre there and the Mark Fudier has got a problem. That means Jaber Smith picks up 3rd place. Patrick Daly says, can't believe it, Mickey, I've come round in 4th in the West Waterford 188. Brian Neal says, you know what, there's something for taking it steady coming on that inside line. He comes over in 5th in the PAC 16. And unfortunately, North Wales 3, Alex Foutier, and PhD 20, Mark Euchre, not finishers. So just to end it, I don't know if there's like a magnet down by that Armco, because as they come round that turn 1, they all know if you push out wide, you are going into some serious trouble. But there's a few of them have just pushed out wide, haven't they? Oh, and it does, yeah. As soon as you touch the edge of it, it kind of sucks you in. And, yeah, you don't want that really, do you? Because that's what happens. You get the old recovery vehicles coming to tow you out of the thick stuff. And I'm not sure where if you don't get cars pushing out there, you won't clear it. And that means that you haven't really got too much of a line to overtake there. So, I don't know, are they going to bring that tyre roller out and just try and get some of that away? We'll have to wait and see. Right, while we're going on with that, I'll just get my my pen and tick race 1 and race 2. Race 3 then, up on the line. It also brings out another lad that's unbeaten, was really quick yesterday, Ben Reid. In Breeden Hill 66, 2 wins. He's got alongside him Danny Lodge. Danny picked up a black flag in his first run yesterday morning, but came back strong with a win. Yeah, only a win will do for Lodgy, but we know that he's capable of doing that. But he's got Ben Reid, who really is on form this weekend. Barry Miles coming out of lane 3 in the Scunthorpe 94. Harvey Donovan, IK 71, lane 4. Lane 5 brings out Joe Doddridge in Forester Dean 15. Jenny Shepherd, South Somerset 22. Equal 6 coming out of lane 6. How appropriate. North Shropshire 1, Ollie Howe, also equal 6 coming out of lane 7. And then Steve Donovan, IK 72, out of lane 8. So the Donovan family in here. Oh, there's some bragging rights for there in there for later. On the way back down to Invicta Kent, down at Romney Marsh. That's a lovely setup down there. As we said before, a shame that some of the outfield has been lost for use. Otherwise, they would have definitely been hosting at some point another British round or a UK round, just because it is such a great track as well. Like that small oval, but fast, and great hospitality down there as well. Plus, my old man lives about, I don't know, 20 odd miles away from where they are, so it's always good to go down there, sponge off him for the weekend. Right, here we go then. We are off and racing, and coming out of that first first grid. And look at them. They're side by side. And it is Danny Lodge and Ben Reid who go with it as they come out of that turn 2 for the first time. It's Ben Reid then from Danny Lodge from Jenny Shepherd. Then we go down to the IK 71. That's Harvey Donovan. And he's just left the door open a little bit for that Forester Dean 15, Joe Doddridge, to come through. And Doddridge then, who's at the back marker? North Shropshire 1, Ollie Howe. And he's got work to do as we go back to the 2 lead cars, and Lodgy has taken up the running while I've been picking all the cars up as they come through. The change of leadership, and it goes to Lodgy out of that start gate turn, and we're clear track in front of him. He's pulling the lugs back now. Ben Reid goes with him. Ben already on 2 wins, so a second place puts him into the final. There's a back marker. Is that going to cause any problems? Oh, Donovan gets out of the way. Lodgy goes past him. Then Reid goes up there as well. Reid might get pushed down to the sloppy stuff. Is that going to cost him dearly? Oh, it's slowed him down. Lodgy then extends his lead as Donovan gets back on the pace. But Reid back into that second place. Jenny Shepherd holding that third as they come round. They've all picking up their last lap flag, but coming round to take the win. 2 out of 2. Danny Lodge takes it from Ben Reid. From, Donovan's got another lap to go. South Somerset 22 in third. Fourth goes to Joe Doddridge in Forester Dean 15. There's your 1, 2, 3, 4. Danny Lodge 110 points. Ooh, it's going to be tight, isn't it? Right, who's coming across next? And it is the IK 72 machine, Steve Donovan. From North Shropshire 1, Ollie Howe. That's John Gaffney's car, isn't it? Bing bong! IK 71, Harvey Donovan finishing off those class 5s. And a rerun.
Hang on, no, I can't see it in things.
Oh, right.
Can you pick it up?
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, okay. So Mr. Lover, Paul Glover. So he's going off to go and sort Rosemary out, and I'll pick up his Class 3 rerun. But we've got race 4 on the line, and it brings out Charlie Holloway, a win and a second. Jordan Powell, Ludlow 24, currently equal 10th on points coming into this third heat. So he needs a top 2 to make a statement for the final. Colin Chilvers, the man who had the chassis shaved on to make himself look younger, coming out of lane 4 in the Yorkshire Dales 46. Adrian Hathaway, Breeden Hill 4, lane 5. Gary Wickham spooled in triple 1, lane 7. Ian Lloyd, North Wales 50, lane 8. And Riley Diper in 255 from the Forester Dean Club out of lane 1. Right, track clearance. Spin round, you first marshal, post marshal. Point to the stars. We're off and racing then. And I tell you what, that grid 1 doesn't disappoint, does it? As Riley Diper then comes up into that first position. But hold on a minute, we've got a little bit of a moon. Holloway's down in 4th as they come out of turn 2, but it's Yorkshire Dales 46. Colin Chilvers then from Diper, from that Ludlow 24 machine. That's Jordan Powell, and I said Jordan Powell needs some big points here. He's running 3rd. Would that be enough? He's currently equal 10th. Who knows? We'll have to get the shoes and socks off as they bring it into that Nutter corner. And another lap under their belt as they come round past commentary. Still Colin Chilvers then leading it from Riley Diper, from that Jordan Powell, Charlie Holloway. Then we go down to the Breeden Hill 4, Adrian Hathaway, and North Wales 50, Ian Lloyd. That is how they're running. Oh, hold on a minute. We've got one parked in the old soggy stuff. I think that's Spalding 111, Gary Wickham. As last lap marker being shown. So Colin Chilvers, the man who had the Tashma show, got myself go, well, he's going faster. Hey, it's worked as well. Look at you, my son, out of that Stargate turn. Forester Dean 255. Riley Diper's done well to hold off that charge from Jordan Powell in Ludlow 24. And Powell then got closing up the gap as they come into turn 1. Already out of turn 2, though. It's Colin Chilvers takes the win. Yorkshire Dales 46. Oh, Ludlow 24. Jordan Powell does get second from Riley Diper, who pushes out wide, gets 3rd. Then it's Evesham 9, Charlie Holloway. Breeden Hill 4, Adrian Hathaway, and North Wales 50, Ian Lloyd. So I'm telling you, that last corner with Riley Diper pushing out wide, that's allowed Jordan Powell to pick up second place points, 45. I think he's going to make the final. I really do. So lorryinsurance.co.uk, our sponsors, and Extract Shocks, our weekend sponsors, men's class 5. Heat 3, all nice and clean. Right, up on the line, we are going Super Saloons. And should have race 1 up on the line. Let's have a look over there. Can we see Simon Hawthorne? I think so, yeah, in that Radford 176. Sid Lomax, North Wales 199. He's currently, I think, equal 13th. Andy Graney, Pennine 8, equal 8th. So he's right on the cusp of the final. No semi-finals in 7s. Graham Blackburn, Yorkshire Dales 71. Andy Holtby, Scunthorpe 61. He's definitely been washing the car because I can see it gleaming in that sunshine. He's equal 4th. So he's nicely poised. Okay, Danu, Colin Reid, Central Scotland 21 out of lane 2. And Alfie Smith, Ludlow 23, also equal 4th. Simon Hawthorne 6. I tell you what, this is going to mix it up, isn't it? Alfie and Andy, I would think, are top 3 guys in whichever order you want to do it. Simon Hawthorne also is looking for a top 3. Andy Graney, I would think a top 2. This is going to be a real interesting one, isn't it? There's so much to play for all of these drivers, and I'm not sure how it's going to play out. Little bit of water just going on around the cones. That's to encourage the drivers not to knock them over. Well, all I would say is there's not much of a race line coming into turn 3, and that's made it a real narrow gap, isn't it? If you go outside it, you're into that thick, sloppy stuff. But it might just start to push some of it a little bit further out across the track, and hopefully start to push the racing line a little bit wider and give opportunity for guys to be brave and bold and go for an outside move. At the moment, I think everyone's waiting for someone to push out to cut back up the inside. So there we go. Max Sport, our series sponsor. Kitchen Plant Hire, our weekend sponsors. We are off and running. And I'll tell you what, Colin Reid had a cracking start out of that one as well. Holtby just poised in 3rd place. Oh, and Reid is trying to turn it back in. There's all sorts going on. Simon Hawthorne, he's found some gap. He's gone for it. Alfie Smith up into that 2nd place. Can Simon Hawthorne keep it close, or has he left the door open? Alfie Smith trying to have a little look up there as well. But it is Simon Hawthorne who may be taking up the technique of Julie. And we know what that is as he brings it round that turn 1, the Nutter corner, out of turn 2. So it is that Simon Hawthorne machine from Alfie Smith. Then it is Holtby in the Scunthorpe 61. And then it's all got a little bit messy. Colin Reid in there as well. And Sid Lomax in the North Wales 199. And Colin Reid's just taking one up the tailpipe. Ooh, misses, but he's gone back into the pits. And guess what? It's red flags. Oh, no. Why? Why, oh, why? Delilah. Simon Hawthorne then, he can't believe it, can he? He's like going, I was leading that, Mickey. I know. Alfie Smith said, Mickey, that would have put me into the final. Andy Holtby with a 3rd. That was probably good enough. North Wales 199. Sid Lomax was happy still to be running. So, again, no radio up here in commentary today. So I'm not hearing the reason for the stoppage. But we'll wait and see to see if there is any exclusions out of that rerun that will take place. Right, here we go then. That's going to race 2 then. Oh, this is interesting. Senna Proctor coming out of lane 6, equal 8th. Craig Bagley, Cumdy 2. He's currently holding 7th place coming into here. Bagley out of lane 1. Senna out of lane 6. Right, OK. Who else is there? Danny Johnson, Scunthorpe 383. Currently equal 14th, so he needs a win, doesn't he? Who else is there? Jody Faulkner, Severn Valley 6. Callum Ball, White Rose 4. Mark Mulholland, York 27. And it's Bagley who takes the flying start as he comes up there. Mark Mulholland goes with him as well in the 27. Johnson has got out wide into the sloppy stuff. Senna Proctor also flicking some of that loose up. But it is that Bagley machine from Mulholland, from Proctor. Then it's Johnson. There's your 4, and your 5th one is Jodie Faulkner in Severn Valley 6. And again, just look at it. You go a little bit wide and it just does take the pace out of these cars. But Bagley on a charge, currently 7th on points after 2 heats. This will put him in the final. The next one to show is that Rhys Griffiths, by the way. There's me saying it's Mark Mulholland, it's Rhys Griffiths. Obviously got me colours wrong there, Mickey. Yeah, I know, but where's Rhys on the points? Well, he needs some strong points, doesn't he? Last lap marker, so Bagley is away with this one. Absolutely storming it as he slides it round turn 3. Griffiths goes with him in the Radford 212. Senna Proctor in 3rd place, collecting a lot of mud on the side of the car. That'll be weighting it down. Dan Johnson there in the Scunthorpe 3A3 in 4th. And taking the checkered flag while all that's going on is Craig Bagley. Jodie Faulkner, another lap to go on with that one. 2nd place goes to Rhys Griffiths in the Radford 212. 3rd goes to Senna Proctor, Scarborough 23. 4th is going to be Dan Johnson in Scarborough 383. And I don't think that's going to be enough for you, Dan, but it's been an interesting weekend and it's been a challenging one. But all to do again in 5 weeks' time at round 3 at Sunny Scunny. Right, race 3 brings out Colin Atkinson, Central Scotland 30. Out of lane 8, Matt Richards, Evesham 555, lane 7. Darren Adams, lane 6, Border Counties 26. Ali Ashmore, Spalding 514, lane 5. Chris Howard in the Cambridge 221 out of lane 4. Chaz Edley, Scunthorpe 69, lane 3. And Phil Barliman, he's had a win and a second coming out of lane 2. And it is Barliman in the yellowing colours that brings them down into turn 1. As they shape it round that corner. Ali Ashmore looking to find a way through, and she does. So Ali Ashmore up in that 2nd place. Then it is Colin Atkinson from the 869 machine. That's Chaz Edley machine. Oh, he's got understeer there and goes out into the sloppy stuff. Oh, dear. I don't envy her, but he's got it going. He's down on the dry stuff again and down that opening straight. But leading it still Barliman then. A win and a second so far. Then it is that Spalding 514. Ali Ashmore. And Ali just also finding that dry line. Colin Atkinson, Central Scotland 30. They've got themselves all spread out a little bit on this, haven't they? As they come through there. It's the Evesham 555. That's the old Matt Richards there. But with 1 lap to go, Phil Barliman and Pennine 23, round turn 3, and coming into that start gate turn. Puts the power down on that dry line down into Nutter Corner from Ali Ashmore and Spalding 514 from Central Scotland 30, Colin Atkinson. And Chaz Edley out there like Billy No Mates, along with that Matt Richards. But checker flag, well done Phil Barliman. See you in the final later. Spalding 514, Ali Ashmore, Central Scotland 30 of Colin Atkinson. That makes up your top 3. 4th is going to go Scunthorpe 69, Chaz Edley. And that final place in this men's class 7, heat 3, race 3, is Evesham 555, and that is Matt Richards. So well done there. We're just starting to shape what this men's Super Saloon final is going to look like. And, well, it won't disappoint. Right, here we go then. Race 4. Andy Jefferson, equal 11th. Kerry Pope, equal 14th. Archie Bentley, top point scorer at the moment. 100 points, a win and a second. He's coming out of lane 3, and Will Bradford in the Border count is 115, and Jefferson and Bentley go at it, and it's Jefferson who's got that first nose in, but he's gone a little bit wider. Bentley goes with him. It's a great shape on that from Jefferson. Jefferson then from Bentley, from Bradford, from Pope. Then we go down to Johnson and the North Wales 76 of Gareth Roberts. And, Gareth Roberts, just as I mentioned, you've gone a little bit Oh, into that sloppy stuff. As we go back to the 2 lead cars, Bentley finds the gap up the inside, coming out of the turn 2. Archie Bentley, Border County 7 then takes out the running from Scarborough 70, Andy Jefferson. As they come through, Johnson moves it up into that 3rd place, just clips a cone and holds on to that 3rd place as Border County's 115. Will Bradford this time, and hold on, it's commentator's curse because he's pushed out a little bit wide. That's allowed Kerry Pope in the Spalding 82 to come up a place as well. Gareth Roberts is out of this one now. He's curb crawling on the inside as Archie Bentley picking up the last lap flag and already out of that Stargate turn. Andy Jefferson's got Paul Johnson on his rear tail as they come down that opening straight as Jefferson closes the door on him, slows it down. Johnson's looking for a gap but coming to take the win. 2 wins and a second. Archie Bentley, see you in the final. Second goes to Andy Jefferson in the Scarborough 70 machine. Paul Johnson third in the 22 machine. Will Bradford in Border County's 115. Kerry Pope in the Spalding 82. And he did get it going again. North Wales 76. Gareth Roberts takes that final place. Well done, Archie Bentley. Absolutely. Another storming race there. And Andy Jefferson, second, 45 points, equal 11th. I don't know. Well, that's it. You might just get in there. But I don't know. I'm going to look forward to seeing the top 8 on the list. And right, let's go to the final scheduled race for the Class 7s. Max Sport and Kitchen Plant are our sponsors. Jake Lee, Scunthorpe 12. Bill Bradford this time. Border County's 15. Cameron Mills, unbeaten. 2 wins out of 2 coming out of lane 6. Matt Lloyd alongside him in Cumd 5. Lewis Woodruff, White Rose 72 out of lane 4. Mike Barrett, York 2. Mike Barrett equal 8th. So he's right on the cusp of the final. Bill Bradford equal 11th. So he needs, as Andy Jefferson's just done, if he gets a second, they'll go on the same points as Jefferson. Could be a run-off time. Here we go then. We're off and running. Cameron Mills, and it is Cumd 9 that shows him in there. Oh, Bradford. Ouch. Oh, he just gets out of harm's way as they come through. So it's going to be Mills from that Jake Lee machine. Then it's Barrett, then Woodruff as they come round. And oh, you spin me right round, baby. It's Cumd 5, Matt Lloyd, who's got into the thick stuff. Bill Bradford there. Border County's 15 has got the car going again. Bit of a rearranged front end, but it is Cameron Mills still leading it. Couple more to go on this one then. Mills taking it round turn 3 from that Scunthorpe 12. Jake Lee is not giving up as he comes round. Mike Barrett into that 3rd place York 2. Then it's Lewis Woodruff, White Rose 72. Bill Bradford, Border County's 15. And OMG, Matt Lloyd's given up the ghost in that Cumd 5 as they pick up the last lap flag. One more lap to go on this one then. It is Cameron Mills, unbeaten thus far this weekend. 2 wins out of 2. Going to make it 3. He won the first final down in South Wales with a fantastic last lap battle with Andy Holtby. And he's going to come round and make it 3 wins out of 3. Cameron Mills then takes the win from Jake Lee in Scunthorpe 12. 3rd goes to Mike Barrett, York 2. 4th, Lewis Woodruff in White Rose 72. And coming round to finish off the last scheduled Class 7 race, Border County's 15, and that is Bill Bradford. So well done there to our Class 7s. We've got 1 rerun to come, and that means that because we've got semi-finals in the men's Class 8s, it is going to be a slight change in format, which means that Hayley Turner-Goodwin is going to take you through, which hopefully with a drying track may not be as too challenging as yesterday. But I've just seen some of the Class 7s, Hayley. When they go out a little bit wide, they get covered in mud and the numbers start to disappear. So good luck, my friend. Over to Hayley.
So what you're saying, Mickey, is I ain't got a hope in the world that I'm going to be able to see any of these numbers by the end of this race. Yeah, so we're looking for top 16 in the men's Class 8s so that we can head through to those semi-finals before we get those finals a little bit later on. Just saying about Cameron Mills there, Mickey, he's having a good weekend in the 8 as well because he's unbeaten in the 8 this weekend. So he's certainly greedy and having a fantastic weekend down here at the Yorkshire Dales track, which is good to see. So let's have a little look then Men's Class 8s this weekend. Pickering Tyres is your weekend sponsor. ProLinks is your series sponsor. And thank you very much for their support. So we're down to 10 races of Class 8s. We had 11 yesterday. We're a couple dropped out and breakages or whatever. We're down to 10 races, but still in that semi-final territory. Coming out in this first race then, West Waterford 142, Neil Tivy currently sat 5th in the points. Yorkshire Dales at 37, Daz Mullen currently sat 7th in the points. Joining them in this one then, we've got Scarborough 50, Callum Barker. He picked up a win yesterday in one of his races. South Somerset 25, Stephen Drayton. Cambridge 427, Sam Matthews. Scunthorpe 31, Dan Ray. Border County 64, Liam Morris. And Scunthorpe number 20 of Emily Gill. But it is that Darren Mullen machine then that looked quick from the start line. He's got stuck on some of that rough there. That's dropped him down the field. Who is it that's picked up the leader? He's back at the front there. Yorkshire Dales 37 is. Cambridge 427. West Waterford 142. Scunthorpe 20. We've got 3 of them parked up in that sticky wet on the far side of the field. Yellow flags are going to come out to indicate them, slow them down a little bit as they head up into that turn 1 and that turn 2. It does just push you a little bit wide on this track. Obviously they've watered those inside cones as well. Yorkshire Dales 37 then, Daz Mullen it is that leads them round that 10, 3 and 4. Sam Matthews goes with him then in the Cambridge 427. Then it's the West Waterford 142 of Neil Tivy then in that running in that 3rd place position. So by process of elimination, I think the ones stuck over on that top bend will be Dan Ray, Callum Barker and Stephen Drayton. I think it should be the ones that unfortunately found themselves parked in the mud. Emily Gill then sits in that 4th place position. So just the 4 cars running this track, proving a little bit tricky for a few of the drivers down here this weekend, but less than quarter of a lap left to go for your race leader on this one, looking to put those maximum points on the board. We'll see him in the semi-finals a little bit later on. Yorkshire Dales 37, Daz Mullen it is then. Cambridge 427, Sam Matthews. West Waterford 142, Neil Tivy. And then Scunthorpe 20 of Emily Gill comes round to take those 4th place points. We'll certainly see a couple of those drivers in the semis a little bit later on. Race 2 then should bring out Chris Pope, Spalding number 8, currently unbeaten thus far this weekend. There's 4 of them sat on maximum points, 110 points. That is Chris Pope, Colin Linham in the Mallow 13, Typhy 57, Jake Herdman and Cameron Mills in that Cumdy 19, all sat on maximum points. And I think, just having a little look down my list, actually avoided each other in this 3rd round of qualifying as well. So joining Chris Pope then in race 2 will bring out the Easham 20 Norman Grasby, York 888 Peter Bealby, Yorkshire Dales 69 Dale Fairlow, York 36 Harry Hurst, Sturton 187 of Lee Talbot, Scarborough number 3 Wes Green, and that's Spalding 43 of Ashley Robinson. Just having a little look down at that start line, I think there is a couple of gaps on the start line there. I don't think there's anybody coming out of that grid 2, which is I've got down as Wes Green, unless he's just slightly pushed back. So not sure if he's coming out in this one or not. That's Dan Ray just being recovered in to the middle of the track. The tractors, as we said earlier in the opening, they've been out working this track most of the morning prior to racing commencing. You can see there is certainly a dry line starting to form, but to be fair to the team, they've done so well this weekend in the conditions in which we've had. It's been super wet. Callum Barker then just making his way back into the middle. Now, I don't know whether they'll take him back to the pits or just pull him back in the middle and get this race underway. Just having a little look what's going on over near that start line. We've got one of the recovery trucks there. I think one of the cars has tried to go off under their own steam and slid towards the Armco there. So they're just going to pull them backwards and then get them off the track, and we'll be underway and racing again in a few moments' time with this one. So looking down the points in Class 8, as I say, we've got 4 drivers unbeaten thus far this weekend. We've got 2 drivers with a first and a second, and 4 drivers with a first and a third sat at the top of the table in the men's Class 8. So that's that last car making the way off the track. Let's see if I can adjust this chair a bit so I can see. Recovery truck making its way back into the middle, so we should start and see some yellow flags around this track. Turn 3 is yellow, turn 2 is yellow, turn 1 is yellow. So we've got bungees up and we are away racing. That grid 1 position looks grippy. That's Spalding 43, Ashley Robinson then that leads them up into that turn 1. Sturton 187, then Lee Talbot looks to go with him as they all get it out of shape in that turn 1. One of them comes across on the infield as they find the grip. Spalding number 8 then, Chris Purpett is from the Lee Talbot. Sturton 187 as you 1 and 2. Then it's that Ashley Robinson in Spalding 43. Then I think it's the York 888 there of Peter Bealby from the Yorkshire Dales, 69 of Dale Fairler. Butchie Race Leader's already coming round, exiting that turn 2. Chris Purpett is then in the Spalding number 8 from the Sturton 187 of Lee Talbot, Ashley 1 and 2. Ashley Robinson then in that Spalding 43. Then it is the York 888 of Peter Bealby, Yorkshire Dales 69 of Dale Fairler, and then that Isham 20 of Norman Grabsby in that back marker position with all the work to do from the rear of the field. Nearly half a lap between your front and your back marker as your race leader comes round this time. They will see that yellow flag with a black cross. 1 to go on this one then. Chris Purpett is from Lee Talbot as your 1 and 2. From Ashley Robinson in that 3rd place. From Peter Bealby in your 4th. From Dale Fairler in your 5th. And Norman Grabsby in that 6th place position then. But checkered flag time for your race leader and your race winner. Another maximum set of points on the board. Spalding number 8, Chris Purpett is then. We'll see him in the semi-finals a little bit later. Sturton 187 of Lee Talbot. Then it's that Spalding 43 of Ashley Robinson. York 888 Peter Bealby then. Then it's the Yorkshire Dales 69 of Dale Fairler and that Isham 20 of Norman Grabsby come round to complete the lineup for race 2. Race 3 brings another of your top points qualifiers after the first 2 rounds yesterday. That is the Mallow 13, Colin Linham. Joining him in this one, currently sat in 7th, West Waterford, 358, Jack Houlihan coming out of that grid 4. Also coming out in this one then is going to bring out lane 1, Isham number 2, Richard Cooper. Lane 2, South Somerset number 3, Russ Shepherd. Lane 3, Sturton 691, Zachy Eardley. Jack Houlihan in that lane 4. Lane 5 brings out Cambridge 44, Dan McKenzie. Colin Linham then in that Mallow 13's coming out of grid 6. York 45, Michael Tinker-Abbott in that lane 7, and Solway number 6, Daniel Talbot's coming out of that grid 8 position on this one. A couple of cones I think just been looked at on that turn 1 and that turn 2. Ash Robinson then I think just needing a little bit of recovery off the track on this one. As we say, Pickering Tyres is our weekend sponsor. ProLinks is the series sponsor down here this weekend. So Marshall's making the way back into the pits. Into the track even. So I think that's Harry Hurst in York 36 just being recovered off back into the pits as well. That's just what we're hanging fire for. Yellow flags starting to appear around this track. We've got bungees up and we are underway in racing then, but who's going to get the best of the starts as they make their way up into that turn 1 and that turn 2 round past the commentary box? They all look to go. A couple of them just push it wide into that wet. South Somerset number 3 is then from the Cambridge 44, Mallow 13, Eastern number 2, York 45, Solway 6, West Waterford 358, Jack Houlihan then, and then that's Sturton 691 of Zach Yardley found himself in that little bit of wet just on the outside of the track there. Back up and at the front then, South Somerset number 3, Rush Shepherd it is that leads them round for another time of asking from Dan McKenzie in the Cambridge 44. From that Mallow 13, Colin Linham, he's had 2 wins so far this weekend, currently sat in that 3rd place position, but that'll be enough to book him into that semi-final a little bit later on. Eastern number 2, Richard Cooper then's looking to reel him in as they make their way around that turn 1 and that turn 2. Your race leader's going to come round this time and see that yellow flag with the black cross. 1 to go on this one then, as they're now starting to come round. 4th at the minute then is that York 45 of Michael Tinkerabber. He's just overtaken Eastern number 2, Richard Cooper. That's dropped him down the pack. Your back marker's now making his way up and onto his last lap in the form of Zach Yardley, but back up and at the front. Checkered flag time for your race leader and your race winner on this one. South Somerset number 3, Rush Shepherd it is then. Dan McKenzie takes 2nd, Colin Linham takes 3rd, Richard Cooper 4th, from York 45, Michael Tinkerabber, West Waterford 358, Jack Houlihan, and then that's Sturton 691 of Zach Yardley. So well done to race 3. Race 4 then, PhD 47, Dan Thomas currently sat 5th in the points. Joining him out in this one then is Mallow number 9, Ricky Houlihan, PhD 21, Ash Howard, Pennine number 9 of James Burrs, Cumdy 115, Matt Owen, West Waterford 132, Jamie Meehan, Radford 76 of Thomas Hawthorne, and that Cumdy 27 of Tyler Priest. So I think a couple of kerns and just checking the track all the time. A couple of kerns just being put back into position on that turn 3 and that start line turn there. A couple of recovery vehicles making their way back onto the track as well. The sun's certainly come out today and got its hat on for us. So that's nice to see after some of the rain that we had down here yesterday. Would help if I switched my microphone back on while I'm talking to you. Yeah, they're just putting some more cones out on that turn 3. I think they've watered the inside of the track and they've put the cones on just to keep the drivers pushed out a little bit. We're certainly starting to see yellow flags appear around this track though. Bungees up and we are away in racing. Those middle grids certainly looking fast, as is that grid 1 position. Dan Thomas then in that PhD 47 it is that pops out in the front. We've got a couple of them again pushing it wide in that wet mud, but they all seem to avoid contact. Pennine number 9 then of James Burrs that sits in that 2nd place position, from Tyler Priest in that Cumdy 27, currently sat in that 3rd place but looking to be away and gone at the front of the field. PhD 47 then in that lovely pink car comes round that turn 2 down past the commentary box for another time of asking. James Burr then from Tyler Priest, from the PhD 21 of Ash Howard, Cumdy 115 of Matt Owen. Your race leader there already heading up around that turn 1 and that turn 2. Probably quarter of a lap between your front and your back marker on this one then. Last lap flag time it is there. Dan Thomas from James Burr as your 1 and 2. From that PhD 21 Ash Howard. From Tyler Priest, West Waterford 132 Jamie Meehan then. From the Cumdy 115 of Matt Owen. But Dan Thomas it is then that leads them round that turn 1 and that turn 2 for the final time. Checking flag out, ready and waiting on this one. Dan Thomas it is then that puts maximum points on the board from this heat, from James Bow, from Ash Howard, Tyler Priest. Matt Owen and Jamie Meehan all coming across at that line as well. Radford 76, Tom Hawthorne pulled off into the middle and he's making his way back into the pits now. Race 5 then should see who's looking high up on the points. IK 356, Mitch Wells currently sat 7th equal in the overnight standings. He picked up a third and a first yesterday. Joining him in this one then, coming out of lane 1, Solway number 3, Andrew Sharp. Mitch Wells comes out that lane 2. Lane 3's Border Counties number 6, Daniel Stead. St Neots 141, Thomas Browning coming out of lane 4. Radford 62, Chris Dance, lane 5. North Wales 24, Alex Potts. White Rose number 11, Sean Wright. And Anthony Ross in that starting 77. They're the runners and riders. They're off that line. It's Mitch Wells then that leads them up round that turn 1 and that turn 2 for this time of asking then. Down past the commentary box, he looks to go. Then the next cluster of cars come through. Ant Ross then in that starting 77 moves up into that second place as he got the legs to reel in Mitch Wells in the IK 356 as they make their way up round that turn 1 and that turn 2 for another time of asking. It's still Mitch Wells from Ant Ross. Third is the St Neots 141, White Rose 11, Radford 62 from the Border Counties number 6 there then. We've lost one into the sticky mud on the far side of the field between that turn 3 and 4, but he gets themselves back running. Last lap flag time for your race leader there. IK 356 it is then of Mitch Wells from Ant Ross, from Sean Wright as you 1, 2, 3 in this one. Then it's that Border Counties number 6 of Daniel Stead, St Neots 141, Thomas Browning, Solway number 3, Radford 62 now passing commentary as well. But your race leader's already going to come round and see that checkered flag and put another 55 points in his campaign. IK 356 Mitch Wells it is then. Sean Wright in White Rose 11, starting 77 Ant Ross, Border Counties number 6 of Daniel Stead. Then we're going to see St Neots 141, Radford 62 and that's Solway number 3 of Andrew Sharp to complete the lineup on that one. Race 6 then brings out Typhy 57, Jake Herdman coming out of that lane 5. He's currently sat on maximum points with 2 wins yesterday. 158F Cat Cox sat in 7th in the overnight standing, comes out that lane 8. Joining them in this one then is the CK 296, Stephen O'Neill, Border County 69, Adam Jones, Yorkshire Dales number 5, Aaron Cavagin, IK 116, Mark Weeks, Yorkshire Dales number 90 of Harry Liversidge and that North Wales number 9 of Craig Dodd. Just a few kerns being put out of place on that turn 1 and that turn 2. Oh, it's certainly getting warm in this put machine. Down here at Yorkshire Dales. So just having a little look for those of you that can't see what's happening. They're just putting some kerns back into position on that turn 1 and that turn 2. And marshals look like they're making their way back into the middle of the field. So hopefully we'll start and see some yellow flags around this track and look to get back underway in racing with race 6 of the Pickering Tyres weekend sponsor, ProLink Series sponsored men's class 8s. Yellow flags out, bungees up, and we are away and racing on this one. That middle grid position looks fast at Typhy 57. Jake Herdman it is then that takes up the running as your race leader. He'll be looking to put another set of maximum points on the board. Yorkshire Dales 90, Harry Liversidge. Border County 69, Adam Jones in that third place. He's up the side of Liversidge. Liversidge has gone wide. That's got to open the door and allow a few more cars. We've got contact on that turn 4 between Harry Liversidge and the one that's currently sat in that third place position. We'll grab the number as he comes round this time though. But your race leader, Typhy 57, Jake Herdman it is then from Adam Jones. It's that 158F of Cat Cox, then the IK 116 of Mark Weeks in that 4th place position. Aaron Cavagin then in the Yorkshire Dales number 5 looks up the inside of Mark Weeks. Mark Weeks has gone wide, that's dropped him down a place. Your race leader's already going to come round and see that all important yellow flag with a black cross. 1 to go on this one then. Jake Herdman it is from Adam Jones as your 1 and 2. Then it's that Cat Cox in 158F. Aaron Cavagin from the IK 116 at CK 296 Stephen O'Neill, and then that North Wales number 9 of Craig Dodd. Back up into the front there, half a lap between your front and your back marker on this one. Checkered flag time and another set of maximum points. Typhy 57 it is Jake Herdman. Border Counties 69 Adam Jones. 158F of Cat Cox. Yorkshire Dales number 5 Aaron Cavagin. CK 296 Stephen O'Neill. From, I think it was the North Wales car, and then the of Craig Dodd, and then Harry Liversidge in the Yorkshire Dales 90. We've got 3 of them just currently stopped on that turn 3 there, and 1 parked up on the far side of the field in that turn 2. So 6 races down. Race 7 then brings out lane 8, PAC 24, Miles Blewett. York 811, Dave Newby. White Rose number 5, Stu Whitehouse. He's currently sat 11th in the points with 2 seconds yesterday. Ludlow 44, Daniel Smith. Cumdee number 10, Stephen Mills. Wessex 666, Craig Powell. IK 28 of Owen Lloydell, and that North Shropshire 151 of Thomas Chadwick. So I think the forklift just coming out at one side of the track to lift somebody off.
Yeah, so just while one of them cars gets recovered, we do have our junior special finalists. So, going through, you needed 136 points. So, seeing himself into the final, Scarborough 111, Harry Berryman with a first, a second and a third. Also going with him on exactly the same points, Aaron Richardson in the P number 1 EM machine. Williams in TA 44 going through with 2 wins and a 4th. Tom Gosgrove, I was right earlier on, he has made it in the ARC 25, a win and 2 seconds. Liam Grasby with 2 wins and a third in the Evesham at 121. Corey Mumford with 2 wins and a second, and 2 joint top point scorers. Alfie Ross and Lewis Farrer with 3 wins out of 3. So we'll see them all a little bit later on in their final. And so a little bit of water going down, and it's going to be back over to Haley for the men's Class 8s.
Thanks, Brandon. Yeah, that's great to see some of these younger ones that are coming up and through. I know you had a little look down the junior specials. There's a real mixed bag of results down there, but some fantastic racing from these junior racers. And I think, if I remember rightly from the points from round 1, that's going to shuffle the table around a little bit in terms of the British Autograss Series standings in the junior, certainly in the junior specials. We've still got junior saloons to come for their 3rd round of qualifying, but yeah, we're certainly starting to see some of these finalists start and filter through now as we head to the business end of the meeting and those finals down here this weekend. I had to do a double take, then I thought my brother was stood watching, and I thought I wouldn't mind, it was my brother that's not even a race. It wasn't.
You've still got baby brain, haven't you? Still got baby brain.
He's only 7 months, it's allowed. We've got bungees up then, and we are away racing with race 7. And it is that Cumdee number 10 then of Steve Mills that leads them up into that turn 1, and that turn 2 is just avoiding that water that they've just put on the inside of those cones, but he leads them up into that turn 3. North Shropshire 151, Wessex 666, York 811, IK 26, White Rose number 5, and Lud 44 then of Daniel Smith, with all the work to do from the rear of the field, but back up and at the front, Cumdee number 10 it is then of Steve Mills that leads them up into that turn 1 and that turn 2, just slowing it down to avoid that water down past the commentary box. He looks to go. North Shropshire 151 then of Thomas Chadwick in that second place position, and as I say that, Dave Newby looks to try up the inside, but has to settle for that third place in that York 811, heading them up down the far side of the field as they almost sort of start to spread out around this track. The one with all the work to do from the rear there is that Ludlow 44 of Daniel Smith. Last lap flag time then for your race leader, Cumdee number 10 it is then of Steve Mills. Is this back marker going to come into play? Not this time, because he's heading back into the pits. So your race leader then, Cumdee number 10, Steve Mills, still leads them up into that turn 1 and that turn 2 for the final time as he just flicks his back end round to see that checkered flag. Cumdee number 10 it is then from the North Shropshire 151, and that York 811 of Dave Newby then. North Shropshire 151 was Thomas Chadwick, White Rose number 5, IK 26, and that Wessex 666 come across to get some points on the board as well. It is warm in here. Race number 8 then brings out maximum point scorer Cameron Mills in that Cumdee 19. He's coming out of that grid 8. Grid 7 should see Isham 25 of Matt Barker, Border Counties 81 of Nigel Batch then in that lane 5. Lane 4 should see YD number 7 of Liam Nichols. North Shropshire 40, Justin Thomas coming out of lane 3. Solway number 2, Phil Talbot, and the IK 95 Scott Shell should be coming out of that lane 1. There does look to be a couple of gaps on that grid, because I can't see anybody in grid 7, and I didn't have anybody in grid 6 anyway, so I think Matt Barker's probably not coming out in this one. Not unless he's sat behind and they've just not lined him up yet. We've got one just needing some recovery off the off where the start line is on the far side. The exit of the track, yeah. I'm waffling now. So we'll just get that one. Brandon's laughing at me because it's standard. I usually waffle. So just having a little look round, we are starting to see some yellow flags go up around this track. Red flags come down, yellow flags go up. And this will be race 8. So another 2 races to come after this one. And then we will be looking for those top 16 for the semi-finals down here this weekend. So we've got bungees up then, and we are away and racing on this one. We've got contact on that start line, but they all still keep themselves running, just slowing it down as they make their way up into that turn 1 and turn 2. Liam Nichols it was that went airborne then in that Yorkshire Dales number 7. He's currently sat in that second. It's Cameron Mills there in that Cumdee 19 that's leading them round. A black flag being shown to somebody. We'll have a little listen and see if we can hear who that is. Back up and at the front there, we've got two of them spinning round on the exits there of the track, but back up and at the front it is Cumdee 19 then of Cameron Mills looking to put another set of maximum points on the board. Liam Nichols then in that Yorkshire Dales number 7. North Shropshire 40, Justin Thomas. IK 95, Scott Shell then in that 4th place position. We've got one that's just gone super wide and got stuck in that sticky yellow flags, indicating that he is there. That is the Solway number 2 of Phil Talbot then. But Cameron Mills manages to sneak through the inside and avoid contact in that Cumdee 19. He's already headed up and onto his last lap. YD7 then Liam Nichols in that 2nd place position. from the checkered flag time then. Cumberland 19, Cameron Mills giving a little fist pump as he comes past the commentary box there then. Another set of maximum points. We'll see him in the semi-finals. Yorkshire Dale's number 7, Liam Nichols, in that second place position. From Scott Shell in the IK 95. And I think we're only going to get the 3 finishers on that one. Race 9 then is going to see York 18, Michael Barrett, Ludlow number 4, Bryn Powell, Solway number 8, Paul Sharp, Border Counties 40, Gethin Lewis, North Shropshire 14, Drew Butters, Solway number 4 of Kevin McBride, and that's Breeden Hill 18, Carl Burns. Should be my runners and riders up there. I think there are a couple of grid positions looking empty. I don't think I can see Michael Barrett in that York 18. I was expecting him out of lane 8. We didn't have anybody in lane 7, so I think those outside 2 grids are empty in this one, so that's going to drop it to a 6-car race then. We've got the bungees up and we are away racing on this one then. Those middle grids certainly starting to pick up the pace as they come off that start line then, as they all look to move around that turn 1 and that turn 2 down past the commentary box. Border Counties 40 is then from the Breeden Hill 18 as you 1 and 2. Solway number 4, North Shropshire 14, Solway number 8. As your Ludlow number 4, Bryn Powell got himself stuck in that wet sticky. He's got all the work to do from the rear of the field, but back up on at the front then your race leader coming round for another time of asking. Border Counties 40 is from the Breeden Hill 18 as you 1 and 2. That North Shropshire 14 of Drew Butters. Solway number 4, Kevin McBride then from the Solway number 8 of Paul Sharp. And then the Ludlow number 4 of Bryn Powell, but back up and at the front, Border Counties 40, Gethin Lewis it is then, that's already going to come round that turn 2 and see that last lap flag. 1 to go. We've got a spinner on that turn 3. Yellow flags out just to indicate these lead cars as they come round. Breeden Hill 18, then Carl Burns in that second place position, heads up and onto his last lap, as does the Solway number 8 of Paul Sharp. But checkered flag time, and it is going to be the Border Counties 14 then of Gethin Lewis that puts 55 points on his campaign. Breeden Hill 18 then of Carl Burns takes second from that Solway number 8 of Paul Sharp. Then it's the Ludlow number 4 of Bryn Powell. North Shropshire 14 then of Drew Butters, and then the SL number 4 of Kev McBride comes round to complete race 9. Race 10 is now up on the line then. So this is the last race of the men's Class 8 Heat 3s. So best behaviour, boys. We want some semi-finalists. Coming out in this one then, it brings out IK 65, Tim Russell, White Rose number 9, Graham Moss, Yorkshire Dales 75, James Heselton, Forester Dean 95, Owen Williams, Scunthorpe 181, Dan Barnyard, Scunthorpe 50, Chris Juggins, Typhy 14 of Where's Hathaway then, and we've got bungees up and we are away and racing on this one. We look like we've got one stuck off the start line, but who's going to get the best of the starts as they come past the commentary box? Scunthorpe 50 it is then from Typhy 14, Scunthorpe 181 from that 95F then. Your race leader there already headed up around that turn 1 and that turn 2 for this time of asking. Scunthorpe 50, Chris Juggins it is then. He pushes wide, gets stuck in that loose stuff, but gets himself back running. Typhy 14 then of Wes Hathaway runs in that second place position from Daniel Barnyard in the Scunthorpe 181. As you 1, 2, 3 in this one now make the way down the far side of the field, heading up into that turn 1 and that turn 2. Half a lap between your front and your back marker then. Tim Russell in that IK 65 with all the work to do from the rear of the field. Juggins has gone wide, he's got stuck in the loose. That's allowed Typhy 14 and Scunthorpe 151. 95F through as well. Scunthorpe 50 then Chris Juggins dropped down at the field. Then it's the Yorkshire Dales 75 of James Heselton from Tim Russell and the White Rose number 9, Graham Moss then, but checkered flag time. Tied for 14 it is then that takes the win from the Scunthorpe 181. 95F from Scunthorpe 50. Then it's the Yorkshire Dales 75 from the IK 65 and White Rose number 9. Guess what? That's Class 8's done. So we'll have a little bit of a look and see when they've done the points. We'll bring you who's out in those semi-finals a little bit later on. Up on the line, that looks like a men's Class 3 reruns. Mickey, you've got Class 5 finalists come up as well. And I'm looking at you two and hoping one of you two is coming to take over.
Yeah, thanks very much, Hayley. I sat behind the Class 3s is me Class 7 rerun. We've got the Class 5 finalists, though, for you. The top 8, I think we've got time to do that. Top point scorer, 3 wins out of 3. Dan Godfrey, Cambridge 10. Ben Reeds made it through in Breedon 66. Baxter Pargetter, Nottingham 45. Evesham 9, Charlie Holloway. West Waterford 188, Patrick Daly. South Somerset 7, Tom Evans. Jordan Powell, Ludlow 24. He made it through, you know, when he was running third and managed to get that second place. And that was enough to get him into the final. And the final place goes to South Somerset 22, Jenny Shepherd. Well done, Jenny. Just missing out Jabez Smith, Danny Lodge and Colin Chilvers, all within touching distance. And, they'll do it all again in 5 weeks' time up at BAS round number 3. So that's the Class 5 finalists. Put a tick in the box on that one, just so we know we've read them out. And, Class 3 rerun on the line. So this is race 2. Right, okay. Paul Evans, Lee Allman, Adam Henley, Tom Hall, Tony Goodsir, Mick Sumners, Adam Saint and Richard Northway. That is how they've set up. Looking up on the line, I can't see anyone in grid 8, so I think that could be Paul Evans. So Lee Allman is coming out of grid 7. Adam Henley, lane 6. Here's 5, 4, 3, 2. Might be 5 that's not there. Tom Hall might not be out there in that Centenary. It's 12 looking up there. But we'll wait and see. We're off and racing. Coming out of grid number 2. It's the Saint. Adam Saint then into there. Tony Goodsir in that Scunthorpe 307 running in second place. The track drying out. Oh, it's still catching drivers out though. Radford 169, Mick Sumners. Then it is the Scunthorpe 307. And that's Tony Goodsir. And oh dear me, look, it's dear. And if you go offline and you go into this sloppy stuff, that's it. Pretty much your race done. Adam Saint, oh look at this. Adam Saint's got the dry line. The cones have been pushed out a bit more. Up near the close to sloppy stuff. Mick Sumner's into that second place. North Wales 27, Lee Allman. Scunthorpe 307, Tony Goodsir. Adam Henley's back going as well in York 11. Again, if you just push off that race line, that's it. You're Scooby-Dooed. Scunthorpe 306, Richard Northway. But it is the Saint who's picking up the last lap marker, and he's got a massive lead there. 306 goes out wide, Richard Northway. Sorry, Richard, you're in the thick stuff. Then Sumners. Oh, Sumners, what are you going to do? Scunthorpe 307. Tony Goodsir goes into the sloppy stuff as well. That's it. That's you done, my friend. But Adam Saint then stuck to the dry line all the way round in Cambridge 1. 2. Position number 2 is going to be Mick Sumners, Radford 169. Third is going to go to the North Wales 27, Lee Allman. And Lee, I think, had I think he was in first place coming into this. York 11, Adam Henley next to show, Scunthorpe 307, Tony Goodsir. So there we go. That's your Class 3 rerun. Liam Evans Tyres, our series sponsor, and Ram Developments, or the other way round. It's Ram Developments, our series sponsor, Liam Evans Tyres, sponsoring this weekend. So that's the Class 3 rerun done. Up on the line, we are going to go to, yes, Class 7 rerun. Bringing out Simon Hawthorne, Sid Lomax, Andy Graney, Andy Holtby, Colin Reid and Alfie Smith. Here we go then. We are off and running. Colin Reid again. Okay, Danu. Got a flying start. Holtby goes with him as well in that Scunthorpe 61. And, bish, bash, bosh. Oh, that might cost some dosh. 1, 2, 3, 4. All stuck in the thick mud. All stuck in the thick mud. Red flags, red flags. So race 1 is being a bit problematical, and I think what's happened is that once you get that your outside wheels on that sloppy stuff, it turns them, and then it's just carnage really. Andy Holtby's going, oh, it's all right, I've avoided it all. He'll get it to do it all again. Also, Sid Lomax in the North Wales 199. He's still the wheels moving on the bus, so to speak. And the rest of them are all going to be towed and dragged out. So there we are. I'll be back with you in a wee while to take you through the third attempt of men's Class 7s. Right. Oh, right, we found some car keys, or I think they're car keys. It looks like it's a Volkswagen. So check your pockets. If you've got a set of keys that are not in your pocket anymore, it's got a bit of a key ring on it. Looks like it could be the back door key as well. So make yourself known here at commentary, and we'll get you reunited, friends reunited with the keys. Right, up on the line, I think we are going to Mama's Little Darlings. It is going to be the Junior Saloons, and it's over to Hayley Turner-Goodwin.
Thanks, Mickey. We'll soon know as the keys are when they try and go home and they can't go home, won't we? But yeah, if you have lost them, please pop up to commentary. Right, Junior, sorry, do you need me to move out the way?
I'm trying to find my phone. It's there.
Junior Saloons then, this weekend sponsored by Tea Cozy Cakes. Shropshire Design is the series sponsors on this one. We have got time to go through the runners and riders because they're just untangling those men's Class 7s on that turn 1 and turn 2. So race 1 should see, let's have a look, who's highest up in the points. Yorkshire Dales 139, Lewis Walker, he picked up a win yesterday in one of his heats. And a 4th. That sat him in fifth equal in the overnight standings. He's coming out of lane 4. Currently sat in 8th equal points in the overnight standings is that 22F of Bo Chamberlain. She's coming out of that grid 8. And that Scunthorpe 161 then of Troy Holtby coming out of grid 6. Then North Wales 52, Amber Powell, she sat 11th overnight in the standings. She's coming out of that grid 5. Joining them in this one then, it should see lane 7, Solway number 9, Mason Bowhills. Severn Valley 29, William Hall coming out of grid 3. York 43, Harry Swales coming out of lane 2. And that Typhy number 9 of Rhys Davis then in that lane 1 position. So just having a little look over to the right of me, they are just looking at recovering and untangling some of these Class 7s. I didn't actually see what went on. I'd snuck off to grab a drink thinking I had a little bit of a gap before my juniors came out after my 8s, and then realised that I didn't because they were already in the holding lanes there. So one of them's just making her way around. We've got the forklift tines just lifting one out of the way. So let's have a little look. Lud 23 then now got themselves free and just coming down past the commentary box. Little tweak of the steering on the way down. Hi, Jack. Little tweak of the steering on the way down just to make sure that he's not damaged anything as he makes his way back into the pits. Let's have a little look and see who else was involved in that one. Pennine number 8 then's now out of the sticky stuff and moving himself back round that turn 2 to head back into the pits. Colin Reed's just been turned off in that Central Scotland 21. And then the one that they've just lifted, I think the driver's going to climb back in and see if it'll fire up and drive off. On the far side there. So not sure whether he's going to drive it off or whether he's going to need some recovery off. Just taking a little bit of time to have a quick look at the track marshals, just having a quick look at what they think's the track round and about as well. It is starting to dry, and there certainly is a racing line that's starting to appear right round this track. I think they're going to lift that other Class 7 off. So yeah, just looks like that one's going to need the tires to go off, but the forklift is already on track, so we shouldn't be too much longer, and we'll be heading into the juniors heat 3s at T Cozy's. Tea Cozy Cakes is your weekend sponsor. Shropshire Design is your series sponsor down here on the junior saloons this weekend. Radford 176, I think it is then, that needs the lift off. I'm not sure whether they're going to take it straight off or just pop it into the middle so that we can get underway and racing with the first grid of the juniors. We'll have a little look and see where they're heading. They might get it off because I'm assuming there'll be another rerun of that one. Looks like we're just pulling some of these cones back into the track on this turn 1 and turn 2. I think there's a few drivers just if they're pushing wide because of all the rain and stuff that we've had, they're just bogging a little bit, I think, in the loose stuff. If they just push too far off that racing line. And then they're getting themselves stuck and not able to get themselves back running. So that car just being carried down the far side of the field. You can see it on the BAStv screen, I think, just on the forklift there, being recovered down the far side. So you can kind of see what we can see now. For those of you that are on site, there's still plenty of trade stands and bits and bobs as well, so if you make sure you pop along and visit some of those. I've just been to have a look at the photography one this morning for some pictures of my son, and there's certainly some fabulous photos out there, and I know I've seen a few photographers both on track and on the outside of track as well, so I'm sure there'll be plenty of photos from the weekend for people that want to buy those as well. So yellow flags are starting to appear round this track now. That forklift literally just on the exit of the track, making its way back into the pits of that one. Hopefully they'll get sorted whatever on the car, and we'll see them back out a little bit later on. So we've got 3 yellow flags appearing. Start line looking to swap that red for that yellow. We've got that start line. Marshall's going to have a look round, spin round, point to the sky, bunges up, and we are away and racing then with the race 1 of the Tea Cozy Cakes weekend sponsored junior saloons, and it is that tie for number 9 then of Rhys Davis that takes up the win, running as your race leader on this one. Troy Holtby's going to look on the outside, but he needs to make sure he avoids that wet stuff as they're almost 3 abreast around that turn 2. York 43 then of Harry Swales moved up into that lead but drops back down into the 3rd place position. Tie for number 9 it is then of Rhys Davis that leads them up around that 10-4 heading up down the far side of the field. We've got 4 of them parked up on that turn 3. They all seem to get themselves running, but they're going to have all the work to do from the rear of the field. Back up and at the front then, Yorkshire Dales 139, Lewis Walker currently sat in that 2nd position, just drops back into the 3rd. That allows Burr Chamberlain through in the 22F from the Yorkshire Dales 139 of Lewis Walker. York 43 then, Harry Swales in that 4th place position. Scunthorpe 161 then, Troy Holtby, he's got himself back running, looking to pick off some of these top cars then as he looks up the inside of Harry Swales. Swales goes wide, hits the wet that allows Troy Holtby to move up into that 4th place position. Last lap flag time there for your race leader. Tie for your number 9, Rhys Davis it is then from the 22F of Burr Chamberlain. Yorkshire Dales 139, Lewis Walker from Scunthorpe 161 of Troy Holtby. Then it's the Severn Valley 29 of William Hall from the North Wales 52 of Amber Powell, Solway number 9 of Mason Burhills, and that York 43 of Harry Swales. But check a flag time for your race leader on this one then. Tie for number 9 Rhys Davis it is then that takes the win from 22F Burr Chamberlain. Then it's going to be the Yorkshire Dales 139 of Lewis Walker. Scunthorpe 161 Troy Holtby. North Wales 52 Amber Powell, Solway number 9 Mason Burhills, Severn Valley 29 of William Hall, and that York 43 of Harry Swales. Complete race 1 of the Tea Cozy Cakes weekend sponsored junior saloons. Race 2 then is going to bring out Cambridge 142 Grace Williams sat 5th in the overnight standings. Typhy 29 Stephen Davis Williams sat 8th equal in the overnight standings. Joining them is the Severn Valley 107 of Will Hadley, PAC 33 Rio Sheehan, Isham 146 Molly Bubb, PAC number 9 of Travis McKilley, Breeden Hill 33 Burr Bennett, and Cambridge 32 of Rory Jones. Somebody's lost them. Brandon's looking really confused at me as to why I've got a set of keys on the desk. Somebody's lost them, so we've put an announcement out. So yeah, just another reminder, if you've lost your keys, I'm assuming they're a VW key, but it's VW Audi Group. They've all got the same style key. And it's got another key on it as well. But if you've lost your keys, please just check your pockets, pop up to commentary, and we can reunite you with your keys. Just having a little look round this track then. Quad just moving back into the middle. That wind-up Marshall's having a little look round, see if he's going to get his yellow flags. Yellow flags up, points to the sky, bungees up. The middle of the track looks fast then, and it is the... I was going to say the Isham 146 that got a nose in front, but it's the one on the outside of her that looks to have taken up the running as your race leader. That is PAC number 9, Travis McKilley in that one. But it is the Severn Valley 107, Will Hadley, that takes up the running past commentary from PAC number 9, PAC 33 as your 1, 2, 3 in this one. Then the Cambridge 142, Grace Williams then in that 4th place from the Evesham 146 of Molly Bubb. Then it's the Cambridge 32, Rory Jones, and that Typhy 29 of Stephen Davis Williams, with all the work to do from the rear of the field. But back up and at the front, Will Hadley it is then that leads them from the PAC number 9 of Travis McKilley as you 1 and 2 now make their way around that 10-3 and that start line 10. PAC 33 then of Ria Sheehan in that 3rd place from Grace Williams in the Cambridge 142 as your top 4. 5th then is that Isham 146 of Molly Bubb. up from the Typhy 29 of Stephen Davis Williams, and then that Cambridge 32 Rory Jones. Last lap flag time then for your race leader. Severn Valley 107 Will Hadley it is from the PAC 33 Rio Sheehan. PAC number 9 Travis McKilly in that third place. Grace Williams looking to reel him in there in the Cambridge at 142. She's up a place into that third. Molly Bubbs looking to close that gap in the Easham 146 as well now, but back up and at the front looking to be away and gone with this one. Just slowing it down to take that checkered flag is the Severn Valley 107 of Will Hadley. PSC 33 then of Rio Sheehan's going to take second from Cambridge 142. Grace Williams in third. PSC number 9 Typhy 29 Easham 142 and that Cambridge 32. To complete the lineup on that one, race 3 then is going to bring your top points qualifier. Currently unbeaten this weekend is White Rose 21 Lewis Middleton. He's coming out of lane 1. He's currently sat in second in the points is TAC 7 Will Evans, and currently sat third equal in the points is Breeden Hill 40 of Thomas Creed. Joining him then is going to be the Severn Valley 147 Hannah Hadley, White Rose 18 Blake Crowther, Typhy number 5 Jack Owens, PhD number 5 Yazabel Hitchcock, and that Ludlow number 1 of Reese Tipton should be my runners and riders up there. Just having a little look on the track, few cones just being put back into position, and then we'll be back underway in racing with the weekend sponsored Tea Cozy Cakes Junior Saloons Series sponsored Shropshire Designs. Paul, are you looking for your paperwork? I think I've got it under here, love.
All right, no problem. I'll get Mickey.
Yeah, it's there.
And he's taking me class 3. I think it 3 is another reading.
No, 7's is another rerun.
Oh, 7's fine. I'm doing.
So we've got bungees up and we are away and racing on this one, and it is that White Rose 21 Lewis Middleton then that takes up the running as your race leader, heads them up into that turn 1 and that turn 2, just slowing it down a little bit and keeping his nose in front there. The battle's on for that second and third between Lud 1 and Typhy number 7. Typhy number 5 looks to come and join the party. Breeden Hill 40 then of Thomas Creed looking to catch those top 4. White Rose 18 then sits behind him. Blake Crowther from the PhD number 5 of Yazabel Hitchcock, and then the Severn Valley 147 of Hannah Hadley's got stuck in that wet stuff on the outside of the track on that turn 4. She looks to get herself back running. Lewis Middleton then looks to be trying to be reeled in by Reese Tipton in that Ludlow number 1 as he touches the butt back, looks to kiss the back bumper and move up the inside. That drops Lewis Middleton in the White Rose 21 back down into second. Typhy number 7 looks to cut up the inside as well. Will Evans on board in that one, and the Typhy number 5 of Jack Owens, that drops Lewis Middleton in the White Rose 21 down into that 4th place position. Breeden Hill, number 40 then of Thomas Creed, looking to try and catch Lewis as the race leaders already head up into that turn 1 and that turn 2. That back markers now going to come into play. Severn Valley 147, but it's going to be checkered flag time. Ludlow number 1 it is then. Typhy number 7, Typhy number 5, White Rose 21, Breeden Hill number 40, Severn Valley 147. Hannah Hadley, she's a lap down on the rest of the field. That's going to be PhD number 5 that comes across next then of Yazabel Hitchcock, and then we've got one parked up in the rough on the outside of the track. So race 4 then should bring out, let's have a little look, Swansea 46 Finlay Robbins, York 81 Jacob Farrer, Athelston 212 Hannah Lewis, Swansea number 2 Pip Melly, currently sat 11th equal in the overnight standings, Yorkshire Dales 691 Jensen Walker, North Wales 97 Lexi Owen, and that 10F of Lily Chapman, who's currently sat 3rd equal in the points in the overnight standings. So just having a little look, we'll just tease you before this race. You needed 118 points to make the Class 8 semi-final. I have those semi-finalists in my hand, and after this race, we'll go through who's coming out in the Class 8 semi-finals. So we've got Bunges up, and we are away racing on this one then. Athelston 2-1-2 it is then, that looks quick from the middle of the pack. Hannah Lewis on board in that one. 10F then, Lily Chapman looks to go with her in that second place position. Currently sat in third in the points in the overnight and be looking to book her place in that final. North Wales 97 then of Lexi Owen in that third. From the Yorkshire Dales 691, Jensen Walker. Jensen Walker's going to look up the inside of the North Wales 97 then. Lexi Owen on the far side of the field. Your race leader's got stuck in the wet. She's gone from first to third. That's pushed Jensen Walker up to second in the Yorkshire Dales 691. Your race leader on this one, though, currently heading up the field of affairs, is the 10F of Lily Chapman from Jensen Walker as you 1 and 2. Athelston 2-1-2, then Hannah Lewis in that third place position. But closely following her is the Swansea number 2 then of Pip Melly. But back up and at the front of the field, 10F it is then of Lily Chapman that is going to come round this time and see that all-important yellow flag with the black cross. 1 to go on this one. Jensen Walker then in the Yorkshire Dales 691. Swansea number 2. North Wales 97. Athelston 2-1-2 currently facing towards the Armcourt in front of the commentary. Swansea 46 of Finlay Robbins. York 38 of Dan Mulvihill. York 81 of Jacob Farrer now heading up and onto their last lap. We're going to see checkered flag time. 10F it is then of Lily Chapman that puts 55 points into her campaign from the Yorkshire Dales 691. North Wales 97. Swansea number 2. Athelston 2-1-2 gets herself back running. York 38 now across the line, as is the York 81. That's Swansea 46. Finlay Robbins has got themselves parked up on that 10-2. So let's have a little look. Class 8 finalists, if we've just quickly got time to go through them. Coming out in the first round of the semi-finals should see Spalding number 8, Chris Pup, top of the shop with 3 wins. Joining him then is Cameron Mills, Cumdy 19, IK 356, Mitch Wells. Mallow 13, Colin Linham. West Waterford 142, Neil Tivy. 158 F Cat Cox. Yorkshire Dales number 7, Liam Nichols. And Sturton 77, Anthony Ross. They will be out in the first of the men's Class 8 semi-finals. Semi-final 2 then is going to bring out Typhy 57, Jake Herdman, PhD 47, Dan Thomas, Yorkshire Dales 37, Daz Mullen, Cumdy number 10, Steve Mills, Border County 69, Adam Jones, Breeden Hill 18, Carl Burns, North Shropshire 151, Thomas Chadwick, and just making it, White Rose number 5, Stu Whitehouse. Just missing out by 1 point, Ash Howard in the PhD 21. You needed 118 points to make the semi-finals down here this weekend. Looking up to the line then, that looks like we could be heading over to men's Class 4s. So I'm going to hand you over to Steve Langley.
Thank you very much then, Hayley. So, yeah, some cracking Class 8 semi-finals coming your way. Right, cracking Class 4 race coming your way. Only the one of them. A little bit down on numbers this weekend, but certainly not down on quality. 7 Class 4s we've got signed on. Darren Grasby in Evesham 220. Ben Gould in North Shropshire 434. Daniel Jones in PAC 4. Jamie Williams in Mountain 58. Otis Williams in Tivy 13. Adam Henley in York Treble 7, and Colin Attrell in South Somerset 272. That's how competitive it is. Then nobody took 2 wins yesterday. Ben Gould took a win in the first heat. Darren Grasby took a win in the second heat. So we'll see what heat 3 brings. They are all, of course, going to make the 8-car final. But as I was saying yesterday, they are racing for British Autograss Series points right across every race. West Tanfield Garage are meeting sponsors here this weekend for the men's Class 4s, and DM Design and Fabrication, who are situated just down the road from here, aren't they? I learned across this weekend. DM Design and Fabrication then are our overall British Autograss Series associate sponsor. Kent Cams and Beresford Chassis and Components, of course, our overall British Series sponsor. So big thank you to all of those people. Darren Grasby, he's done it again. Evesham 220, the first one to show. Adam Henley in York 777. Didn't have the best of days yesterday by Adam's standard, but he's there in a good second place. Colin Attrell runs third in South Somerset 272. Colin been racing Class 4s for many a year. Obviously initially under the Isle of Wight number, but then I think he had a spell under Kent, now racing under South Somerset, but yeah, he's been ever present. Darren Grasby in Evesham 220 just drifts a little bit wide, and Adam Henley says thank you very much. York 777 then takes up the running. There was a black flag there to somebody. I have a feeling it might have been PAC4, but not too sure. We'll see if we can identify who that is as they pull off, but certainly we can identify the race leader as he comes round once again. Adam Henley in 777, Darren Grasby in 220, Mountain 58 now up into third place, Tybee 13, North Shropshire 434. So the PAC 4 car then, it is Daniel Jones, I think, that has picked up the black flag. So your race leader coming round, going to be your race winner. Didn't pick up a win yesterday, picked up a win today. So 3 heats, 3 different winners. Looking forward to the final. York 777 takes it. E220 in second. Otis Williams third. Jamie Williams, Mountain 58 in fourth. Ben Gould, North Shropshire 434 in fifth. So yeah, it's all sort of like shook up in terms of men's Class 4 results. So, as I say, not the greatest number, but yeah, it's a brave man that would pick a winner, I think, of today's Class 4 final when we get to it a little bit later on. Right, I think we're moving on then to the third and final round of the stock hatches. These do need to qualify for the final because we've got 14 of them signed on. WJ Landscaping, your weekend sponsor, and D&D Transport, your British Series associate sponsor. Race 1 brings out Ethan Hodgson in Yorkdale's 204, Paul Harrington in Solway 90, Paul Lickley in Yorkdale's 95, Scott Byrne in Yorkdale's 223, Dean Smith in Ludlow 47, Tony Watson in York 281, and Chris Patterson in Scarborough 64. Once again, nobody unbeaten yesterday. Sitting top of the points chart is the man that sat in lane 3 on the line at the moment. That's the West Midland car, the Ludlow car of Dean Smith in Ludlow 47. He's on 100 points from yesterday. Sitting second, he's also on the line at the minute, is Tony Watson in York 281. Phil Peake sits third. He's going to be coming out in Heat 2, as is the man who sits in fourth, John O'Crosby in Mountain 4. Paul Harrington in SL90, 70 points yesterday, puts him into 5th place. He's on the line in this first heat. So yeah, stock hatch is very, very competitive as the first of the 2 heats gets underway then. As they go down the far side, it's the Scarborough car of Chris Patterson that makes the best of the starts from the inside. Didn't have the best of days yesterday, but I tell you what, good run in this one, and he can certainly book a place in today's stock hatch final. But coming through on the inside is the York 281 car off Tony Watson. Takes up the running. Paul Lickley in Yorkdale's 95 completes the leading trio. The Solway car then, SL90 of Paul Harrington, runs in 5th. Scott Byrne in Yorkdale's 223, and not going too well at the minute for Dean Smith in Ludlow 47. Might have done enough for a place in the final, but yeah, there we go. It might be a bit more nail biting than he'd like. York 281 though, Tony Watson, another lap successfully completed. So the only car that's really looking to put a challenge in is Chris Patterson in Scarborough 64. Good battle still for that 3rd place slot. Yorkdale's at 95, still racing just ahead of Paul Harrington, and SL90 has a quick look up the outside as their race leader comes down with 1 circuit to go. That race leader still York 281, Tony Watson, 1 to go. Scarborough 64, 95, SL90. Yorksdale's 223 is Scott Byrne. Then quite a gap back to a little bit out of sorts, I think, Dean Smith by his normal standards in Ludlow 47. And not to be today, I think, for the 204 of Ethan Hodgson. Checkered flag being held aloft, and it's going to go to Tony Watson in York 281 takes the win. Scarborough 64, SL90 and Yorksdale's 95. It was that close across the line. And then Scott Byrne in Yorksdale's 223. Dean Smith going to have to play a bit of a waiting game, I think, in Ludlow 47. And completing it all is the Yorksdale's 204 car of Ethan Hodgson. That was race 1 on the line. No surprise is race 2. Bill Hemsley in Invicta Kent 98. Jordan Smith in Scarborough 67. Will Patterson in Yorkshire Dales 47. John O'Crosby in Mountain 4. Phil Peake in Yorkshire Dales 33. Lucas Brown in Central Scotland 818. And Darren Lewis in Hereford 61. Those are the 7 cars that we've got down there on the line. Just waiting for the recovery vehicle to regain its position in the middle of the track. As soon as we're happy with that, then we'll be looking to the marshal there on turn 1. And we're underway and we are racing. John O'Crosby gets the best of the start in Mountain 4. From the middle of the grid. On the inside is Hereford 61, Darren Lewis, Phil Peake, Yorksdale's 33, as you would expect, right in the mix as they come round turn 1. But it is John O'Crosby in Mountain 4, the first one to show, 61.33. Scarborough 67 runs in 4th, Jordan Smith at the wheel of that one. Bill Hemsley in Invicta Kent 98, just tucked in behind. Oh, it's all gone wrong, I think, for John O'Crosby. Mountain 4... goes back to the pits over there on the far side. So we've lost Mountain 4. So that leaves Phil Peake in Yorksdale's 33 as your race leader comes round once again. It's the Scarborough 67 car of Jordan Smith running in 2nd place. The Invicta Kent machine of Bill Hemsley runs 3rd. Hereford 61. Central Scotland 818 is Lucas Brown, and Will Patterson completes it all in Yorksdale's 47. But Phil Peake now looking to put some daylight between himself and the Jordan Smith car that's in 2nd place, the Scarborough 67 machine, as the last lap marker board goes out. 1 to go for YD 33. Scarborough 67, Invicta Kent 98, Bill Hemsley still runs 3rd. Hereford 61, and change of position, Yorksdale's 47 now races ahead of Lucas Brown in the Central Scotland 818. All the cars still running, are onto their final circuit, but it's going to be a win for Phil Peake as Yorksdale's 33 comes round for the final time and takes a victory and certainly books his place in the final. Jordan Smith, Scarborough 67, I think will do likewise in 2nd place. The Invicta Kent car then in 3rd. Hereford 61 gets home just ahead of the hard-charging Will Patterson in Yorksdale's 47 and Lucas Brown in Central Scotland 818. So that's the stock hatches. Next time we see those, it will be the top 8 in the finals. We move on then to men's class 6s, sponsored this weekend by Potter Plant Hire and the associate British Series sponsor Elite Transmissions. So big thank you to both of those. So who's done what yesterday? Only one car, one driver unbeaten. That was Matt Manning in Evesham 152. And we're going to be seeing Matt in race 1. So see if he can make it 3 out of 3. The man currently sitting 2nd, Carmarthen 8, Dalt Thomas, also in Heat 1. And they're joined by Jack Brown in Mallow 182, Tristan Daniels in Tivy 36, Jay Colgate in Solway Treble 2, Nigel Dooley in Carlo 51, James Armstrong in Scarborough 76, and James Palmer in White Rose 720. So this one looking very competitive. Joint 6th at the moment, Jack Brown in Mallow 182. So he's walling with a shout of a place in today's final, as is James Armstrong, who shares 81 points in joint 6 with him in Scarborough 76. So they are the all the best of the point scorers, but yeah, it's close enough that a good heat win and a good run for virtually any of them could get them up towards a place in that all-important top 8 and a place in today's Class 6 final. Don't forget all the trade stands that are situated around the raceway. I think the majority of them down behind us along the finish straight, so certainly pay a visit to them. Catering facilities also down this finish straight and along from the start line. So yeah, it's just gone 12 o'clock, so it's lunchtime. So yeah, all forms of hot and cold drinks, food available from our caterers. So a nice variety of food available, so certainly pay a visit to them. If you're watching us on BAStv, then I hope you're enjoying your coverage, and you should be here. Glorious Yorkshire sunshine at the moment and forecast to be for the rest of the day. The track team done an absolutely superb job here at Yorkshire Dales through very difficult conditions, not just yesterday but overnight. We had a bit of rain during the night as well, but a lot of work carried out on the track this morning. I think they were working the track from not long after 6 o'clock this morning, and certainly doing it constantly until we started racing at 9. So big thank you to Peter Olmack and the team for the track. As down the far side then, Matt Manning, he wants to hit today's Class 6 final in 3 wins out of 3, as 152 comes round at the end of lap 1. He is the race leader, tucked into second place James Palmer in White Rose 720. Scarborough 76, James Armstrong in that third place, as the 720 car just gets it a bit sideways on that start line turn and allows a few other cars to take advantage. Tristan Daniels now up into 4th place. Matt Manning clear of all the issues though in Evesham at 152 as he comes round. Another lap successfully completed. The only one really giving chase at the moment, James Armstrong in 76, White Rose 720, Tivy 36, and we've got red flags on that one. It was going so well. So we get a rerun of the first race of, we had this yesterday I think, Falls stock hatches, went through no problem whatsoever, and then yeah, we hit a rerun in Class 6. We've done it again. But right, drivers, hope you're listening, we only hit 1 rerun in Class 6 yesterday. Don't want any more this time either. So that definitely applies to Darren Bryan in Scarborough 41, Matthew Scourfield in Yayton Sodbury 22, Glyn Bailey in Scunthorpe 33, Lewis Clayton in Spalding 5, Lee Nickling in Yorksdales 8, Stephen Parsonage in North Wales 146, Andy Russell in Invicta Kent 64, Jordan Copeland in Scunthorpe 15. So what have those 8 drivers got in common? Answer, they're all very rapid Class 6 drivers. Answer, they're all on the start line, but they're not anymore, because we are racing race 2 of the 4 races that comprises this final round of qualifying for the Potter Plantire Elite Transmission sponsored men's Class 6s as they come out of that top turn. Then the first one to show is Stephen Parsonage in the North Wales 146 car. Invicta Kent 64, Andy Russell tucks into second place. The Yayton Sodbury 22 car of Matthew Skyfield then running on the inside of Jordan Copeland in Scunthorpe 15. The Scunthorpe car comes out of that one slightly the best. Lee Nickling runs in 5th place now in Yorksdales 8. Darren Bryan chasing him in Scarborough 41, but they're all chasing Stephen Parsonage, your race leader, 146, IK 64, 15, 22, 8, 41. Then the Spalding 5 car, Lewis Clayton at the wheel of that one, and Glyn Bailey in Scunthorpe 33. But Glyn takes advantage of a little bit of a tangle up there between Spalding 5 and Scarborough 41, but at the head of affairs it's getting tight as Stephen Parsonage comes round. 1 lap to go for North Wales 146. Is there anything that Andy Russell can do in Invicta Kent 64? These two quite a way clear of the Yayton Sodbury 22 car that's now got himself up into 3rd place ahead of Jordan Copeland in Scunthorpe 15. But looking to the far side, and that's where we see Stephen Parsonage in North Wales 146. Think he's going to do enough. Cracking drive. NW146 takes it from the Invicta Kent 64 of Andy Russell. Matthew Scourfield in 3rd place. Scunthorpe 15, Jordan Copeland finishes just ahead of Lee Nickling in Yorksdales 8. Spalding 5 then is Lewis Clayton. And coming round to complete, just not to be this time round. He was 8th at the overnight stage, but unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be seeing Darren Bryan in today's Class 6 final in Scarborough 41. As Glyn Bailey's going to need, I think, a helping toe down there on that start line turn. Managed to find the claggy stuff. So, race 3 coming your way then. James Sinnott in CW 174. CW standing for Carlo across the Irish Sea. So very nice, as always, to see visitors across from both Northern and Southern Ireland. Obviously, a lot of extra effort required just to come and race anywhere on the mainland. So we're always very, very pleased to see them. We're going to be, of course, repaying... Well, we should have repaid the compliment in May, but weather, like with so many things, intervened. So we are going to be repaying the compliment 30th of September and the 1st of October, because this year's 2023 Kent Cams, Beresford Chassis and Components British Autograss Series is all going to be decided over in Southern Ireland, home of Mallow Autograss. If you haven't got yourselves booked and sorted for that, really do recommend you do it. If you've never been over to Mallow, then it is a cracking experience. We are made so welcome. Such a lovely part of the world as well. I know lots of you have got your ferries booked because they've just been held over from the original attempt at running the meeting. So make sure you get across there. If you haven't booked, you still can. And get yourselves over there. That's where the British Autograss Series will all be decided. Right, we've got James Sinnott. We've got Andy Johnson there in Scarborough 16. Martin James in Carmarthen 11. Alan Bolger in Carlo 143. Ben Gadsby in Pennine 7. Ashley Hutchins in PhD 12. And Tomo Stuart Thompson in White Rose 3. Those are the cars that we're expecting. Those are actually the 7 cars that we've got. They're all out there, which is good. As our race leader comes around, that race leader, Ashley Hutchins in PhD 12. Tomo runs second, just ahead of Ben Gadsby in Pennine 7. But the Pennine car going for the cutback on that start line turn. Alan Bolger in Carlo 143 runs next, just ahead of Andy Johnson in the Scarborough 16 car. James Sinnott uncharacteristically back towards the back of the pack in Carlo 174, and likewise very uncharacteristic to see Martin James there in Carmarthen 11. Ashley Hutchins in PhD 12 though leads the way, joint 15th at the overnight stage. Tell you what, heat win. I'd put a bit of money on him making the final, but he's just about to lose the race leadership, I think, over there on the far side. It's all change and change about, and it's a brave man that's going to pick a winner out of this leading 5 as they come out of that top turn with 1 circuit to go. Leading the way now, it is Tomo in White Rose 3, PhD 12, Ben Gadsby in Pennine 7. As they come past his problems there for Andy Johnson. Scarborough 16 pulls into the middle, Carmarthen 11 and 174. But it looks like it is going to be Tomo in White Rose 3 that's going to come round and take this one. Had a pretty miserable day yesterday by his standards, but yeah, takes a good win in the White Rose car. Ashley Hutchins, PhD 12 in second. Ben Gadsby in Pennine 7. CW 143. Carmarthen 11 is Martin James. And 174 is James Sinnott. So comes round and successfully completes. So race 4, the final race in this final round of qualifying for the men's Class 6s. Not forgetting we do have 1 rerun to come. But race 4 brings out Carl Proctor in York 77. Neil Reid in Tivy 221. Josh Holden in Penhow 9. Jordan Tinker in York 35. Richard Jones in Carmarthen 279. Gus Grayson in Scarborough 97. And Martin Phillips in Cumdee 47. So some of these with a little bit to do, no disrespect, other than probably Jordan Tinker, who currently sits joint second on 100 points. So a good steady run for Jordan is going to be enough for him, I think, to book a place in the final. Martin Phillips currently sits joint 11th on 66 points in the Cumdee 47 car. So again, another good run from him. And yeah, absolutely. But we'll see how it all shapes up, as it is Jordan Tinker, though, in York 35 that is the first one to show and come back round towards us. Josh Holden runs second in Penhow 9. Neil Reid in Tivy 221 being challenged through on the inside by Richard Jones in the Cumdee 279 car. Carl Proctor trying to get in the mix in York 77, but he's racing just behind Neil Reid in Tivy 221. Everybody racing behind Jordan Tinker, because York 35 leads the way as he comes round. Once again, a couple of laps to go. Josh Holden still runs second, under strong challenge though from Richard Jones, C47, Tivy 221, Carl Proctor in 77. Then comes Gus Grayson in Scarborough 97 as your race leader goes down that far side, just pulled away a little bit more now, Jordan Tinker. This is certainly going to book him a place in today's Class 6 final. He's got one circuit to go in York 35. Josh Holden in Penhow 9 goes through in second place, C2 79, 47, then Carl Proctor in 77, the Tivy 221 car of Neil Reid, and Gus Grayson in Scarborough 97. They're all on to their final circuit. Checker flag though being made ready. It's being made ready for Jordan Tinker as York 35 comes round for the final time, takes a good win. Second place Josh Holden in Penhow 9, third goes to Richard Jones in 279, Martin Phillips fourth in Cumberland 47, Carl Proctor fifth. Then Neil Reid in TA 221 comes home in sixth, and completing it all is Gus Grayson in Scarborough 97. So that completes Class 6s, other than the rerun that we will be seeing very, very shortly, I'm sure. But in the meantime, we're turning things totally on their head, because if you turn a 6 upside down, you get a 9, which means it is Class 9, which means it is Paul Glover.
Yeah, I'm just going to take you through these Class 9s. It should be Brandon Glover, really, but he's going to get his car ready for Kirsty, so he's not here at the moment. So first time I've done these this weekend at the Class 9s, open running, before I've got a chance to go through the names, runners and riders, and that looks like the 909 half Sam Middleton that was in the lead, but he's just, they've got tangled up and they've gone out wide, so that's allowed. I think that's the 121 half Stuart Taylor that comes through. No, it's not, it's the RC3. We've got race 3 coming out first. So ARC3 that leads it. Yorkshire 97, Sean Power in that second position, chasing hard, but Lee Seagraves away and clear on this one, and just hangs on to that lead position. Then Matt Barnbrook, I think it is, Matt Barnbrook in Scunthorpe 45 in that third slot. Got a lot of the top runners in this one, and Phil Cooper back in unusually down in fourth place. He was joint first coming into this, so I think fourth will be enough for him to get into the thing. Lee Seagrave with a tie-in with him for top positions. And Lee Seagrave just slows down, and Sean Powers nearly runs into the back of him. Sean Powers looking up on the inside, can he get past Lee Seagrave on this final lap as they go down that bottom straight, but just jumps up in the air as he catches that deep stuff. So it's Lee Seagrave that leads them round this time, and it's going to be ARC3 that takes it from Yorkshire Dales 97, Scunthorpe 45, ARC5, then it's the Solway 20, TA 42, Thomas Lloyd, and then the TA 31. And with a puncture on board, it's Andrew Onshaw in York 78. So that completes race 3 for the Class 9s. So we'll see if we can find out who's on this one before they get to us. So it looks like we're back to the race 1, and it's Y6 Russ Addyman that's leading this one. Russ is well up on the table. He's can't quite see him at the moment, but it's Russ Addyman in Y6, but the Scunthorpe 909. Sam Middleton in that second position. Sam looking up on the inside. Russ is trying to keep that power on, but he's in that deep stuff. But he gets the power down and keeps that Y6 up in the lead as he goes up there, stretches that them legs as he goes up that straight into the nutter corner. Sam Middleton still there in that third position in Scunthorpe 909. He's fifth coming into this race. And then just behind him we've got the PhD 9 Wayne Llewellyn. So Wayne Llewellyn trying to chase after Sam Middleton, but nobody's got an answer at the moment for Russ Addyman in Y6 as he takes them round this nutter corner for the penultimate time, because they're going to see the yellow flag with the black cross. Then it's Scunthorpe 909, PhD 9, North Wales 4, North Shropshire 71. Alan Roberts in that North Wales 4, and Alan Roberts, sorry, in that North Wales 4, and Adam Robinson in Shropshire at 71, but it's checker flag at the ready this time. And it's going to be Y6 that takes it from Scunthorpe 909, PhD 9, then it's 71 and NW4 side by side as they come past me. Your final finisher is Elwyn Pitt in the Hereford 17. Means we've just got one more run of these class 9s. And class 9s this weekend are sponsored by Spar Motors for your weekend sponsors and X-Trax for your season sponsor. So it's a big thanks to them for sponsoring these. We should have Kieran Cobb in your IK75 coming out in this one. Jack Olahan in CW9. North Wales 60 of George Evans. Barry Ashmore in Spalding 154. Then Jason Richardson in Pennine 5. Jimmy Smith in Ludd 80. Mark Barker, Evesham 26, and Steve Young in York 49. Right on the outside in grid 8. Bunges up, we're away and racing. Somebody from the middle of the pack is that Barry Ashmore that's straight into the lead in 514. Trying to come on his inside is Kieran Cobb in IK 75, but I think it's Barry Ashmore that hangs on to it as he comes round this time. So Spalding 154 with the Ludd 80 of Jimmy Smith in that next place. Jimmy Smith's got the IK 75 of Kieran Cobb right on his back end. I thought Barry will win out a bit wide then to lose a position, but he just managed to bring it back, but he slowed everybody else down and got away from him, so he gets himself a bit of daylight. So it's still Spalding 514, Ludd 80, Evesham 26, CW 9, York 49, IK 75, North Wales, and the Pennine 5 brings up the rear. North Wales is North Wales 60 of George Evans, but Barry Ashmore still leads them down there with them cars chasing from that far behind. And numbers as they come around this time. Yellow flag with the black cross. When you tell Barry he's got to keep it pointing in the right direction for one more. Jimmy Smith still in his second place in Ludd 80, CW9. Jack Ulan trying to move up, but he's gone out wide and got in the deep stuff. That's allowed the Mark Barker to try and get through in that Evesham 6. But Barry Ashmore is just stretching away from the rest of them as they're all having a battle for them. Minor places, it's checker flag at the ready this time. And it's Spalding 154, Ludd 80, CW9, Evesham 26, IK 49, York 49, Pennine 5 and North Wales 60 completes the men's class 9s. So if that's completed class 9s, does that mean these are class 8 semi-finals or F600s? F600s. So F600s down on the line. Just see if we can find some paperwork for them. Mickey B about to come running in any second. And we've just got one grid of the F600s. See who's the first ones to show. It's Scunthorpe 145, Addison Barnbrook that leads them into that corner. Trying to go down the outside is the Yorkshire Dales 86 of Harry Russell. On his inside he's got the Yorkshire Dales 66 of Graham Foster-Vigors. So side by side, but it's Harry Russell that gets that second position as he chases off after Matt Barnbrook in that Scunthorpe 145. So did start weekend off with two grids of these, but we're down to one in today's. And we've got the Scunthorpe 145, Yorkshire Dales 86, Yorkshire Dales 66, Yorkshire Dales 103, Yorkshire Dales 106 and Hereford 16, all the work to do from the back of the field. That's Jamie Duggan in that one. But Matt Barnbrook, he's not getting away from him as quick as he did has done it past. So Harry Russell takes a run right around the outside, but that's no way to try and get down the 600. And then Graham Foster-Vigors in 66, and it's the 103 of Jamie Smith, 106 of Josh Bowes with Jamie Duggan trying to come round the outside of him, and they just touch wheels and Josh has gone off back to the pits. But checker flag out the ready, and it's the Scunthorpe 145 that takes it from Yorkshire Dales 86, Yorkshire Dales 66, Yorkshire Dales 103, and last but not least is the Hereford 16. So that completes the... Looks like I've got a rerun of Class 7s, so you're back to Mickey B.
Thanks very much, Mr. Lover, Paul Glover. This is third time lucky, by the way. Men's Class 7s. Heat 3, race 1. Who's left? Well, let's have a go. Simon Hawthorne, Sid Lomax, Andy Graney, Andy Holtby, Danu, Colin Reid and Alfie Smith. Who needs the points? Well, Alfie's equal 4th, Andy's equal 4th, Andy Graney's equal 8th. Simon Hawthorne 6. All to play for on this, and it is Holtby that gets the best of the runs this time. The track is drying out. If you remember the last stoppage, 4 of them had sunk in the mud, and a couple of cones go flying out. Holtby then from Reid, from Alfie Smith, Andy Graney up there as well. Can he get it round that corner as the North Wales 199 Sid Lomax goes with him as well. Simon Hawthorne, Radford 176 running at the back of the pack, and bish bash him but a boshin. Holtby still leads us one. My life, they're all running. Alfie Smith, Sid Lomax, Colin Reid, Andy Graney. Hey, I tell you what, they're hard boys these, aren't they? They all had a little bit of a bash there. Simon Hawthorne was out the way, by the way, in the Radford 176, but with one more lap to go. Andy Holtby, Scunthorpe 61 then it is. Look at a battle going on for second. Alfie Smith then from Sid Lomax Sid Lomax trying to mount Alfie there. Misses as they come round, and Reid back up into that third place. Simon Hawthorne is curb calling, but it's Andy Holtby takes the win. See you in the final, Andy. Second's going to go to Alfie Smith from Colin Reid, from Sid Lomax. A little bit further back, Andy Graney, a rearranged front end, and I thought that was going to be another stoppage, but fair play to them. They all took their knocks and carried on. So, well done there to men's Class 7s. We're finally done and dusted. And up on the line, we are going to go over to Mr. Russ Thompson, who's getting ready to take you through this next set of open wheel specials. So, over to Russ for the men's Class 10s.
Yeah, thanks, Mickey. So here we go then. Class 10s. SGS Gas is your series sponsor. And unfortunately, I've lost the sheet with the weekend sponsor. It's KS Coles, I think, isn't it? Class 10s blast away then. We've got a few grids of cars ready to go. In fact, just 2. So we've lost a couple overnight. We haven't lost Paul Coles, who leads the way. South Somerset 166, Ben Herdman, Radford 207. Andy Hornshaw then the only one unbeaten. Had a disappointing Class 9 run at the minute. He's third in York, 7 in the 10. He's not had much time either to get prepared from one car to the other. But anyway, it's Colesy who leads the way. Paul, South Somerset 166. He's 8th at the minute, a 5th and a 1st. This win will push him in that final. Then we go to Ben Herdman, who's really improved, a 2nd and a win. He's 2nd as well, so he'll be there. Hornshaw a 3rd, will do nicely. Then it's Phil Young in Evesham 23, who started his weekend brightly with a win and then a 3rd, so he's currently in the top 8 as well. So all of these top 4 drivers are in with a shout of staying in the 8. Then it's Lewis Riley, George Young, Carl Ray and Chris Ellis, who's also there. He's 5th on 2 seconds at the back. He's going to drop out of it surely with this result, but the rest of them, Carl Ray's also 5th. He needs to do better. In fact, they're all in the top 8 just about. So there goes. Colesy spun it after the finish. The checker was out though. I didn't see it, but he spun it. So that could have been nervy, but he'd already done what he needed. I think just a spin of delight into the dirt there. But yeah, looking at that, we had Hornshaw, Herdman, Phil Young, Chris Ellis, Carl Ray, George Young. 7 of them in that race were in the top 8 going into that. So some of them are going to be a bit disappointed. So that's how competitive it is. That was actually race 2. They brought race 2 out before race 1. So not much time between the 9s and the 10s with the likes of Hornshaw and Lee Seagreaves racing in both. We've got race 1 now on the line then. Sam Burbage, Mark Pascal, I don't think he'll be there. In fact, he might be. there. So we've got Lee Seagreaves, Kelly Bishop, Jill Grasby, Tyrone Cusack, Brandon Young, Wes Tinker, and away we go. And yeah, Pascal is there, but Sam Burbage I don't think is. So no Sturt 40. Jill Grasby just coming through past somebody. Oh, who's that all over the infield? It's Brandon Young and Evesham 1. Jill Grasby, Tyrone Cusack, Mark Pascal. We've got one stranded on just on the outside cushion of the turn. There's 10p to the pot as we go red flags. Is that Kelly Bishop Park there? Yeah, it looks to be the Yaton Sodbury car parked up on the turn. Unfortunately, coasted to. Oh, we've got another one. Who's that in the mud? Bit difficult to tell. I think it's Tyrone Cusack in Mallow 25 who's parked up just on that turn. So we've lost 2 by the look of it. If the Mallow 25 was stationary when the red flags were shown, then that one will also be out. But
Birthday shout out. Is it first?
so, yeah, that Class 10 race will be rerun. That's my second stoppage of the day. So if Mickey's keeping tally, that's 2 stoppages for me so far. Yeah. So that adds to the... You've had 2 what?
Stoppages.
Wow, what was it with you?
That's it, yeah.
So, yeah, if you're not really sure what we're going on about, throughout the entirety of the British Autograss series, and I believe the Nationals, which could get very expensive, because there's a lot of commentators at the Nationals this year, but we are raising money towards the Alzheimer's charity, I think it is, also in memory of, obviously, the much-missed George Capper. So, every time we get a red flag, there's 10 pence in the pot, depending on, and that gets donated by whoever the commentator is. But while we've got this downtime, Paul has got some finalists.
Yes, thanks, Lee. Ross, we've got the finalists for the men's Class 3s, sponsored by Liam Evans Tyres. It's Lee Almond, North Wales 27, top of the shop on 146 points. Alongside him is Jamie Lee in Solway 170. And then we've got another 2-tine on 136. Adam Saint in Cambridge 1. Rupert Lomax in North Wales 1. And then 121 points we've got Martin Gold in North Shropshire 343. On 111 we've got Rich Lee in Scunthorpe 700. Manfred Camshall gets in Scarborough in Swansea 9 on 109 points. And your last qualifier is Steve Woodruff in White Rose 71 on 104 points. Just missing out by 3 points on 101 points is Callum Allinson in Yorkshire 34. So your finalists are North Wales 27, Lee Almond, Solway 170 of Jamie Lee, Cambridge 1 of Adam Saint, North Wales 1 of Rupert Lomax, North Shropshire 343 Martin Gold, Scunthorpe 700 of Rich Lee, Swansea 9 Manfred Camshall, and your final qualifier Steve Woodruff in White Rose 71. So it's back to Russ that's going to take you through the... Oh no, it's ladies class 1, so it's back to me. Oh dear, better find some paperwork then, isn't I?
Paul, just before we go, if Dan McKenzie or anyone that knows where Dan is, if you can get him to come up to commentary, then it will be a pleasing trip for him. So Dan McKenzie to commentary, please.
Are you about to buy a new engine, Mickey?
No.
So, looking down to the line, we've got the ladies.
It was underneath.
It should.
There was one underneath, because I saw it.
Yeah. There.
So, ladies class 1s sponsored this weekend by Cooper's Classics and Motorsports. And I've lost my pen.
Mine should be there somewhere, Paul.
There's a pen here.
You know, thank you, that's my pen. So I found my pen. So it's Cooper Classics and Sports Cars that's sponsoring this weekend, and your series sponsor is TBR Racing. Marshall's just looking along this top corner. I might be looking for something.
Lost 50p.
Yeah, but
So looking onto that line, we've got the Spalding 16 of Jane Knight. Coming out in lane 1, we've got Meg Parsons in Lud 19. Coming out in lane 2, Emily Grayson in Scarborough 95. Comes out in lane 3, Naomi Mulville in York 38. Comes out in 4, Gail Davis in Lud 77. Will come out of lane 5, Charlie Parker in York 63 out in 6. Shania Jones in Evesham 146. Comes out in 7. And Ailey Verity right on the outside in the York 90. Looks like we're starting to get yellow flags around this field. This isn't race 1. Don't think anyway. Because Ailey Verity's not on the outside. So we will find some numbers when they come through.
That's where all the expense gets spared. There's one on the outside.
That's why Ailey Verity's not coming out. So it looks like Ailey Verity's not coming out. It is race 1. It's Shania Jones in Evesham 146 on the outside. So still got a red flag on this corner. See, we've got Pete Olmack going around. Looks like he's going around delivering lunches for the marshals. So that's most important to keep them fed. He's going into the centre of the field, out of the way. So we get yellow flags on this side of the field. Yellow flags all the way around and on the start line. So that means the first marshal post will check everybody's ready. Red flag goes up in the air, yellow goes round and up and bungees up, and we're away and racing with the race 1, Heat 3 of Cooper Classics and Motorsports and Sports Cars sponsored. Ladies Class 1s, and it's the Scarborough 95 at Emily Grayson that's into the lead, but on the outside got the Lud 19 of Meg Parsons. Very slippy on that inside on that water, so it's Lud 77, sorry, of Gail Davis. Lud 19 in that third position on the outside of the Scarborough 95 of Emily Grayson. But it is the Lud 77 of Gail Davis that leads them down that bottom straight into that far corner. Evesham 146 in 4th place, that's Sheena Jones. So coming around this time to complete another lap, it's the Lud 77 from Scarborough 95, Lud 19, Evesham 146, York 63, Spalding 16, York 38, all the work to do from the back of the field. That's Naomi Melville. Just in front of her we've got the Spalding 16 of Jane Knight. But the leader is away and clear, so Gail Davis in Ludlow 77. Coming around this time to see the yellow flag with the black cross tells them one more lap to go. Still being chased out by Emily Grayson, but Emily's not close enough. I don't think he's closing that gap, but not quick enough in Scarborough 95. And then it's the Lud 19 of Meg Parson in that 3rd place with the Evesham 146 of Shania Jones. Still trying to find a way to get past her, but not managing it as they go into the nutter corner for a final time. And it's going to be checkered flag at the ready. And it's going to be Lud 77 that takes it from Scarborough 95. 2 cars side by side. Who's just going to get this side by side? 146 and 19. And it's Spalding 16, York 38. And that completes race 1. Heat 3 of the Coopers Classics and Sports Cars sponsored. Ladies Class 1s going on to the second race. Got Maddie Tilson in Centenary at 16. Stacey Mills in Cambridge 34. Nia Jones in Typhy 25. Sophie Sheehan in the PAC 33. Sarah Lovett in IK 37. Charlotte Hart in WS 66, Laura Henry in SR 19, and Laurie Davis in TA 2. So we're up and racing down that first straight. I sort themselves out as they go on. Actually, that Centenary 16 of Maddie Tilson on the inside with the IK 37 on the outside. That's Sarah Lovett in that one, but she's getting tangled up. And TA2 gets tangled up, and they're all getting swapping paintwork, but it's the TA25 that leads them, and that's Nia Jones in that TA25. She's got about 4 or 5 car lengths as they go down that far corner with the Centennials. 16 of Maddie Tilson in that second position, trying to come through on the inside, and Maddie Tilson is, I think it's that the Cambridge 34 of Stacey Mills. TA2 recovering after being in the deep stuff, but it is the TA25 that leads it from St Neots 16, SR19 and Cambridge 34 side by side, IK 37 and PSE 33. Sophie Sheehan in that back of that little pack, trying to come through into that second position is the Cambridge 34 of Stacey Mills, and she was chasing after the leader that's coming round this gate to see the yellow flag with the black cross to tell her one more lap to go. So TA25 of Nia Jones, she's got nearly a straight, and it's Cambridge 34, St Neots 16 and the SR19 of Laura Henry. Somebody just got a black flag, but I didn't see who. And the leaders going on that bottom straight into the nutty corner. So it's going to be a checker flag. Should be checker flag for TA25. And then it's Cambridge 34, SR19, IK 37, St Neots 16, PSE 33, WS 36, and the St Neots 16 of Andy Tilson slowing down on that final lap, and looks like she's going to try and limp it off the track, but she's lost a lot of time on that one. And your final finisher, TA2 of Laurie Davis. So that puts us on to the third and final race for the ladies Class 1s. Emma Robinson in Mallow 38 will be coming out in lane 1. Out lane 2 we've got Rachel Adley in Seven Valley 147. Kirsty Glover comes out lane 3 in Scunthorpe 171. Claire Compton in Scunthorpe 951. Will come out in lane 4. Rebecca Starbuck in Yorkshire 717 will be coming out in 5. Out in 6 we've got Sarah Meehan in the West Waterford 134. Emily Polly in the Cambridge 136 comes out in 7, and Danielle Altby Scunthorpe 161 should have been out in 8, but looks like Danielle's not come out. We start to get yellow flags around this field. Bungie goes up and we're away on race, and one gets left on the line. That's the Seven Valley 147 of Rachel Adley. She's playing catch up. It's the Scunthorpe 951 of Claire Compton that leads them into that corner. Trying to follow her through is the other Scunthorpe car 171 of Kirsty Glover, but there she's dropped back a bit because the West Waterford 134 moves up into second position. That's Sarah Sheehan. So Claire Compton leads them around that start gate corner for the first time in asking with the West Waterford 134 of Sarah Sheehan in that second position. And then it's Cambridge 136 of Emily Polly in that third place, but she's gone out wide, and Kirsty Glover in Scunthorpe 171 tries to come through but don't quite manage it. And then just behind Kirsty we've got the Yorkshire Dales 717 of Rebecca Starden, Allo 38 of Emma O'Riordan, and then the Seven Valley 147 of Rebecca Starbuck. The battle on for that second place as the West Waterford swang on that inside line and get that second position. And a little bit of change in the paintwork, and the West Waterford car gets turned around, so that puts the Scunthorpe 171 up into that third place, and Yorkshire Dale 717 picks a place up as well. But on that bottom straight we've got the Scunthorpe 951 at Claire Compton, who's led it from the start. She's still being chased by the Cambridge 136 of Emily Polly as they go into that another corner for the final time. Kirsty Glover in Scunthorpe 171 all on her own now in third place. So it's 951 just hangs on from Cambridge at 306, and then Scunthorpe 136, sorry, and then Scunthorpe 171, Yorkshire Dale 717, West Waterford 134, Mallow 38 and Seven Valley 147 completes the ladies Class 1s. So looking up to the line, they're not Class 2s. I'm clever like that, you know. These are the semi-finalists for the men's Class 8, so it's back to Ailey that's going to take you through these when she finds a microphone.
I can't do the earphones there. I can't hear myself talk while I'm trying to do it. It's, yeah. So, yes, we're heading over to men's Class 8 semi-finals. You needed 119 points to make the the final. I think there's a slight change from what we announced earlier, but we've got no time to go through the runners and riders because we've already got bungees up and we are away and racing on this one. There's a little bit of contact off the start line. I think that's dropped Chris Pope down into that rear position. Remember, we're looking for the top 4 from each race. Come D19 it is then. Mallow 13, Yorkshire Dales number 7, IK 156, 356, sorry, of Mitch Wells then in that 4th place position. Spalding number 8 then, problems on board for him after coming into this semi-final. Top of the shop, he's pulled back into the middle, back up and at the front there. It's Mallow 13 from Yorkshire Dales number 7. Come D19 also got problems on board as he's pulling it off as well, so we lose Cameron Mills as well on that one. Back up and at the front of the field then, it is the Mallow 13 of Colin Linham then that leads them around to head up and onto their last lap. Remember, it's the top 4 we want from this. Yorkshire Dales number 7 and IK 356, and we've got red flags on that one. That wasn't a very good start, was it? We've got 2 of them. Oh yeah, parked up over the far side of the field. I was too busy concentrating on the front. I've lost them at the back. Let's have a look and see if we can see who they are. 158F Cat Cox. And the West Waterford 142 of Neil Tivy find themselves parked up on the far side of the field. So semi-final number 1 will go to a rerun. Semi-final number 2 then will bring out Typhy 57, Jake Herdman, PhD 47, Dan Thomas, Yorkshire Dales 37, Daz Mullen, Cumdy number 10, Steve Mills, Border Counties 69, Adam Jones, Breeden Hill 18, Carl Burns, North Shropshire 151, Thomas Chadwick, and Typhy 14, Wes Hathaway. Should be the 8 cars up there. So we've just got that last one just needing to be moved off the track before we get underway and racing with the second of the men's Class 8 semi-finals. Pickering Tyres is your weekend sponsor, and ProLinks is your series sponsor for the men's Class 8 this weekend. Oh, I've not heard anything come through yet, although I think our radio is maybe switched off or all the way on. Oh, no, it is on. I've not heard any decisions yet on the first of the semi-finals, so we'll keep our ear to the ground and bring you any updates that we hear on that one. So in this one then, the Typhy 57, Jake Herdman, he was top of the shop after the 3 rounds of qualifying. There was 3 drivers all tying on 165 points. That was Chris Pope, Jake Herdman and Cameron Mills. Then we dropped to 155 points, which was Dan Thomas with 2 wins and a second. So just having a little look on the far side of the field, they've just got the forklift across there. I think we're probably going to have to lift one of the Class 8s across. I was thinking, why is the fan making a noise? It's the paperwork that's on. So yeah, that just that Class 8's just been recovered off the far side of the field, and then once we get that track clearance, we'll head back underway and racing with semi-final number 2. So it looks like we've got that car up on the tines then on the far side of the field. Drivers jumping into one of the other vehicles to head back in to the pits. That's just what the hold-up is at the minute on this one. Just having a little look down the Class 8 list, actually. It was 119 points to make the semi-final. To make the final in the juniors, it was 119 points. I'm not sure if these have been read out yet, so we might quickly just have 2 minutes. There's no tick on it. So my Junior Saloon finalist then, top of the shop with 155 points. Typhy number 7, Will Evans. Joining him then is 10F, Lily Chapman. White Rose 21, Lewis Middleton. Typhy number 5, Jack Owens. 22F, Bo Chamberlain. 7 Valley 107, Will Hadley. Yorkshire Dales 139, Lewis Walker. And Cambridge 142, Grace Williams. We've got bungees up on this next round of the semi-final for the men's Class 8s then, and it is the PhD 47 of Dan Thomas then that leads them up round that turn 1. Typhy 57, Jake Herman goes with him, as does the Border County 69 of Adam Jones and Daz Mullen in that Yorkshire Dales 37. They're the top 4 at the front of the field at the minute as they make their way up down the far side of the field, heading up into that turn 1 and that turn 2 for this time of asking. And Dan Thomas it is then in that PhD 47 from Typhy 57, Border County 69, Daz Mullen. He's now just been overtaken on the outside. No, he's not, because he gets the power back down, hangs on to that 4th. North Shropshire 151. Thomas Chadwick switches to the inside. Mullen defends as he moves up into that turn 1 and that turn 2 for another time of asking. Your race leader's going to come round and see that yellow flag with the black cross. PhD 47 it is from Typhy 57, Border County 69, Yorkshire Dales 37, North Shropshire 151, Cumdee number 10. I think it's the Breeden Hill 18 and then that Typhy 14 at the rear of the field. But the top 4 booking their place in the final a little bit later on. PhD 47 it is, Typhy 57, Border County 69, Yorkshire Dales 37. We'll see them a little bit later on. So that's Jake Herdman, Dan Thomas, Daz Mullen and Adam Jones. They're your first 4 finalists for that men's Class 8 final a little bit later on. We'll see the rerun as it comes back up shortly, and as I say, as soon as I hear any decisions on the first of the semi-finals, we'll bring you up to date with that one as well. But for now, looking up to the line, that looks like we're heading over to... Well, no, I was just thinking they don't look like ladies' Class 3s. I think, are they 6s? We're just having a little look round. We think we've possibly got maybe a rerun of Class 6s. Rerun of men's Class 6. Do you want me to go? So it looks like it was race 1. It should bring out, we've got some gaps, but we'll have a little look if we've got time. Mallow 182, Typhy 36, Solway 222, Isham 152, Carmarthen number 8, Carlo 51, Scarborough 76, and White Rose 720. Should be the runners and riders out there. That certainly looks like the race it is. It's the Isham 122 then of Matt Manning that leads them up into that turn 1. James Armstrong looks to go with him. There's contact between 3 of them. That pushes one really, really wide. That's the Mallow 182. of Jack Brownlee. He's relegated down the rear of the field, but looks to get back on the power and see if he can wiggle his way back through these Class 6s, but back up and at the front, it's the Eastern 152 of Matt Manning then that leads them up around that turn 1 and that turn 2. That Kamar, the number 8 then of Dalt Thomas, looks to go with him in that second place position as they make their way down past the commentary box for another time of asking. Carlo 51 then of Nigel Dooley in that at third place, as they make their way around. White Rose at 7:20. And Solway 222 then battling it out on the far side of the field, but back up and at the front. Your race leader's going to come round this time and see that yellow flag with the black cross. One to go on this one. Matthew Manning it is from Dalt Thomas as you 1 and 2 from the Nigel Dooley in that third place position. But your race leader's already heading up round that turn 1 and that turn 2 for the final time, looking to put some more maximum points on the board in this one. 55 he will take. Eastern 152 it is then. Kamar, the number 8, takes second. CW 51, Mallow 182, Typhy 36, White Rose at 7:20 then of James Palmer comes around to complete the lineup on that one, and Scarborough 76, James Armstrong finds himself parked up in the mud on that turn 3. Up on the line then, that looks like men's Class 2s, so I'm going to hand you over to Russ.
You lost him.
Ollie picked me overalls up and run across field with him, so look at this.
Right, yes, thank you, Hayley. We're going to go to ladies' Class 2s then. We're well into the third heats, of course, and it's the final run of qualifying for the Class 2 ladies. We've got 3 races to come your way. Oh, as lunch has been ordered. Mickey's left some for the rest of us. But yeah, 3 grids of cars ready to do battle once we've obviously got these Class 6 machines assisted back to the pits. So just trying to find the points sheet from the after round 2. And I'll have it somewhere. But anyway, while we're looking, race 1 of the schedule then sees Linda Thomas in PAC 91, Faye Steventon, Pennine 89. No, that's yesterday's. we're well off form here. Right, let's have a look at this one, shall we? Race 1 then. Jess Owen, North Wales 151, Hayley Verity in York 190. We didn't see her in the Class 1, but I believe she's there in the 2. Who else is there? Jess Tate in Scarborough Treble 2, Emma Robinson, Spalding 26, Lucy Wickham, PAC 81. Linda Thomas is actually in this one, in PAC 91, and Vicky Robbins in St Neots 34. So that is who's in this opening grid. Ladies Class 2 sponsored by P&R Transport for this weekend and Fleet Care Services for the series. And looking at the table then, Jess Singer is the only one unbeaten so far. The South Somerset Micras are going very well this weekend, and Jess is top of the table after 2 rounds of qualifying, 2 wins out of 2. Vicky Robbins is also up there, first and a second, 100 points in St Neots 34. Lara Jones in Tyvey 17 sits on a third and a first, 91 points, tied with Jess Conway, who's also on a third and a first in Scunthorpe 1. Emma Robinson on 2 seconds, Spalding 26. Caitlin Barnett is on a first and a fourth in Cumdee 151. Nicola Bettany in Radford 92 sits 7th on a second and a third, and Hannah Cheshire currently rounds out the finalists in Breeden Hill 12. But as we know, it can all change and anything can happen when we get out there. So let's see how we go. It looks like the Armstrong machine is being helped back to the pits. Disappointing day for him, but we'll see how these ladies fare with their 3 races. I think, did we have 3 yesterday as well? Yes, we did. So we haven't, I don't think we've lost many. We started with 20 cars, and 2, 4, 6, 7. And I think we've still got all 20 signed on, so that's good. And Linda Thomas looks to lead away in PAC 91. She needs this score currently down in 15th to 5th place is not good, but she's being muscled out by Vicky Robbins, who's gone through in Sydney's 34, who takes up the leadership. Thomas back in second, then is Lucy Wickham in PAC 81. Then already a gap forming back to Hayley Verity in York 190. It's not been a good day in the Class 2 for the Robinson clan, with Jordan having problems in the men's, and now the Spalding 26 of Emma struggling, but she's 5th in the table. She needs to find some pace and get back up the order. Vicky Robbins under a little bit of pressure then with another lap down. Sydney's 34, and then the 2 PAC cars. Hayley Verity under immense pressure at the moment from Jess Owen, who looks to the outside in the North Wales 151 and goes through into that P4 position, but Verity fights back. That's the battle on track at the moment. Verity back up to that 28 points position, and that could be what is required, but although Verity down in 13th, she needs to progress a bit higher. Owen currently well down 18th place, so I don't think either of them are going to make today's final, but Vicky Robbins certainly is, with a win and a second, and another win looking to go into the bank, and that will mean 155 points, putting her at the moment top qualifier. St. Neots 34 takes it, PAC 91, I think it'll be a waiting game. I think it's still maybe a tall order. PAC 81 I think will also could be done. She was 10th, was Lucy Wickham. I think maybe a foot needed better than a third, but you never know. And then the rest come through. Jess Owen, Hayley Verity. Then we have Scarborough Treble 2. We didn't get a mention throughout that. Jess Tate in Scarborough Treble 2. And also Emma Robinson, who I think is going to fall out of that top 8 with that sadly disappointing performance of not getting the results she wanted there. So never mind. We move on then. Top point scorers in this one. In fact, top 3. Excluding Vicky Robbins, who's just been out, are in this next race. Jess Singer comes from the outside in South Somerset 45. Hannah Cheshire currently 8th in Breedon Hill 12. Faye Steventon in Pennine 89 currently 12th is in lane 5. Gabby Smith in Scarborough 249 is 13th. She needs to win this one to make it through. Jess Conway is second, joint third in the table with Lara Jones, and then Anne-Marie Chadburn, who had a miserable day yesterday in White Rose 13 and hasn't yet finished a race. But Conway is doing what she needs to do and getting straight to the front. Scunthorpe 1 it is. Leads the way. Problems further back for your top point scorer, Jess Singer. She's at the back along with Hannah Cheshire. So 2 potential finalists are in trouble. But Conway is away, and Chadburn is there in a good second place, hoping to get something out of this weekend. Then it's Scarborough 249. Gabby Smith just going through in that third place. Lara Jones under pressure from Faye Stevenson for 4th and 5th as they come past to start another lap. The Nova under attack from Pennine 89. Then it's Cheshire, and Singer has got absolutely no answer to those in front and is just watching them all ahead of her. And Jess Conway then continuing on, and is going to go second in the table with this. A third and 2 first will be 146. That is ideal to get through. It'll just be a 45-point finish for Chadburn if she stays there on this final lap. Scarborough 249, a 4th and a 6th, only 43 points for Gabby Smith, but a confidence boost in third place here. We'll give her a few more, and we'll put her on 79. Won't be enough, I don't think. Lara Jones in 4th. Should still be there on a 1st, a 3rd and a 4th if she stays there. Faye Stevenson still challenging. Lara Jones looking at a late dash. Oh, the Scarborough car side by side. Not sure who got it, but a green flag has also gone out to somebody. And they're going to be demoted. Not sure who took it, but one of them certainly did. So, Mickey, if you're around, you've got somebody to see you. So, Mickey, I think you're still in hospitality, aren't you? Nice and relaxed in there. Right, so let's look to race 3, the final grid of Class 2s for the ladies, and in fact, the final Class 2 heat before we see our finalists later this afternoon. And Swansea 1 makes the best of the starts. Courtney Lewis, only 2/5 yesterday, so a win will be a nice change of result. And Caitlin Barnett is there in Cumdee 151. She's currently 6th in the table, a 1st and a 4th. 2nd will do, I would think, and that will put her up with somebody, but she doesn't want 2nd. She wants the win, and she's gone round the outside of Lewis, who was caught napping. A little bit of contact, unsettled the Swansea 1, but the Cumdee 151 is through. So 2 wins and a 4th will be enough. Swansea 1, Radford 92, Nicola Bettany. It's very inconsistent from some of these drivers. We normally see them winning week in, week out, but at the minute struggling. Nicola Bettany hasn't had a win this weekend yet in Radford 92. She's currently 3rd, so already on a 2nd and a 3rd, so that'll put her on 126. So like to think it'd be enough. It was only 111 for the men's, so you'd think it would get you through, but still, championship points are on offer. And 1 lap to go then, I think it is for Barnett, 1 to go for Lewis, and then Bettany. Then it's Charlotte Jordan, who's having a much stronger run today than she did yesterday, having a few problems along the way. Then it's Forest 515, Sally Doddridge, and finally Claire Mulroy in Mallow 117. But here's the checkered, and it's going to go to Caitlin Barnett, who's going to book her place in the final. Well done, Caitlin. We'll see her later on the start line. Swansea 1, Courtney Lewis won't be in the final, but a good 2nd place finish there. Nicola Bettany, a 3rd, a 2nd and 2 thirds, hopefully will be enough. Charlotte Jordan is next. A lot of revs from somebody, and a dash to the line. So 515F and Mallow 117, pretty much neck and neck. But I think it just went to Doddridge over Mulroy. Right, that was Class 2s. Nicely done, straight through. Your sponsors once again, P&R Transport and Fleet Care Services, very kind sponsors of the ladies Class 2s. We'll call the finalists later and we'll let you know who's in it. But for now, we move over to Class 3, although I think there's at least 1 missing, Paul. We've only got, I think, 5. Over to you.
Yeah, Naomi Davis didn't come out in 2nd run, so you've only got 5 of them. But it is the Spalding 77 of Nicola Saint that takes them up there. On the outside, we've got Becky Shaw in Border Counties 111. Becky switches back to the inside, tries to get the undercut. Looks like she might have done it because they're side by side still, but it's still the Spalding 77 and Border Counties 111. 3rd place, we've got the North Wales 27 of Arena Helmond. We've lost, we've lost Jade Russell in Yorkshire Dales 35 that's not come out. But it is still that Spalding 77 of Nicola Saint that leads it from Becky Shaw in 11. Then it's the North Wales 27 of Arena Helmond. Just behind her we've got the TA 1 of Naomi Davis. And then Catherine Byrne, Cumdee 3, Carmarthen 3 in lane 7. Comes out in that back position. But it is the Spalding 77 that leads it from Border Counties 111, North Wales 27, Typhy 1 and Carmarthen number 3. But that Spalding 77 of Nicola Saint was under pressure at the start of the race from Becky Shaw in 111, but she's got herself clear as she goes into that another corner for the final time because it's checker flag at the ready. Fairly even gaps between these cars, and it's going to be Spalding 77 that takes it, Border Counties 111, North Wales 27, Typhy 1 and Carmarthen 3. So I'm not sure what happened to Jade Russell on that one, but she didn't come out for that one. Whether she'll get it out for the final, I'm not sure. That's me done.
Right, we're back on then, back over to men's Class 10s this rerun. And I think we're just almost about ready. So this one, we had a couple of cars stranded. Don't know, I think both have maybe been excluded. Tyrone Cusack was one and Kelly Bishop was the other. Out of this one. So we've got flags changing to yellow, bungees up and away you go. Class 10 then, the last, I think, men's race left to run before the finals. And Wes Tinker gets the whole shot and leads into turn 1 in York 40. Then we go to Brandon Young up the inside of Lee Seagreaves, who's certainly bogged it down in the deep stuff there, and he's relegated to the back. And Wes Tinker's dropped to third as well as Mark Pascal comes through in Hereford 250. So it's Evesham 1, Brandon Young who leads the way, then Brandon 12 for 6 and a 5th. A win is a big ask to put him in, but the points are fairly close still, so you never know. But he comes through leading the way. Mark Pascal only did one race yesterday and only finished 5th. He's second now, so he's not going to make it, but Wes Tinker and York 40 certainly can. He's 9th on a 4th and a 3rd. Again, not his strongest performances. He's 3rd again here, needs to do better. Round the outside of Pascal he looks, but the Hereford car cuts him off. Will he drift wide and make the cutback? Lee Seagreaves has made one place at the expense of Jill Grasby, who's relegated to the tail end now in Evesham 1-2-2. And Jill goes through, won't make the final, but still gaining experience racing against the men here in her first year against them after a good ladies' career. But Wes Tinker once again looking to the outside of Pascal. Oh, he's got it out of shape. He's managed to hold it though. Well done, that man. And he keeps there in second, and that was the checkered. Young wins it, Tinker second, Pascal third, Seagreaves fourth, and then Grasby 5th as quick as a flash. Right, a little message from Caris Thomas from Hey We Crazy. They've hidden bubbles of some sort for the kids, so if you're a young'un or an old kid even, and you want to find them, they're dotted around somewhere, so please go and have a look. Mickey is next. Also, there's some interesting finalists you might want to look at for when you get time.
Yeah, thanks very much, Russ. Into Heat 3 of the ladies' fives, lorryinsurance.co.uk and Talking Dirty are our sponsors for the fives this weekend. Kirsty Godfrey currently leading the points, a win and a second thus far. Lucy Wickham in the PAC 11 running 8th. Jess Bradley, Terry Mumford, Sandra Jones and Lindsay Ware. That is who we should have off on this, and that Lindsay Ware machine in the Breenhill 66. South Somerset 22. They brought out race 2 first. They always... Why do they keep doing that? Oh, there's a little bit of argy-bargy. So it's Jenny Shepherd from Nicola Jesse. From the West Waterford 188, Trish Daly. Athelston 13, Laura Blaber there. Currently equal third on points coming into these third heats. So let's have a think about that, Mickey. If she finishes in 4th, will that be enough? I don't know, actually. We'll find out. So South Somerset 22, Kirsten Bartlett then, still leading the way round that Stargate turn. Down the opening straight she goes. York 44, Nicola Jesse. And that's West Waterford 188, Trish Daly. And can Trish close that gap anymore as Kirsten Bartlett is holding off that charge from Nicola Jesse from Trish. And then that's a Laura Blaber machine parked up just off the track. It's the Snake, Sarah Bateman in that Stroudon District 45 in that kind of lumpy stuff, and that's put paid to her. But checker flag at the ready. South Somerset 22, Kirsten Bartlett takes it from Nicola Jesse. York 44. Third is Athelston 13, Laura Blaber. And 4th place, White Rose 188, Trish Daly. Did not finish. DNF is Sarah Bateman. And, dear me, that is 2 DNFs for the weekend for Sarah. And she'll be hoping for a bit better luck next time. Right. So Bowser is coming out. It gives me a bit of a moment just to say happy 18th birthday for tomorrow to Kirsty Bowes. Hey, you can legally go down the pub and have 10 pints and get plastered. Hey, hold on, your mum's looking at me. So no, happy birthday for tomorrow. 18 years old, Kirsty Bowes. Have a great day. I can't remember being 18. Hold on, let's think about it. What did I do when I was 18? No, I better not talk about that. Let's go back to that race 1 then. Kirsty Godfrey, a win and a second, 100 points, makes her the top points scorer coming into these third heats. Lucy Wickham, PAC 11, out of lane 7 alongside Kirsty. She's currently 8th, so she's in a final place, but she still needs to earn points now. Jess Bradley, Ludlow 24. Terry Mumford, equal 6. Alongside Sandra Jones, also equal 6 coming into this. Then Lindsay Weir, Breed Nil 66, second. And she won her second heat. So, well, all to play for. This could be an important one to see which top 8 ladies get into the final. So I've got the men's Class 7 finalists to read out soon as well. Right, here we go. We are off and racing. And it is that Breed Nil 66. Lindsay Ware, Sandra Jones goes with her. Kirsty Godfrey tucks in behind as well. Jess Bradley and the Ludlow 24. Round that turn 2 they go. Jones takes up the running now from Godfrey. And then that's Breed Nil 66. Lindsay Ware just pushed out a little bit. And that's allowed. Oh, we've got a spinner. Ouch. Oh, dear me. Contact coming around towards that, and it's going to go red. So, yeah, you saw that coming, didn't you? The back of that car just spun it round. Lucy Wickham there, PAC 11, and didn't have anywhere really to go on that. And I think it is Jess Bradley there. Ludlow 24 just caught the rear quarter of that car. The Lucy Wickham machine just being pushed away. Sarah Bateman's being tugged back into the middle. And the other one is that Lud 24 just driving off. Right, here we go then. Men's Super Saloon. It's your final. Right, where are we going? Unbeaten this weekend. Cameron Mills, 3 wins out of 3. You're in it. Phil Barleyman, Pennine 23. Archie Bentley, Border County 7, both on 2 wins and a second, 155 points. Next to be into the men's Super Saloon final, it's Scunthorpe 61, Andy Holtby, qualified 4th. 5th qualifier, Cumdee 2, Craig Bagley. 6th qualifier, Ludlow 23, Alfie Smith. And then 2 boys, equal 7th, on 117 points. That's what you needed to get into the final. It is Scarborough 23, Senna Proctor, and York 2, Mike Barrett. Just missing out by 2 points at Scarborough 70, and that is Andy Jefferson. So there we go. We're switching over to the ladies' Super Saloons. Samantha Graney, Michaela Dance, Michelle Barrett, Lee Wynn, Shamel Gadsby and Nicola Gibbs. That is what we should have on here. And it is, look at that, 4 of them near enough side by side. Shamel Gadsby in there as well. She's climbing and dancing around that turn 2 as they come up there. Nicola Gibbs then goes with it, but it's PAC 53. Michaela Dance, she's had a win and a second, and a bit of that front wing flapping around as she comes down the opening straight, but she leads it from that Nicola Gibbs. Shamel Gadsby is down into that 4th place, and then Michelle Barrett in 5th as they come round, avoiding that wet patch. So there we go, and it is Samantha Graney running in that 3rd place as they come round again down the opening straight. Michaela Dance and PAC 53, Nicola Gibbs, Hereford 44. Then we go Pennine 8, Samantha Graney, Spalding machine of 31, Shamel Gadsby, and Shamel's had a win and a second. A 4th should put her into the final. So nothing to do crazy on this one as dust flicks off this track here. Cork 8, Lee Wynn, that final car in this one, all through the last lap marker, and it's checker flag being prepared. And to take her through to the final, PAC 53, Michaela Dance takes the win. Nicola Gibbs, Hereford 44 second. 3rd goes Samantha Graney, Pennine 8. 4th goes to Spalding 31, Shamel Gadsby. 5th is that York 2 machine of Michelle Barrett. And Cork 8, with a flat tyre at the back, is Lee Wynn. So well done there. Let's have a think about that. Michelle Barrett was 6th coming into that. She's picked up a 5th. It could be interesting. We'll wait and see. So Bowser is making some movement. Where are you going? Right, let's go into race 2 then. So Julie Hawthorne Fernyhough, unbeaten, 2 wins out of 2. And for those that were listening on BAStv last night, you probably know why she's that quick in that Class 7. You'll just need to replay the YouTube from last night and you'll find out why. Kesney Adams, Border Counties 26 out of lane 7. Lindsay Allen in that Pennine 37 coming out of lane 8. She's in 4th place on points, so well positioned. Pam Blackburn, Yorkshire Dales 71. Heidi Bentley in the North Shropshire 28. That's that blue machine. And PhD 6 is Ella John. And Ella is running 5th. So Max Sport, our series sponsor. D&M Design and Fabrication, our weekend sponsors. So thank you to all of our sponsors as usual. There we go then. And it is Julie Hawthorne Fernyhough. First to show down there. Pam Blackburn goes as well, and that Yorkshire Dales at 71. And Pam looks for the gap up the inside, puts the power down, and leads them up past commentary. Julie Hawthorne Fernyhough, then it's Ella John, then Lindsay Allen, and then that North Shropshire 28 machine of Heidi Bentley. 5 run in this one, and it is that local girl, Pam Blackburn, Yorkshire Dales 71. Plenty of track knowledge. And trying to make it nice and tight. There's a wet patch right on the crown of the bend between 1 and 2. And Pam's just taken avoiding action of that. And if anyone wants to go past her, they'll have to go round the outside, because Pam is going to keep it tight as Julie Hawthorne Fernyhough closes up the gap. She's trying to apply that pressure. She's trying to find a gap up the inside, and with 1 to go, it's all bunching up. So it's Pam Blackburn, Julie Hawthorne Fernyhough from Ella John, from Lindsay Allen. There's your top 4. North Shropshire 28, Heidi Bentley out of this one now, but it's 4 chasing down that opening straight. Pam Blackburn holding off the charge from that Radford 176. Ella John holding off Lindsay Allen behind. It's a push in for the line. Checker flag at the ready. Pam Blackburn takes it from Julie Hawthorne Fernyhough. Ella John in PhD 6. Lindsay Allen in Pennine 37. And North Shropshire 28. That is Heidi Bentley. So well done there to ladies class 7s, Super Saloons. Nice and clean from them. We've got 1 rerun in the ladies class 5s. Looking up on the line, I think we are going into, should be ladies class 9s. And I'm just trying to think who's commentating on 9s this week. I think, is it Brandon Glover? Hey, the old grandson of Mr. Lover. So I'm sure he'll be making his way up into commentary very soon. Looks like we've got some recovery needed off the line. One of the specials is being pushed back. So I don't know if they're taking them all off. Let's wait and see. Just keep an eye on the line. The specials, no, they are lining up. So there we go. We're getting through the racing, which is really good, isn't it? Me watch's run out of battery, but I can go on my phone. It is 18 minutes past 1. And we are well into the third heats for the ladies. And there we go. It looks like I'm going to be taking you through some open wheels on the... and they set off from the line. I'll try and find some paperwork then, wherever that is. I might have to just go on numbers, by the way, so bear with me on this. So it is that, I think Katie Adderman in that, and then Claire Horner, ARC3, I think that's Heidi Dealey Seagrave, something like that. Oh, I tell you what, I'll be doing good if I'm getting all of that sorted out. And as they come round again, it's the number 6 machine that is leading it then. York 6, Melton 62, ARC3, Pennine 5, and then that's Evesham 20C. I think that is Shaz Barker in that, a namesake of mine. Not related, by the way, but it is that Katie Adderman machine, I think, in York 6, is going to slide it round for the penultimate time. 1 more lap to go on this one then. From Claire Horner in Melton 62. I think it is Claire Horner, isn't it? Yeah, ARC3. I think there's Seagreaves machine, Pennine 5, and then Shaz Barker in the Evesham 26. So all spread out around the track. And coming round, it is Katie Adderman then in the York 6 that's going to take the win. Second goes to Claire Horner round the corner in Melton 62. Third is the ARC3 Heidi Dealey Seagreaves. Then we go down to Chloe Richardson in the Pennine 5, and it is Shaz Barker in that Evesham 26. So considering I don't normally do ladies class 9, actually, my memory's wasn't too bad, actually. I'm quite chuffed with myself. Right, up on the line, that looks like we are going ladies class 4s. So, ladies class 4s, I know that is... Mr. Steve Langley. Steve does multiple tasks, as anyone knows, around the BAS weekend. It's on paperwork, it's on points, it's on computer duties, commentary, eating healthily, and we're off. We are off with the class 4s, and we're off and running on that one. And we got the North Shropshire 434, Claire Compton. And I think, Claire's an old seasoned campaigner in that, isn't she? Typhy 13, that's Catherine Harding. Then we've got some stock hatches out there as well. So Lightning McQueen in the Yorkshire Dales 95. I think that is that Helen Blake? Oh, Holly Lickley. Helen's down in the UK, isn't she? And she's made a quick switch back up here. But the North Shropshire 434, Claire Compton then, from Catherine Hardy in the Typhy 13. From the Yorkshire Dales 95, Ludd 47 and the Hereford 61. And that is how they're running. So 4s and stock hatches in there. And Holly Lickley in that Yorkshire Dales 95. So North Shropshire 434, 1 lap to go for you. Claire Compton from Catherine Hardy, Typhy 13. Holly Lickley in Yorkshire Dales 95. Then we go down to Ludd 47, that's Sophie Egerton. And Tracy Lewis in Hereford 61. So are nicely spread out, aren't they? Hey, no stoppages on this one. Checker flag at the ready. North Shropshire 434 then. Claire Compton takes the win. From Typhy 13, Catherine Harding. Then we go Holly Lickley, Yorkshire Dales 95. So that's the first of the stock hatches. Second of them is the Ludd 47, Sophie Egerton. And Hereford 61, Tracy Lewis. So well done there to ladies class 4s. Ladies class 6s. And I tell you what, we're doing well here. You know, this is why me and Hayley have buddied up for the nationals, because we've done well. Then we've picked up. We've managed to get. Or Hayley's managed to get those names. I don't know. He managed them. He like Paul Daniels. You were. Then there's a bit of magic. So we are off and running with the 6s. I see that's Scunthorpe Machine is looking. Oh, Hannah Thomas has had a problem back there, but it is the Scunthorpe 36 Machine, and that's Zoe Coupland. And Zoe, a seasoned campaigner in the class 6s. Ellie Lockwood, Scunthorpe 15, going with her as well as they bring it down into Nutter Corner for another time of asking. As, there we go then, 36, Zoe Coupland, Scunthorpe 15, Typhy 36, Sophie Lewis, and then it is that Scarborough 97, Emily Grayson, then Hannah Thomas, and PhD 12, that's Nia Jones. So, all got a bit of a mention, and they're doing the same as what the 4s and stock hatches, spreading themselves out. Scunthorpe 36 it is then, Zoe Coupland, 1 to go, Typhy 36, Sophie Lewis up into that second place. Oh, third now is Emily Grayson, Scunthorpe 15, Ellie Lockwood went a little bit wibbly wobbly, and then it's Hannah Thomas, PhD. That is 12. Nia Jones in that final place. But checker flag. Scunthorpe 36 takes the win. Zoe Coupland. Second, Typhy 36, Sophie Lewis. Third place is Emily Grayson, Scarborough 97. Well done, Emily. Scunthorpe 15, Ellie Lockwood. Hannah Thomas, Scarborough 16, PhD 12, Nia Jones. So that brings us all the way round to ladies class 8s. And I can thankfully say that Hayley Turner-Goodwin is in place, ready to take you through your runners and riders.
Thanks, Mickey. Yeah. I saw you was up on your own in the commentary box. I thought I better come running. The paperwork will not be out, but yeah, this is ladies class 8 up on the line. I am still waiting for the the other semi-final for the men's Class 8s. So I've been loitering, shall we say, waiting for that one to come through as well. We've got bunches up on this one then, and we are underway in racing. Abby J. Bennett it is then in the 8F that leads them up into that turn 1. Lindsay Mullen goes with her then in the Yorkshire Dales 37 as they make their way around that turn 1 and that turn 2 for this time of asking. And then it's the starting 22, Cumdee number 10, CM 20, White Rose 11, and that Evesham 20 of Macy Carlin Grasby then at the rear of the field with all the work to do. But it is Abby J. Bennett then that leads them up around that turn 1 and that turn 2 for this time of asking. Lindsay Mullen then in that second place position, but she's coming under pressure from the starting 22 of Hope Bolton. Then it says Sandra Jones in the Cumdee number 10 on the outside, then in that 4th place position from the CM20 of Sinead Thomas, but back up and at the front looking to be away and gone with this one, a healthy lead over the rest of the field. Last lap flag time, Abby J. Bennett it is then that leads them on to the final circuit, from Lindsay Mullen, from Sandra Jones, from Hope Bolton, from the CM20 Sinead Thomas then, but Abby J. Bennett a good half a lap lead over the back marker on this one now then. It comes round to take that checkered flag and 55 points on the board. Lindsay Mullen takes second then from Sandra Jones, from Hope Bolton, from the Sinead Thomas machine. Then it was the... I'm not sure actually, I missed one before the Evesham 20 came across. I would think it was the IK65 of Jade Russell out there. Up on the line then, race 2 should bring Melton number 1 Claire Horner, Scarborough number 2 Vicky Appleton, ARC number 2 Charlene Hankney, Sturton 387 Nicola Walker, West Waterford 133 Tara Cagan McKean, Pennine number 8 Cassie Guns, Scarborough 74 Laura Jefferson, and PAC number 2 Alice Bevans. And as I say that, it's Alice Bevans that leads them up into that turn 1. Claire Horner square wheeled it then on that turn 1. She's relegated right down the rear of the field. Vicky Appleton then round the outside of Laura Jefferson as they make their way around that turn 3 and that start line turn. But back up and at the front, it is the PAC number 2 of Alice Bevans then that's already heading up around that turn 1 and that turn 2 for another time of asking. Laura Jefferson just pushes it wide in the rough stuff. Vicky Appleton then in that second place in the Scarborough number 2 from Laura Jefferson. Then it's the ARC number 2 Charlene Hackney in that 4th place, but back up and at the front, your race leader Alice Bevans then already heading up around the turn 1 and turn 2. As she comes around this time, she's going to see that all important yellow flag with the black cross. One to go on this one then. PAC number 2 it is from Scarborough number 2 as you want them to. Scarborough 74 then in that 3rd from the ARC number 2 Pennine number 9 of Cassie Gunn, from the West Waterford 133 Melton number 1 Claire Horner then just ahead of that Sturton 387 Nicola Walker. But back up and at the front, your race leader already coming round to see that checkered flag. Alice Bevans it is then in the PAC number 2. Scarborough number 2 Vicky Appleton in 2nd from the Scarborough 74 of Laura Jefferson. ARC number 2 Charlene Hackney, from the Pennine number 8 Cassie Gunn. Claire Horner in the Melton number 1. West Waterford 133 of Tara Cagan McKee, and the Sturton 387 of Nicola Walker for that back marker position. Up on the line then, that brings out race 3. North Shropshire 55 Claire Cockrell, Yorkshire Dales number 7 Sue Nichols, Rose number 2 Rosemary Glover, 158 Ev Terry Munford, Breeden Hill 14 Ellie Hinds, Evesham 25 Sharon Barker, Hereford 350 Taylor Jade Pascal, and Scunthorpe 52 of Josie Tompkinson. Then the bungees up and we're underway in racing with this one, but who's going to get the best of the starts as they all take quite a wide line round that turn 1 down past the commentary box for the first time of asking. North Shropshire 155 it is, Scunthorpe 52 Hereford 350, Breeden Hill 14 Ellie Hinds then in that 4th place position, just coming under pressure from the Evesham 25 Sharon Barker and that White Rose number 2 of Rosemary Glover. But back up and at the front of the field, your race leader already heading up around that turn 1 and that turn 2 for another time of asking. Then it is the North Shropshire 55 of Claire Cockrell, from Josie Tompkinson in the Scunthorpe 52. Breeden Hill 14, then Ellie Hinds up into that third place. Tompkinson's going to look up the inside of Cockrell as they make the way up into that 10-1. Tompkinson's through then. Jersey Tompkinson it is in the Scunthorpe 52, leads them up around that 10-2 down past the commentary box. She's going to see that yellow flag with the black cross. One to go on this one. Scunthorpe 52, North Shropshire 55, Breeden Hill 14, Eastern 25, White Rose number 2, and that Hereford 350 of Taylor Jade Pascal then. Good, nearly half a lap lead between your front and your back marker on this one then, and it is the Scunthorpe 52 of Jersey Tompkinson then that's going to come round and put 55 points on the board in the Scunthorpe 52. Then it's the North Shropshire 55, Claire Cockrell, Breeden Hill 14 of Ellie Hinds, Eastern 25 of Sharon Barker, White Rose number 2, Rosemary Glover. And then that Hereford 350 of Taylor Jade Pascal. So up on the line then, that should be race 4. Coming out in this one should see Cambridge 60, Melissa Bradshaw, Radford 76, Julie Hawthorne Fennyhow, West Waterford 158, Jenny Houlihan, North Wales 271, Shelby Almond, Cambridge 426, Kelly Matthews, York 18, Michelle Barrett, PSE 21, Tia Reeves, and Scunthorpe 51 of Beth Tompkinson. Then we've got the bungees up and we are underway in racing on this one, heading up around that 10-1 and that 10-2. The 3 start to bunch up. West Waterford 158 spins it right round in front of the pack. Oh, they all seem to avoid contact. There's a black flag, looks like they're going out there to somebody. I think it was the Cambridge 426 of Kelly Matthews, and we've got one packed up on the far side of the field. West Waterford 158, then Jenny Houlihan with all the work to do from the rear of the field after that earlier spin. Back up and at the front then, North Wales 271 it is from Scunthorpe 51 as you 1 and 2. Cambridge 60 then, Melissa Bradshaw in that third place position. Then it's going to be the PAC 21, I think, is the one that got stuck on the line, and then the West Waterford 158, but North Wales at 271 it is from Scunthorpe 51 as you 1 and 2. Shelby Almond from Beth Tompkinson. Beth Tompkinson's going to look up the inside on the far side of the field. She looks like she's going to make it stick as they're almost neck and neck into that 10-1. Beth looks to break that little bit later, hold that tight line. She's going to push Shelby wide. Beth Tompkinson it is then in the Scunthorpe 51 that puts 55 points on the board from the North Wales 271 of Shelby Almond as you 1 and 2. Then it's the Cambridge 60 of Melissa Bradshaw in that third place position. Then I think the PAC 21 is a lap down over the West Waterford 158 of Jenny Houlihan, but I could be wrong on that one. So that's 4 races of some super Class 8 ladies racing. So I think I've just got a semi-final for the Class 8 men's to do, and then we should be somewhere near.
So what we got, Hayley, is a men's Class 10 runoff between South Somerset 6, Chris Ellis, and George Young, Atherton 21. Over to Russ.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mickey. Sorry, I didn't expect these. But away we go then. So a runoff for the final place in Class 10. And equal points after 3 heats. And it's Ellis who leads the way then. George Young has got to do the chase and he's got to make the overtake if he wants to make it into the final later this afternoon. But at the minute, Ellis holding the upper hand. 2 seconds and an 8 for Ellis, and a third, a second and a 6 for Young means 96 points. Quite a low to get in the final, but it's enough. But for this runoff, and already the lap's falling away. And George Young, I think, trying far too hard to try and get back on terms with the race leader. And I think Chris Ellis is going to book his place in the final. In that South Somerset 6, joining Andy Hornshaw, Ben Herdman, Paul Coles, Lee Seagreaves, Phil Young, Wes Tinker and Carl Ray. So 1 lap to go. And it all depends if Ellis can just keep it pointing the right way. George Young is closing back in ever so slightly, but too much to do. And I think Ellis is going to do this one, isn't he? South Somerset 6, George Young just throws it in the deep stuff for the sake of it. But Chris Ellis has gone through in South Somerset 6, and George Young, I think he's got a puncher on the front. That front wheel bobbing away. And that completes that. So I was expecting the race to come after this next one, which would have given me a little bit more time, so I wouldn't have been quite so out of breath when those 10s came to land. But we've got some ladies Class 2 finalists. But anyway, I'll read them out when we get chance, because we've got Class 5 rerun on the line, Mickey.
Yeah, thanks very much, Russ. So here we go then. Second time lucky for this one. Lorryinsurance.co.uk, series sponsor, and Talking Dirty, our weekend sponsor. Right, only 3 left in this one after battling out. Lindsay Weir then in that Breeden Hill 66 takes up the run in from Sandra Jones in Cumberland 31 and Kirsty Godfrey, Cambridge 10. Kirsty, you just need to finish to get yourself in the final. Cumdy 31, Sandra Jones a second. You're equal 6 at the moment. That should get you in the final as well. And Breeden Hill 66, Lindsay Weir coming into this second on points. And a win would be, well, that'd make it back-to-back wins because you won your second heat. And can you make it 2 out of the 3 on the wins? Well, you're coming down that back straight, leading it into Nutter Corner. Sandra Jones in Cumdy 31, just closing the gap down as they bring it round turn 2 for the penultimate time. One more lap to go on this one then. It's that Lindsay Weir machine. Breeden Hill 66. Sandra Jones looking for a gap up the inside. Coming out of that Stargate turn they go. They're going to go for it down that opening straight. So still defending that line. Lindsay Weir then. Sandra Jones looking for something up the inside. Can she? No, she can't, because it's going to be Breeden Hill 66. Lindsay Weir takes the win from Sandra Jones, Cumberland 31, from Kirsty Godfrey in that Cambridge 10. So, well done there to ladies Class 5. You're now done and dusted, and we'll see all you top 8 ladies in the final. Up on the line, we are going to Open Wheel Specials. I think we are going back over to Russ for the 10s.
It's ladies 10s and F600s. Molly Trousdale slow away. She didn't get on the line at all in her second heat yesterday. No Sue Herdman either, but Josie Tomkinson has jumped out of that Class 8, has still got a bit of strength left in her arms, and is in the 10 and leading away in Scunthorpe 53. Then it's Becky Faulkner doing the chasing in North Shropshire 6. That leaves us with the 2 F600s, Yorkshire's 106. Who I still think is the birthday girl tomorrow, Kirsty Bowes. And then the Hereford 16 of Donna Evans. We started with 4 F600s, we're down to 3. Molly Trousdale still going, but a long way down. That car is certainly not at the performance it should be. Normally a very quick car in the hands of Molly, but certainly not as quick as the Class 10s, which have a serious horsepower advantage, and Trousdale's nearly a lap down on your race leader, Josie Tomkinson, Scunthorpe 53. Will Josie try and put a lap on there? She's got enough distance between herself and second place North Shropshire 6 of Becky Faulkner. And there goes Josie then round the outside of the Scarborough 30. Will that upset her in the turn? Oh, a little bit. She's pushed out. She's gone in the deep stuff. Can she get back out of it? She's got enough of a cushion. And Scunthorpe 53 takes the win. Didn't quite put a lap on the Scarborough 30 in the end. Then we have North Shropshire 6. Next up, Yorkshire's 106 then is your F600 victor that time around. And Hereford 16 will be second. And Scarborough 30 will complete it all. Missed out the sponsors, of course. 2 classes there. Ladies Class 10 sponsored by SP Suspension and ProLinks, and the F600s by Z Cars and D&D Transport. Right. So apart from then is there still a semi-final rerun of Class 8? They've taken a result, have they? So does that mean we're all done?
Yeah, just some finalists.
So Mickey's passed us some finalists. We can re-go over the men's Class 10 final after that run-off. So top point scorer, Andy Hornshaw, 2 wins and a third. York 7, 146 points. As the camera looks to the crowd. Second in points, Ben Herdman. Delighted for him to do so well. Radford 207. Second in points there, 145. Paul Coles, a 5th and 2 wins for South Somerset, 166. Joint 4 for Lee Seagreaves in ARC 1. And Phil Young in Evesham 23. First, a third and a 4th. Wes Tinker hasn't had a win this weekend, a 4th, a 3rd and a 2nd, so the results are going the right way. In York 40, he's their 6th qualifier. 7th qualifier, we've just seen the car out in the ladies, but it is Carl Ray in Scunthorpe 53. And winning the runoff is South Somerset 6 of Chris Ellis, going through to the Class 10 final. Some more finalists. We've got quite a few here. I don't know if they've all been read out, but we'll whiz through them. Because we've got the downtime now. This is it. It's break time before the all-important finals. What have we got? Stock arches. There was 15 of those, but through to today's final then. Tony Watson, top qualifier, York 281. Peaky is there, superstar stock arch driver Phil Peake, that is Yorkshire Dales 33. He's second qualifier. Round 1 winner, Dean Smith, makes it in Ludlow 47. Paul Harrington will be there in Solway 90. Jordan Smith makes it in Scarborough 67. A tie for 6th place is Darren Lewis in Hereford 61 and Bill Hemmersley in Invicta Kent 98. And the last qualifier scraping through, Scarborough 64 of Chris Patterson. The F600s, 2 of those not making it. They didn't race all weekend, Trevor Frost and Paul Weaver, so everybody goes if they can make it to the line. Harrison Barnbrook, though, unbeaten in Scunthorpe 145. Harry Russell makes it in Yorkshire Dales 86, second qualifier ahead of Graham Foster Viggers in Yorkshire Dales 66. Jamie Smith makes it in Yorkshire Dales 103. Hereford 16 of Jamie Duggan will also be there. And a couple of drivers who've had some problems, but they are in the final if they can make it. Josh Bowes in Yorkshire Dales 106 and Paul Weaver in York 79. We've got quite a few here. Class 9s, if they've not been read out, we'll go through them. Your 8 finalists are Lee Seagreaves, top point scorer, unbeaten in ARC 3. Phil Cooper is there, 2 wins and a 4th in ARC 5. Fantastic for Sam Middleton, Scunthorpe 909, consistent, 3 second places. He goes through. Jack Julian makes it in Carlo 9. That's a great showing from him. He would have had 2 wins and a 3rd, but a green flag in his first heat means 2 thirds and a 1st. Adam Robinson is a promising prospect in North Shropshire 71. Jimmy Smith makes it in Ludlow 80, 2 seconds and a 5th. Russ Addiman made it through with that win this morning in York 6. And last but not least, it's your national champion Sean Power makes it in Yorkshire Dales 97. Moving on, Class 6 finalists then. It's great to see Matt Manning back in front-wheel drive, and he's lost none of it, has he? Top point scorer, 3 wins out of 3. 165 points for Evesham 152. Joining him is Jordan Tinker in York 35. Dalton Thomas in Carmarthen 8. Ben Gadsby makes it in Pennine 7. Andy Russell in Invicta Kent 64. Jack Brown in Mallow 182. Nigel Dooley, a fantastic showing from him, 3 third places, but it gets him in Carlo 51. And Ashley Hutchins in PhD 12. So a couple of those not had a win this weekend. They could win the one that counts, though, and that is the final. We've read Class 10. Ladies, some of theirs final now. Class 2, top point scorer Vicky Robbins, St. Neots 34. Jess Conway is there in Scunthorpe 1. Caitlin Barnett in Cumdee 151. Then it's Jess Singer, South Somerset 45. Nicola Bettany in Radford 92. Despite a difficult showing earlier on for Emma Robinson, but she makes it in Spalding 26. And last but not least, made it by 2 points, Lucy Wickham in PAC 81. And ladies Class 1. We'll quickly go through then. Top point scorer, Stacey Mills, Cambridge 34. So takes the top spot in qualifying. Maddie Tilson in St. Neots 16 is there. Nia Jones in Typhy 25 also makes it, along with Claire Compton, Scunthorpe 951. Emily Grayson makes it in Scarborough 95. Emily Polly also goes through in Cambridge 136. And the final 2 places taken by Ludlow cars. Meg Parsons in Ludlow 19. And last but by no means least, Gail Davies in Ludlow 77. So that is all of those finalists. We've got the ladies Class 3s, but all of them make it. There was only 6 starters. Nicola Saint was the top qualifier, ahead of Becky Shaw in Border Counties Treble 1. Jade Russell didn't start today, but he's made it in Yorkshire Dales 34. Catherine Bainan is there in Carmarthen 3, along with Erin Almond in North Wales 27 and Naomi Davis in Typhy 1.
Yeah, Russ, just hot off the press. Ladies, Class 7. So PAC 53. Michaela Dance, 2 wins and a second, 155 points. Alongside Radford 176, Julie Hawthorne. Fernie Ho in also 2 wins and a second. Third qualifier, Shamel Gadsby in Spalding 31. Fourth qualifier, PhD 6, Ella John. Ella with 108 points. Pennine 37, Lindsay Allen in 5th. Sixth qualifier, Hereford 44, Nicola Gibbs. Been going well all weekend. Pennine 8, Samantha Graney in that 7th, or as I like to say, the Len Goodman 7. And the last place, the 8th place on the grid, goes to York 2, Michelle Barrett. So well done there, just missing out. And to be fair, had a good weekend. Well done to Corkay Lee Wynn. The rest will go again next time out.
So I can confirm the men's Class 8 finalists. And looking down my list, that is going to see the Typhy 57 of Jake Herdman. PhD 47, Dan Thomas. Yorkshire Dales 37, Daz Mullen. Border Counties 69, Adam Jones. IK 356, Mitch Wells. Mallow 13, Colin Linham. Yorkshire Dales number 7, Liam Nichols. And Sturton 77, Ant Ross. They're your men's Class 8 finalists. So I think that's probably all the finalists. I think we've been through them all as they have come hot off the press. For those of you just watching on BAStv, we're just doing, we've let the marshals come off track, get something to eat, drink or whatever they want to do, toilet break, etc. We've got the rollers just out on the track and the grader just out on the track at the minute, just working this track, ready to head in to those finals. That are more or less imminent. We're, as I say, just taking advantage of a little bit of downtime just to get this track work done. So if we go a little bit quiet on the mic, we'll apologise. We're just sort of all getting our paperwork in order, ready to head into those all-important finals that are coming your way this afternoon.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get back round trackside because we've got cars coming up to the start line. We're just putting a little drop of water down here, just looking at the last inspection of this track. And then we'll be very shortly going off with the finals. A lot of hard work from these drivers to get into these finals. We just see the roller coming out. Looks like he's going to do a little bit at the bottom end where they've been doing a bit of work on it and he's not rolled it since. Water's going down and putting some on the inside to keep the cars off the cones. And then we'll be underway and racing with the men's class 1s. If we're in the normal events during the weekend, we've been getting the grid positions. We don't get grid positions in the finals. The reason being that the driver picks his own grid positions depending on where he came in the listing. So Tom Powell in Evesham 82, who got 155 points, he'll have first track pick of the grids and he'll go where he wants to go. And I can see that he's got that grid 1 because that's where you want to be, on that inside line to get to that racing line a little bit quicker. But I see that they've done a lot of work on that start area and it looks nice and smooth for everybody. As we just do this little bit of rolling, as I say, on this corner where it's been left a little bit rough with the JCB taking some of the slop off the top. So once he's done that, we'll be away and racing. And on the line, we're getting the men's Class 1s. Class 1 sponsored by Shebden Plant Hire Limited and TBR Racing, your season sponsors. So it's a big thanks to them. It's also a big thanks to Beresfords and Kent Cams, that's the series overall sponsor for the big events, and SDS Doors that sponsored the weekend meeting. That's Simon Farrer that's racing the Yorkshire Dales 24, I think. I'm not sure if he's back out later on in the final, but a big thanks to all the sponsors. So this Shebden Plant Hire Men's Class 1's final will bring out Tom Powell in Evesham 82, who's on 155 points to get into this final. Just behind him we've got two of them on 146, Adam Jones in Swansea 2 and Conor Urquhart in the Typhy 211. And then we've got Lee Deegan in Cambridge 48 in 4th place and on 145 points. Just behind Lee we've got Andy Kelsey in Evesham 102 on 138 points. Then we get two drivers tied on 136. That's Ben Gold in North Shropshire 443 and Conor Griffiths in TA 16. And then in the last final qualifying place we got Kieran Griffiths in Severn Valley 31. He were on 127 points, so 8 points behind him. In 119 is Daniel Ferguson in Cambridge 34, so unfortunate for Daniel, but he didn't quite make it. But you're up down on that line, we should have Tom Powell in Evesham 82, Adam Jones in Swansea 2, Conor Urquhart in the TA 211, Lee Deegan in CA 48, Andy Kelsey in Evesham 102, Ben Gold in North Shropshire 443, Conor Griffiths in TA 16 and the Severn Valley 31 of Kieran Griffiths. As I say, we're just waiting for this little bit of work to be done on this bottom corner. We have still got the catering vans open and the bars open up here if you're not travelling home tonight or you're not driving, and definitely if you're not racing. The bars open up here. A couple that we've not mentioned that I've seen up and down, we've got the photographer behind us that's taking photographs and printing them off for you on site, and if you gave them the number, your car number and class at the start of the weekend, they would do their best to get your photos. And Mrs B's animal feeds, that's got the animal feeds and the dog treats. She's up here just behind the hospitality tent as well. I see that some of them starting to pack the stuff away, so they're ready for getting off home. Some of them's got long journeys. And then we thought we were getting nearer to racing than this. We've got the tractor down here. See the driver getting back in. That's landowner Pete Olmack that's just getting in to go and finish this bit of work. As long as the marshals are happy with this bottom corner, we'll then be away and racing the track markers into the infield, right onto the edge of the grass. So they've got all the available space to race with. They've kept moving them to try and work this track and get a bit wider racing line. and then we'll be underway with these finals. So we get yellow flags, bungees up with away and racing, and the Evesham 82 Tom Powell goes straight into the lead from that grid 1 position, just on his outside. We've got the Swansea 2 of Adam Jones in that 2nd position, but it is that 82 of Tom Powell that brings him out in that nutter corner on this first time asking. So it's Evesham 82 from Swansea 2, Typhy 211. I didn't get the number of the one on the inside, but the battle on for that 3rd position. It's the Cambridge car. 48, I think that's Lee Deegan that were on the inside, and he's now got that 3rd position past that Typhy car, that Typhy 211 of Conor Urquhart that now being relegated to 4th. I was not sure what happened to Adam Jones there in Swansea 2, but he seemed to just slow down and then got a punch up the back from Lee Deegan, but Lee had nowhere to go, so it weren't his fault, and then he's parked up now on the outside of the nutter corner. But it is Evesham 82 that's stretching away from the rest of the field. That's Tom Powell in that one, and he's away and clear. Lee Deegan still hangs on to that 2nd place in Cambridge 48, and behind him we've got the 211 of Conor Urquhart. Coming through on the inside is the Evesham 102 of Andy Kelsey. He gets up into that 3rd position, trying to go around the outside is the Severn Valley 31 of Kieran Griffiths, but he has to drop back a little bit. But it's the Evesham 102 that's got up into that 3rd position. The 1st and 2nd place are away and clear. So it's still the Evesham 82 that leads it from Cambridge 48 in 2nd place. Then it's Evesham 102, TA 211, TA 16, Severn Valley 31 and North Shropshire 443. Bengal, all the work to do from the back of the field. The battle on for that 4th position, but the first 3 now getting away all on their own, no problems for them at the moment. So it's Evesham 82 at Tom Powell that leads them round this time. So it's Evesham 82 with the Cambridge 48 in 2nd place. Then it's Evesham 102, Typhy 211, Typhy 16, Severn Valley 31 and North Shropshire 443, Typhy 16. I've not mentioned Conor Griffiths and Kieran Griffiths in Severn Valley 31. That's the 2 that I'd mentioned. We're on that far straight, up into that nutter corner for a penultimate time, because they're going to see the yellow flag with the black cross that tells them 1 more lap to go. So it's Evesham 82 on the final lap, Cambridge 48, Evesham 102. Then it's the TA 16, Severn Valley 31, 211 and 443. Bengal trying to move up on the outside to try and get away from that last position, but not managing it just at this moment. But no problems for Tom Powell in Evesham 82 as he comes round this time. Checker flag at the ready. and it's going to be Evesham 82 that takes it. Second place is going to go to Lead Egan in Cambridge 48. Then it's the Evesham 102 of Andy Kelsey. TA 16 is Conor Griffiths. Seven Valley 31 is Kieran Griffiths. North Shropshire 443 Ben Gold, and the TA 211 of Conor Urquhart, and that's the men's Class 1s done and dusted. And he's looking down to the line. We've got men's Class 2s. Is Russ Thompson about? We've got Class 2s. Yep, Russ is just coming in. He'll be taking you through the Class 2s, and then I'll be back with you after them for the Class 3s.
Right, yes, thank you, Paul. So here we go then, men's Class 2 final this weekend, sponsored by Digit Planet and Fleet Care Services. We are just about, in fact, we are go. And Chris Hall then looks to make the best start from the inside grid position. Scunthorpe 227. Craig Conway goes with him then in Scunthorpe number 1. It's a scunny 1-2 into turn 1. Where's the rest? Who's going to come through? Conway looks up the inside as Hall looks to defend. Then it's Ashley Lillington in South Somerset 38. Dan Owen. And then the Cumdy 151 trying to find through, and he's through to third, and Conway's through to the lead up the inside of his clubmate then Chris Hall as they go through. And it is nose to tail with the 1, 2 and 3. It's Conway, Hall, and then it is the Cumdy 151 of Kyle Newman. Dan Owen in the final trophy position. Jay Albrighton's come through from the back, and now it's looking to be a scunny 1, 2, 4 as Albrighton goes through to fourth. Lillington looking to fight. It's Ashley in South Somerset 38. He's also gone through. Dan Owen down 2 places. He fights back. Brad Ellis, and then your third qualified towards the tail end, and the Nova of Jack Farrow with it all to do at the back. The 2 York cars got a chase, but it's Scotty 1-2 with Conway and Hall leading the way. Your national champion won the title here a year ago, and he's leading the way. Scunthorpe 1, Hall now under pressure from Kyle Newman. His strongest showing in Cumdy 151 looks to the outside of Scunthorpe 227, and at the minute the Cumdy driver's got the legs on his Scunthorpe rival as they go into the pits bend, and Newman's gone out wide. Albrighton's there ready to pounce in 156. The laps go falling away, but it's settling up front with the leader. Scunthorpe 1 pulling clear. 227 and 151. Jay Albrighton still there in fourth. No positional changes as the laps go tumbling away. 1, 227, 151, 156, and then the other 151. Lillington is next, and the 2 York cars still failing to make an impression or progress on the pack ahead. But at the moment it remains with Craig Conway leading into turn 1. Once again, it's the last lap board being made prepared. And it's Scunthorpe 1, Scunthorpe 227, no changes there. The battle is for the minor places with Lillington defending from Ellison as they go past us for the penultimate time. And it's Craig Conway leading the way. Chris Hall has shaken off Kyle Newman, but a brilliant drive by both. But once again then, going to be your champion this weekend, a British Autograss Series Round 2, Men's Class 2. It goes Craig Conway, Scunthorpe 1, Chris Hall 227, Kyle Newman, Jay Albrighton makes it 3 scunny cars in the top 4. Dan Owen, Ashley Lillington, Brad Ellison and Jack Farrow. Top stuff from Class 2. Digit Plant Hire and Fleet Care Services your sponsor. Top job all round. I'll be back for the 10s. Right, Brandon, we're gone 2 for 2. It's your turn now.
Yeah, cheers, Russ. So, I mean, we'll have a go. We'll have a go. But, yeah, Junior Specials, Shropshire Designs, your series sponsor. So, before we can even read out the runners and riders, a bungee breaks. And we are away and racing. It looks like it's Alfie Ross and Lewis Farrer, your 2 top point scorers. They're going to get the best of the runs, but Mumford's on the outside in 161 as they all bunch up into that first corner. Mumford it is that picks up the running down past commentary. 161, 717 and number 3. Tier 44 sat there in that 4th position. That's your Williams machine, but up at the front and away and gone already. It is that Corey Mumford machine of Forest 161. Alfie Ross under pressure now in that 2nd position from Lewis Farrer in the Yorkshire Dales number 3 machine, but that Williams machine still sat there in the mix in that Tier 44. Scarborough 111, Evesham 121, and Tom Cosgrove in that ARC 25. Just seems off the pace ever so slightly as they go up that far side for another time. Mumford away and gone with probably half a straight's length there in the Forest 161 as Farrer's looking for a way round the outside of Ross in that Yorkshire Dales number 3 machine. Can't make anything happen as they're down onto another circuit, and your back marker is that Aaron Richardson machine. He was your joint 7th qualifier in this one, so not the best of finals, but up the far side it's still Corey Mumford. 161F is your front car. Down past commentary he comes, still with probably 3/4 of a straight lead there. Alfie Ross in Sturton 717. Yorkshire Dales number 3 of Lewis Farrer looking for a way round but can't seem to make anything happen as he cuts back to the inside as he got the legs up the far side. Not quite this time as I think it could be with a couple of laps to go still for Corey Mumford. I bet this is the longest race of his racing career in Forest 161. Now just stretching his lead even more so as Farrer's closed the gap on Ross once again, but Ross nice and tight on the cones in that Sturton 717. He was one of your top qualifiers with 3 wins this weekend, but still up at the front it's still Corey Mumford in Forest 161. He's on his final circuit with 1 left to go as Farrer's looking to the inside of Ross. Can he make anything happen? It's still that Williams machine in 4th, and it is Harry Berryman, in 5th in that Scarborough 111. As we look at that 2nd and 3rd place, and Farrer's looking on the inside, Ross on the outside. Who's going to make it happen as Ross cuts back to the inside, but I think it is going to be that Farrer machine. But your Bash champion this weekend, Corey Mumford in Forest 161, Farrer in 2nd, Ross in 3rd, Williams in 4th. And I think that is the Scarborough 111 machine that came in that 5th position. And your back marker being Aaron Richardson. And that was your runners and riders from your Shropshire Design sponsored junior specials. So that is 3 from 3 now, Grandad. So let's be going and let's get on with it.
I started these all off with Class 1s, I got them straight through. Can we do it again with these Class 3s, sponsored by Liam Evans Tyres this weekend, and Ram Developments, that's your season sponsor. Top point scorer on 146 points this weekend is Lee Almond in North Wales 27, Jamie Lee in Solway 170 in 2nd place, Adam Saint, Cambridge 1 in 3rd, then it's the North Wales 1, Rupert Lomax, North Shropshire 343, Martin Gold, Rich Lee in Scunthorpe 700, Manfred Camsholt in the Swansea 9, and Steve Woodruff, your final qualifier in that White Rose 71. So I see that Rich Lee's got grid 1, so that means that the 5 in front of him didn't want grid 1, which I'm surprised at. Having said that, it didn't work for him because it is the North Shropshire 343, Ben Gold Martin Gold that leads them into that corner. Let them sort themselves out in that dust. Oh, that's dust coming up. That Ruff is in the deep stuff and he's stuck, but it's North Wales 1, Rupert Lomax that leads it, Cambridge 1. And 343 is in the Armco. So that's Martin Gold that's in this Armco just here. So he's not going to be winning this one. And so it's now the North Wales 1, Rupert Lomax that leads them into the Nutter corner. Cambridge 1 of Adam Saint, I think it is, in 3rd place. In 2nd place, we've got red flags on that one because they don't like where the North Shropshire 343 is parked, I think. So that's the first one of the reruns for the finals. So that's another 10 pence for me, and I'll come back with you shortly when we get them back up to the line. That looks down, we see got the Class 5, so that means also the dreaded water cart comes back out, and he's going to look straight down the track, so he's going to go all the way around while they recover Steve Woodruff from that bottom corner, and then it's going to be back to Mickey B that's going to take you through these Class 5s and Class 7s that's going to follow them.
Grandad. Oh, he's gone and messed it up, honey. We were doing so well. Oh dear, but yeah, it is going to be over to Mickey B.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mr. Lover Paul Glover and the grandson of Mr. Lover Brandon Glover. Right, so we are men's class 5s. It's the finals. Lorryinsurance.co.uk, Extract Shocks, our weekend sponsors. Right, come on then, Mickey. Who's made it through? Well, Dan Godfrey been greedy all weekend, unbeaten, 165 points in Cambridge 10. Breedon 66, Ben Reid. Now, you watch him come off the line. He's been quick all weekend. Nottingham 45, Baxter Pargetter. Evesham 9, Charlie Holloway. That's a second strong round for Charlie coming into the final. West Waterford 188, Patrick Daly. Well worth the ferry over from the Emerald Isle. Top of the morning to you, yes. South Somerset 7, Tom Evans. Ludlow 24, Jordan Powell. And South Somerset 22, Jenny Shepherd. They are your runners and riders in this men's class 5s. And the water bowser. Well, you didn't expect the water bowser on, did you? No. Oh, did I, by the way. The track is a bit wider now, isn't it, for that racing line, and a bit of overtaking manoeuvre as well. So during the interval, we've seen them just pushing some of that sloppy, that kind of like clumpy stuff a little bit further out towards the Armco, and that's given us a chance to get at least 2 or 3 cars side by side as the Bowser makes its way off the track. We've got a recovery from the Woodruff machine. White Rose at 71, he's in at the middle, which means that when the marshals are back, we get track clearance, and we will look for the first marshal post to pirouette round and start this final off. So here we go, Bungie goes, let's go racing. Holloway's got a cracking start coming out of that grid one. Godfrey goes with him, Pargetter up there as well, then that Patrick Daly machine there. Tom Evans in the South Somerset 7. Oh, there's a bit of bashing going on, and one's in the thick stuff. Right, Holloway then, Pargetter from Daly, from the Reed machines, Evans, Godfrey, and then that Jenny Shepherd, South Somerset 22. One is in the thick stuff. And process of elimination. Is that Ben Reid, Breedon 66? Oh, I don't know. Let's have a look. I don't think so. Let's have a go. Got the Evesham 9 then. Charlie Holloway from Baxter Pargetter from is the Reed machine. West Waterford 188. That's Patrick Daly. Tom Evans. Godfrey, and then Shepherd as they're coming through. So looking at that, be Jordan Powell, Lud 24, who's in the mud. Oh, poor old Jordan Powell as they bring it round again out of turn 1 and 2. Evesham 9, Charlie Holloway starting to extend his lead on the front. There's 4 laps to go on this one. Ben Reid, then Pargetter still following, and that Daly machine. There's your top 4 as we then bring it into that South Somerset 7. Tom Evans. Evans has got company as that Godfrey machine looks up the inside, side by side, coming out of Stargate turn down the opening straight. There's a real good battle going on for that 5th place, but Round still leading this one. It's Evesham 9, Charlie Holloway, Ben Reid, Breedon 66, London 45, Baxter Pargetter, West Waterford 188, Patrick Daly. Daly getting up close to the Pargetter, but he keeps the power down there. Godfrey now in that 5th place from Tom Evans, from Jenny Shepherd, and still that Ludlow 24 stuck in the mud. Jordan Powell, 2 laps to go on this one then. Evesham 9, Charlie Holloway. He's got clear track in front of him. He's got a nice lead. Can he hold on to it though? Ben Reid's been quick all weekend. He's going with him in the Breedon 66, Nottingham 45, Baxter Pargetter, West Waterford 188, Patrick Daly. There's your top 4 still chasing down there. Godfrey in that 5th place with the last lap marker. 1 to go on this one in the men's class 5 final at Bass round 2 down at the sunny Yorkshire Dales. Evesham 9 now at a Stargate turn for the final time. Down the opening straight he goes from Ben Reid in Breedon 66, Nottingham 45, Baxter Pargetter, West Waterford 188, that's Patrick Daly, Dan Godfrey in the Cambridge 10, then Tom Evans and Jenny Shepherd, but it's a push for the line. Evesham 9, Charlie Holloway takes it from Ben Reid, from Baxter Pargetter, from Patrick Daly, Dan Godfrey, from Tom Evans, Jenny Shepherd, and did not finish. Ludlow 24, Jordan Powell, stuck in the mud. It's just a real shame there, isn't it? And there's a few that have been stuck in that over the weekend. It's just how it's been, isn't it, really? if the Lord had been kind to us, we would have been through and had a great race circuit all weekend. But the weather has been challenging. Right, men's Class 5 final, tick in the box. Well done, my friends. And well done there to Evesham 9. Charlie Holloway picks up the final. Brilliant stuff. Right, men's Super Saloons. Are you ready? Let's go racing with these boys then. Cumdee 9, Cameron Mills, Pennine 23, Phil Barliman, Archie Bentley, Border County 7, Scunthorpe 61, Andy Holby, Cumdee 2, Craig Bagley, Ludd 23, Alfie Smith, Scarborough 23, Senna Proctor, York 2, Mike Barrett. OMG. That's all I'm saying. If this one goes through first time, it'll be really good, won't it? Oh, here we go then, bungee lifts. Let's go racing, men's Super Saloons. It's Holtby got a flyer down there. Bagley goes with him, Barliman as well. Whoa, Holtby picks up the front wheels. Can he get it round the corner? This is all getting a bit tight and personal. Holtby with Bagley, from Bentley, from Smith, from Proctor. Then it's Barrett. Cameron Mills is running further down the back of the pack. And then also that's a Barliman machine, but we go back to the lead car. It's still Scunthorpe 61, then Andy Holtby. He nearly won the first Bass round. It was a final corner that cost him, but it's going to be Bagley going to chase him all the way. Bentley in the third place, Alfie Smith, Senna Proctor, Mike Barrett, Cameron Mills, and that Phil Barliman machine is running at the back of the pack. Oh, we've got to push on there as we get so we lose one going on that far side, but back to the front, it's still Andy Holtby, Scunthorpe 61, out of turn 2, up past Coventry to turn 3. He still leads this way from Bagley, from that Archie Bentley machine, from Senna Proctor, Mike Barrett looking up the inside of Proctor. Proctor back on the power, out of Stargate turn, down the opening straight. Holtby though going wide. Oh, Holtby's got into the sloppy stuff. It scrubs some feed. Bagley back up close to him as they bring it into turn 3. Bentley holding out third place, but it's still Holtby. Can he hold on to this one? Bagley's going with him all the way down that opening straight into Nutter Corner, out of Nutter Corner into turn 2. It's 2 more laps to go on this one. It's Andy Holtby from Bagley, from Bentley. There's your 1, 2, 3. Fourth place is Barrett, then Senna Proctor. Cameron Mills down in that 6th place at the moment as they bring it down again. The Alfie Smith machine is parked on the grass. He's out of this one. 1 more to go. Last lap marker. It's Andy Holtby from Craig Bagley from Archie Bentley. There's still your 3. Bagley looking for a comeback on the inside from Holtby. Holtby defends, coming down the opening straight for the final time. Into Nutter Corner. Keep it tight, Holtby. He does. He shapes it. Put your hands together. Scunthorpe 61. Andy Holtby takes it from Craig Bagley. Archie Bentley, 3rd, Border County 7 from Mike Barrett, York 2. Cameron Mills a place up on Senna Proctor in Scarborough 23. And he's got the car going. And it'll come past, but well done to Ludd 23. Alfie Smith, you've had a great weekend, mate. You've shredded the back tyre, and that is what has cost you being up with those top boys leading this one, and Barliman also going back into the pits under slow speed. But well done there to Andy Holtby. He's come back with a strong, excellent performance in that Super Saloon final. Right, up on the line, we are going over to men's Class 9s, and it's over to Brandon Glover, the grandson of Mr. Lover, Paul Glover.
Yeah, cheers, Mickey. You'll never get bored of saying that, will you?
No, I won't.
No, you won't, no. Never in a million years. But yeah, some brilliant stuff there from the Super Saloon. So we're going to go to our men's Class 9 final. Lee Seagraves being your top point scorer on 3 wins out of 3, and we'll pick the rest up as they come past. And Cooper's really quick out the gate in that ARC number 5, but who is it that's going to go with him in the first bend? And someone's really quick on the inside. That's Seagraves on the inside, but it's number 5 Ludd 80's there in the mix, but Power's on the outside in that Yorkshire Dales 97 machine. Has he got an answer for Cooper in this one? But that Ludd 80 machine of Jimmy Smith is on his inside in that second position, but it's Power on the outside and Smith on the inside, and it does to me. Oh, we've got one over. Oh, Adaman's over on the far side, and it's Russ Adaman And it looks like Sam Middleton that's involved in that one. I can't believe I've missed it. I cannot believe it. The only red flag I've had since Heat 1, and I've missed it. It took the big grizzly bear of Mr. Bowes to come bounding into commentary and go, there's one upside down over there, Brendan. There's one upside down over there. But Russ Adaman just taking a bit of a tumble in that one. Hayley, was it a big one?
Yeah, fairly big.
It was fairly big and I missed it. The only roll of the weekend, it's in my race, and I miss it. But Russ Adaman, he's made of tough stuff. I'm sure that he will be A-OK. Sam Middleton involved in Scunny 909. So that is heartbreaking. That's another...
I need a wee before my race.
wonderful, Hayley. Thank you very much for that. Thanks for the info. For anybody that's interested, listening at home or out on the field, Hayley needs a wee before juniors. So she had to come in and make me aware of that. But you have a little bit of water going down on the track, and it's probably going to be a couple of minutes while we make sure that Russ is okay. I know it's never nice landing and tumbling upside down and then landing upside down, and it's so. I'm not on the one with that. No, my granddad's come in and made it very obvious. He's very supporting, you see. I'm not the only one with a red flag. Yeah, cheers. Forever supporting. That's my 50 pence. So I'm still 30p up. They're collecting at end of season? Right, okay, well... Ricky B's keeping a register, is he? Right, okay, well, that 50p can go in the pot anyway. It can stay there. I've already spent it now, it's spent. But just waiting on... I can see it does look like Russ Adaman is climbing into the ambulance, so that must mean that he's got out, and he should be all right. He's made of tough stuff, is Russ, and I'm sure that they'll get that car repaired. If he's allowed back out in the rerun, then I'm sure the clan in there, the Thomas clan and the Adaman clan and everybody else in the pits will get that fixed up, and if not, they'll get it fixed up for Katie to be out a little bit later on. So that is going to go back to the rerun lane, and Hayley's back. Hayley's back. Nice wee, was it, Hayley? Wonderful. She feels like a new woman. But yeah.
I get nervous commentating these finals, and I'm not even racing.
But yeah, anyways, Junior Saloon's on the line. It's going to be over to Hayley.
Thank you. Yeah, that looks like it is my juniors up on the line. Tea Cozy Cakes is your weekend sponsor. Shropshire Design is your series sponsor for those juniors. We'll have a little look and down the qualifiers while we just wait for some track clearance, and they just get the cars and bits and bobs moved off, and that driver is checked out to make sure that he is A-OK. So, Junior Saloon finalists, you needed 119 points to make the junior final this weekend. We have two of them in joint 7th place qualifiers with a first, a fourth and a third apiece. That is Yorkshire Dales 139, Lewis Walker, and Cambridge 142, Grace Williams. They're you two that got in them 7th place positions. 6th then was the Severn Valley 107, Will Hadley got in with 121 points. 22F Bo Chamberlain got in with 126 points. Tie fee number 5, Jack Owens with 128 points. Lewis Middleton, White Rose 21 with 138 points. Lily Chapman 10F with 146 points, and tie fee number 7, Will Evans with 155 points. No driver unbeaten all weekend in the junior saloons down here this weekend. So just having a little look around the track. I think we'll be waiting for some clearance from the ambulance. That car's just been lifted off out the exit into the pits. And the track has been inspected where that roll just happened, so the marshals look happy because they're making their way back on to the track. I tell you what, I did not think this weekend when we started yesterday that we were going to end up with a water bowser out watering the track down here, but what a cracking afternoon it's turned out to be up here at the Yorkshire Dales Autograss Club. The weather certainly turned itself on its head today after all that rain we had yesterday. The team have done a fantastic job trying to keep this track right this weekend, and driving has been difficult in some of the races, but everybody seems to have coped really, really well with it. So well done to everybody involved, and well done to everybody that's taken part this weekend. So I think we just need to wait for the clearance, I think, from the ambulance crew before we get these finals back underway. Still plenty of finals left to come, and a couple of reruns as well still to come your way this afternoon. So we're just starting to see some yellow flags appear round this track then. Wind up Marshall spins round, points to the sky, bungees up, and we are away and racing. It looks like a fairly even break between the cars coming out of that 1, 2, 3 and 4 positions as they make their way up into that turn 1. There's a little bit of contact there between two of the cars. Yorkshire Dales 139 then coming into that corner where the two were piled up. That just drops them down the rear of the field, but back up and at the front. Typhy 7, Will Evans it is then that takes up the running as your race leader from the Typhy number 5 of Jack Owens, RG 1 and 2. Then it's that 22F of Bo Chamberlain in that third place position. Lewis Middleton then and the Cambridge 142 just find themselves packed up between that turn 3 and that turn 4. Back up and at the front of the field there. Typhy 7 it is from Typhy 5, 22F, 7 Valley 107 then of Will Hadley from the 10F of Lily Chapman, then that Yorkshire Dales 139 of Lewis Walker. Cambridge 142 then of Grace Williams with all the work to do from the rear of the field, but back up and at the front it is that Typhy number 7 of Will Evans in that little blue Yaris that leads them round down past the commentary box for another time of asking. Typhy number 5 then Jack Owens goes with him in that second place position from 22F of Bo Chamberlain. 7 Valley 107 of Will Hadley from the 10F of Lily Chapman, Yorkshire Dales 139 of Lewis Walker, and then that Cambridge 142 where Grace Williams then with all the work to do from the rear of the field. Probably half a lap between your front and your back marker on this one. Still 3 to go. Typhy number 7 it is Will Evans then that leads them round that turn 3 in that Stargate 10, headed up down the far side of the field. Typhy number 5 Jack Owens then sat comfortably in that second place position as they all now start to spread out around this big Yorkshire Dales track. 22F then Bo Chamberlain in that third place from the 7 Valley 107 Will Hadley as your top 4 now come round past the commentary box. 5th place at the minute then is that 10F of Lily Chapman looking to close that gap there. Yorkshire Dales 139 of Lewis Walker, and then looking to reel him in Cambridge at 142 Grace Williams then now heads down past the commentary box as your race leader comes around this time. Typhy number 7 Will Evans will see that yellow flag with the black cross. 1 to go on this one then. Typhy 7 it is from Typhy number 5 of Jack Owens, 22F of Bert Chamberlain, from the Severn Valley 107 Will Hadley, 10F of Lily Chapman, then that Yorkshire Dales at 139 of Lewis Walker, and that Cambridge 142 of Grace Williams. But your junior saloon winner this weekend is going to be Typhy 7 Will Evans, Typhy 5 Jack Owens in second, 22F of Bert Chamberlain, Severn Valley 107 Will Hadley, 10F Lily Chapman, and then Lewis Walker looks to have pulled off, so that's going to allow the Cambridge 142 of Grace Williams to come across the line. Well done to those juniors. Tea Kersey Cakes, your weekend sponsor. Shropshire Design, your series sponsor. I think Lewis Middleton just needing a little bit of recovery off there. There's a few cones need to be put back into position as that water bowser now makes its way back on to the track as well. As we look over to that start line there, that looks like men's class 4s. Steve Langley has just joined me in the box, so I'm going to hand you over to Steve.
Thank you very much, then, Hayley. So, yes, indeed it is. It's the West Tanfield Garage and DM Design and Fabrication sponsored men's class 4s. Only 7 of them we started the weekend with. All 7, I think, are there on the line, which is excellent. 3 heats. 3 winners, so it's a brave man that's going to pick one on this one. Top qualifier on 136 points. That's a first, a second and a third for Darren Grasby in Evesham 220. It looks like Darren's coming out from the middle of the grid, probably lane 3 or 4, probably 4 I think for Darren Grasby, so he will have had first choice. Second choice will have gone to Ben Gould in North Shropshire 434. He's on 121 points, and Ben's gone 1 to the outside of Darren. So those two starting together from the middle of the grid. Coming towards the inside is Adam Henley in York Treble 7, our other heat winner. He's had a first, a second and a fifth, so 121 points for Adam, and he's opted for inside grid position. Colin Attrell in South Somerset 272. He sits next to Adam Henley on the inside, so he's sandwiched between Adam Henley and Darren Grasby. As we look towards the outside of the grid, then Otis Williams in Tyvee 13 sits to the outside of Ben Gould. To the outside of him is Jamie Williams in Mountain 58, and the car starting right on the outside is the one that didn't have any choice actually of grid position, because he is the bottom qualifier, but hey, more than capable of getting in amongst it. Daniel Jones in PAC 4. So those are the cars we've got for the Class 7 final, and once again, as we've seen all weekend, it is the imp of Darren Grasby that gets the best of the start in Evesham 220. So the question is going to be, can any of the others reel him in? The answer, I think, for Jamie Williams is going to be no, because Mountain 58 finds himself beached on that mud on the outside of the first bend. 220 leads the way. Ben Gould runs second in North Shropshire 434. Adam Henley third in York Treble 7. Daniel Jones is getting a much better run this time round in PAC 4 in that 4th place slot. Then a little bit of gap back to Colin Attrell in South Somerset 272, and Otis Williams, the last of the runners, in Tyvee 13. Unfortunately, I think Jamie Williams' race is run in Mountain 58, but still it is Darren Grasby leading the way down the far side in Evesham 220. Ben Gould in very close proximity though in North Shropshire 434 as they come back round towards us. Adam Henley still runs third in York Treble 7. Jonathan Jones in PAC 4, South Somerset 272. Daniel Jones, sorry, in PAC 4, South Somerset 272, and Otis Williams in Tyvee 13. But we're running 6 3/4 lap final, so time beginning to tick away a little bit if anybody is going to find a way past Darren Grasby in Evesham 220. Another lap successfully completed. Adam Henley in York Treble 7 starting to wind that machine up and having a tentative look round the outside of Ben Gould in North Shropshire 434, but then finds himself under challenge from Daniel Jones in PAC 4. This leading quartet pulled away a little bit now from Otis in Tyvee 13 and Colin Attrell in South Somerset 272. Couple of laps I think to go. 220 North Shropshire 434. Adam Henley in York Treble 7 going round the outside, or trying to, of the PAC 4 machine. It's going to be the last lap marker board when the cars come back in front of us this time round. Still Darren Grasby it is. Can he hold on for one more circuit in Evesham 220? North Shropshire 434 has to back off on his challenge on that top bend. Adam Henley right in with them now. It's become a three-way battle. York Treble 7 in third, so it's all going to be decided on the final circuit. Darren Grasby it is though in Evesham 220 down that far side. Ben Gould in North Shropshire 434, been there for a few laps, hasn't been able to find a way past. I'm not sure that's going to change as Darren Grasby it is in Evesham 220, comes round, comes past us and takes a good win. North Shropshire 434, Ben Gould in second, Adam Henley third in Treble 7. Otis Williams gets fourth in Tivy 13. Colin Attrell in South Somerset 272. As last lap Bob problems then befalling Daniel Jones, just not to be his weekend in PAC 4, looking right on the pace, but then coming to a halt over there on the far side. But well done, Darren Grasby takes the honours in the West Tanfield Garage sponsored men's class 4s. And we will move on to the stock hatches. So they have had to battle through qualifying. Stock hatch this weekend sponsored by WJ Landscaping and D&D Transport, then our associate sponsors. Top qualifier by 1 point, but he is top qualifier. Tony Watson in York 281, couple of wins and third, gave him 146 points, 1 point ahead of Phil Peake. A win and 2 seconds for Yorkshire Dales 33. Dean Smith 115 points, a second to first, and it all went a little bit not so well in Heat 3 for Dean. I think finished up 6th, but 115 makes him third qualifier. Paul Harrington fourth qualifier, another Heat winner in the first round of qualifying, so he's finished up on 106 points. Jordan Smith in Scarborough 67, 2 fourths and a second. He's 101 points, enough to make him fifth qualifier. Joint sixth then, Darren Lewis in Hereford 61, a 7th, a 4th and an all-important heat win for Hereford 61, and that gives him the same points total as Bill Hemsley, a 5th and 2/3 for the IK 98 man. And last but absolutely by no means least, he is there on the line, Chris Patterson in Scarborough 64. Those are your 6 qualifiers that have battled through the 3 rounds of qualifying for this stock hatch final. And like any stock hatch final, I'll tell you, this one is going to be close and competitive. They always are. And just looking and waiting for the Jamie Williams car to be extricated from the mud on the top part of the circuit. Don't forget, just a reminder, we are only 3 weeks away from the Men's National Autograss Championships being hosted by Evesham Autograss Club at the Dodwell Raceway. That's just outside Stratford-upon-Avon, the John Wilkin Raceway. So it's about a mile and a half, 2 miles outside of Stratford. So lovely situated part of the world. If you want to come down and make a bit more of a holiday of it, then absolutely be more than welcome to. Lots of local campsites and stuff in the area. All the details, I think there is a Nationals Facebook page, I think there's a Nationals Twitter page, and all sorts of things with all the details on. But yeah, 3 weeks, that's all to the Men's Nationals. And then 2 weeks after that, the British Autograss Series resumes, and we resume at Blyton, home of course of Scunthorpe Autograss Club, for what in effect is round 3. It was going to be round 4, but yeah, you've heard all of that. Round 3 sees us off to Blyton as the competitors look to try and get more points in their annual tally. Round 4 of the series in September sees us paying a visit to Beerley, home of the Southern League. And if you've never been down to Beerley, then it is very, very well worth the visit. I tell you, promised a cracking weekend and certainly cracking raceway or racing on the Beerley Raceway. It really is. They have put so much effort and time into developing that venue. It is a good one, without a doubt. So looking forward to a visit to the Southern League and to Beerley. And then it all gets rounded off and sorted out with the reserve date replacing round 1 as we're off to Mallow in Ireland. What I will say is commentating at the moment, but do have some paperwork for people to pick up. So if there is anybody here from, and let me finish my commentary please on Class 6s, Southern League, Cambridge or Hereford, then should have should have announced it earlier, apologies I didn't, then if we get an opportunity and you get an opportunity, I will be here right till the end and just after racing, because we'll be doing points and things. So Hereford, Southern League and Cambridge do have some paperwork for you to pick up, please. Right, the Mountain 58 car, you can see why it wasn't moving anywhere, can't you? So Jamie Williams' machine, then the front end not looking as front ends should. So unfortunately going off on the forks. Hopefully they will get, oh, I know they will get it sorted. We'll be seeing that car. I would imagine, I don't know this for certain, but I would imagine that Jamie is a national qualifier in Class 4 for his league. I'd be very surprised if he isn't. So we'll be seeing Jamie at the Nationals. But in the meantime, we're concerned with the stock hatches. Of course, they will be at the Nationals this year for the second year. So now a fully fledged NASA class, which is great to see, as Paul Harrington in Solway 90 brings the field past us for the first time. Phil Peake tucks into second place in Yorkshire Dales 33. Ludlow 47 it is that runs in third. Dean Smith at the wheel of that one. Darren Lewis in Hereford 61 in fourth, but Darren under strong challenge from Bill Hemsley in Invicta Kent 98. York 281, Tony Watson with problems on the first lap, so he's got a lot of catching up to do as their race leader comes round already. SL90 it is, Phil Peake picking up the challenge in Yorkshire Dales 33. Bit of a gap then back to Dean Smith in Ludlow 47. Running in fourth then Chris Patterson in Scarborough 64. Hereford 61, Darren Lewis trying to come up through the field as well. York 281, Tony Watson may have been top qualifier, but certainly playing catch up at the moment as Paul Harrington comes round. Another lap completed. Phil Peake not making too much impression at the moment in Yorkshire Dales 33, but these two pulling away from Dean Smith in Ludlow 47, who's preoccupied a little bit with a challenge from Chris Patterson in Scarborough 64. But we switch back to our leading cars. I think problems on that top bend for the Invicta Kent machine of Bill Hemsley. He's come to a halt, but absolutely motoring on still is Paul Harrington in Solway 90. Phil Peake in Yorkshire Dales 33 going down that far side. These two lead of about to the lead of the far straight as a black flag does go out to somebody there. But race leader SL90, I think it was the Invicta Kent car. SL90, couple of laps to go. Phil Peake, YD33, not making much impression at the moment. Ludlow 47 and Scarborough 64. That's the closest battle at the minute. That's the battle for that third place slot. Hereford 61 onto his final circuit, Darren Lewis, as is Tony Watson in York 281. But last lap flag then, he's led right from the word go. Paul Harrington, can Phil Peake do anything on the final circuit? I think he might have just a bit too much to do. These two now nearly half a lap clear of this battle, still going on for third. Ludlow 47, Dean Smith holding off the challenge of Chris Patterson, but we're looking for the checkered flag. We're looking for it for Paul Harrington, and we're getting it as SL90 takes the stock hatch today from Phil Peake. Second in Yorkshire Dales 33. Holding on for a hard-earned fourth place is going to be Dean Smith. Sorry, third place is going to be Dean Smith in Ludlow 47, just ahead of the Scarborough 64 car of Chris Patterson. And coming round to successfully complete is Tony Watson in York 281. So that's the fours and stock hatches. Looks like before we see the sixes, we are going to be seeing the rerun, because that looks like class 3 on the line. So it is. So to see you through those, it's over to Paul Glover.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. So it's off to the rerun of the Class 3s. We've lost two cars from this one. Steve Woodruff, who was square-wheeled in the deep stuff at the bottom, and Martin Gold in North Shropshire for 343 that were parked up against the Armco. So we've lost these two bungees up. We're away and racing, and it's Adam Saint. I think, no, it's not. It's the Solway 170 of Jamie Lee that goes straight into the lead with the North Wales one. Rupert Lomax on his... Oh, he's gone. Looks like he might have busted his suspension. In fact, he's lost the back wheel, and he's parked up in that deep stuff. So it's North Wales 1 with Lee Almond in North Wales 27 in that second place. Then it's Adam Saint in Cambridge 1. Rich Lee coming through in 700 to try and get that next place. But then this the Swansea 9 of Manfred Kamschold. But it is the North Wales 1 that leads them into the another corner for another time. It's still Rupert Lomax that's leading it. Lee Almond in second place, Adam Saint then chasing him, Manfred Kamschult and Rich Lee. Them's the only 5 that we've got left running on this one, as they're all powering it up on them that straight. Rupert Lomax stretching away a little bit from Lee Almond as they go up that straight into that nutty corner. And we've got that Poisol Way 170 of Jamie Lee that's square wheeled with a wheel off. So it's North Wales 1 from North Wales 27. Adam Saint trying to come through on the inside of Lee Almond, side by side as they go into that start gate corner, but it's Lee Almond that comes out in that second position, but nobody's got an answer for Rupert Lomax in that North Wales 1 as he takes him into that nutty corner for another time. Adam Saint again trying to close up on Lee Almond and have another go for that second position. Rich Lee's got problems on board, he's going slowly at the back of the field, and in 4th place it's still Manfred Kamschult in that Swansea 9 as Adam Saint looks again up on the inside of Lee Almond, so they're not far off each other, but nobody's anywhere near the North Wales 1 of Rupert Lomax as he brings him round this corner. And Rich Lee's got a puncture, in fact he's got a wheel flaring off, tyre flaring off on that Scunthorpe 700. He's just limping round, hoping for red flags. Adam Saint's come out wide. Well, I looked at Rich Lee and he's got a tyre off as well, so that's 2 of them that's lost tyres on this. That's running at low pressures to try and get some more grip, and it's come off the rim, so that's 2 of them that's got a puncture on the back end. But Rupert Lomax comes round this time, sees the yellow flag with the black cross, tells him 1 more lap to go. Lee Almond is trying to close that gap, but he's not going to get close enough on this final lap unless Rupert makes a mistake on this last lap. 3rd place is Manfred Kamschult 9, that's Swansea 9. Still limping around is Cambridge 1 of Adam Saint in 4th place. But it's checker flag at the ready this time, and it's Rupert Lomax that takes it in North Wales 1 from Lee Almond in North Wales 27, and then it's Manfred Kamschult in the Swansea 9, and the other 2 are going to come round to finish to get their BASS points, because these all make points for the end of the season. And it is Adam Saint in Cambridge 1. And the only one that has decided not to come round is Rich Lee, that's going to take that Scunthorpe 700 back to the pits. So that completes the Liam Evans Tyres sponsored Class 3s, Ram Development Series sponsor. Big thank you to them. With that, we're going on to the Class 6s. So it's back to Mr. Steve Langley.
Thank you very much then, Paul. Indeed, absolutely. Big thank you, Liam Evans. Liam, where are you? I know where you are because you're watching from home, I think. So there we go. Shame Liam Evans not with us racing this weekend. You know, he got other commitments genuinely and stuff. So yeah, I hope you're having a good weekend. And we know you've been watching on BAStv, certainly some of it. So I hope you're enjoying the coverage. But yeah, nothing like being here, is there? So a little bit of water going down, I'm sure much to the delight of the Class 6s. The qualifiers then, the top 8 for the Class 6s. Only 1 driver and 1 car unbeaten through the 3 rounds of qualifying. Matt Manning in Evesham 152, 165 points. Sits Matt top of the qualifying shop, and as a result he had first grid pick and he decided he wanted lane 1, so he's going to be coming right from the inside. Jordan Tinker in York 35, second qualifier on 155 points. I think he's coming out of lane 2, so as lane 3, sorry. Sandwiched between them is the third qualifier, Dolt Thomas in Carmarthen 8. He's 145 points, allowed him choice, and I think he's picked lane 2. So yeah, certainly favouring the inside grid positions on these Class 6s. Fourth qualifier, Ben Gadsby, 136 points for Pen 9-7. Fifth qualifier, Andy Russell, the Invicta Kent driver then, IK 64. Sixth qualifier on 109 points, Jack Brown in Mallow 182. Seventh qualifier, another car across from Ireland, Nigel Dooley in Carlo 51. He's on 108 points. And the last of the qualifiers, but it matters not, he is there. That's the important thing. Ashley Hutchings in PhD 12. 105 points is what you needed to get into today's men's Class 6 final. Potter Plant Hire, as I say, sponsors, and Elite Transmissions, associate series sponsor. Speaking about BAStv, then big thank you we have to say to KS Coles Farming and the Wellington Business Park, one of our sponsors of BAStv. Paul Coles, the man behind both of those. So big thank you to them, and to Kensington Construction, also helping support and enable us to bring this service to people that can't make it to the meeting, along with Kelly Recovery. So those three very, very important contributors, as indeed, and probably most important of all, our overall series sponsors, Beresford Chassis and Components and Kent Cams. Kent Cams been with the series as overall sponsor many, many years, and Beresford, of course, Jeff, one of the original instigators of the British Autograss series, and been involved in one form or another ever since, and this year has taken on joint headline sponsorship, so we thank them very, very much indeed for that. So it is a bit warm in the commentary box here at Yorkshire Dale, so joining me in the sauna, but I'm pleased to say still got all his clothes on, is Mickey B. So he's situated just to my left. So he's doing the tot up. We haven't contributed much on the rerun front to the Alzheimer's Society this weekend, which in some respects is good, and we'll think of ways of making it up.
Well, when we came into the weekend, we had £132.40 pledged, so after round one, and we did have quite a few red flags, by the way. But this weekend, we have got a couple of things. So the Bryan family, who have donated £100 this weekend, that will cover the whole season. That's their donation. We had Stu Walker, who has today donated £10 donation, and that's paid. We've got that with us now, so thanks very much for that. That's just a one-off kind of payment. Tim Jones is matching you, Steve, on 4, 6 and stock hatches. As we know, Liam Williams is matching the 8s and 10s for every round. And I think I've just been totting up is that on Heat 3 I had 3 red flags. Russ, I don't know what Russ had. Brandon said he had 2. Or did he have 2 or none? None. All right, he had none on his
Put him down for 2.
Mr. Lover Paul Glover had 2. Haley had 0. Russ, I'm putting him down for 2 because I think he was a bit... What about you, Steve?
Well, can I just point out that I haven't, and I don't think any of the others have yet, because we haven't had the ladies. Oh, sorry, Heat 3.
Yeah, Heat 3,
oh,
yeah.
Sorry, yeah, we're on finals now, aren't we? Heat 3, I had 1 again. So, yeah, I scored 1 on every heat.
So let's just have a quick top there. 4, 6, and just take my shoes and socks off. Oh, that's 8. So, thus far this weekend, we had 12 red flags in the first heat, 2 in the second heat, and we've had 8 in the third heat. So that's 22 over the course of the weekend thus far.
Prior to the finals.
Prior to the finals.
What do we have at South Wales?
So South Wales, as I just do a little bit of a little shuffle. You won't be too surprised to know that we had a few more. We had 50, 62, we had 89 after 3 heats before we got into the finals and semi-finals.
So we're on 22 this week.
And we're on 22. So
there we go.
But if we have a look at the £100 we've got in, the £10 from Stu Walker, we've got 22. That's not a great deal from the commentators, by the way.
Well, we're going to have to make that up. I've already told the camera team they're going to have to chip in on this.
Yeah,
so,
and we do know that the Quinton family are matching £1 for every red flag.
Yeah.
They've had a good weekend because it's 22 quid thus far. Oh, well, there's a couple in the finals, isn't there?
I know everybody's more than happy to contribute on this. So whilst we don't want reruns, obviously, and we will make sure that a sizable donation certainly goes to the Alzheimer's Society as a result of all of this, without a doubt.
And I think, looking at it, Steve, I think we're probably going to be somewhere about equal to where we were after the first round. So that'd be just about 260 quid in the kitty already.
Yeah.
And I know that it's picking up a little bit of momentum. So if anyone does want to just make a one-off donation or jump on board, you're more than welcome. All the funds will be going to Alzheimer's, and for us as commentators, in memory of Gorgeous George, who was a legend in our sport, and that disease sadly took him from us.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, men's 6s then. Hopefully whilst from a financial point of view it would be good, but hopefully not going to add to the rerun challenge, or the rerun total I should say. They're on the line. Matt Manning, possibly the one to watch. Evesham at 152. Don't want to put the commentator's curse on Matt as we look for yellow flags around the raceway. I think we're good to go. So here we go then. Class 6s, Potter Plant Hire and Elite Transmission, your sponsors. It is Andy Russell that gets the best of the start in 64. Matt Manning on the inside though in 152, but coming right through is Jordan Tinker in York 35. Matt Manning's the one that lost out in turn 1 in Evesham 152. There's a bit of debris on that track. PhD 12 also in the middle, and yep, you can put me down for at least one for the finals, Mickey, because red flags coming up. Class 6 again. So there we go. Matt Manning, I told you it'd be commentator's curse. Evesham 152 coming to a halt there in turn 1. So yeah, all a bit key. That's how you've got 7 laps to sort yourselves out, lads. That's all right down there. And looking to the line then, it's single seaters, so I think it's going to be the F600s. So you had a good weekend then, Mr. Barker?
I've had a cracking weekend, really. I know that some of the weather conditions have been challenging, but those that have kind of been brave, hearty souls on Autograss for donkey's years know that you get weekends like this. I'm really chuffed to say that the second day down here has been dry, bit of a breeze. The sun's out as well, which is a great way to finish off. And somehow the Yorkshire Dales track always seems to kind of hold up. There has been some challenges with it. I think there's a little bit of thick stuff that's still dotted around, but you know you can't. It's a natural surface, you have to deal with it. But I think there's been some cracking racing. Really kind of just enjoyed, you know, I think British Series does, you know, just everyone comes and enjoys it really. We know that we've been parked down on Nutter Corner and the Quins and the honky tonks and all that have been celebrating hard. Carl Mosley's been down there as well and celebrating the 50th.
I was going to say that was
big 50.
That was Party Central last night, I think, wasn't it? So, yeah.
Well, Party Central, it was great because I'm trying to think. One of the honky tonks daughters, right, is like her bit of Squeeze. He's a bit of a singer. I mean, wow, what a voice! I mean, I call Gareth the voice of an angel. I mean, he's a voice of Jesus. I mean, he's got a great voice. So he was serenading the campers last night down on Nutter Corner.
I thought you were going to say he was serenading you, but
no, he wasn't serenading me. But you know, I think. You know, I think it does something to girls, really. You know, when they've got a man who's got a lovely voice who can hold a tune and sing, you know, it kind of attracts them. It's like bees to a honeypot, you know. That's
some of us have to have all the talents, though, I think it's fair to say.
That's why I'm on my 48th singing lesson at the moment.
That's probably why I'm on my 3rd marriage.
Well, if you could only hold a tune, Steve.
I can, but it just seems to be on a flat line level. I've never got this idea of why some notes go up and down, to use the technical term. Oh, yeah, my singing... I know my speaking voice is probably not brilliant, but my singing voice is absolutely horrendous, I will openly admit. So, yeah.
And I think we posed this question, you probably will know, Steve, because you're a man in the know, is that last night, which was a real surprise for probably all, is that... Can you just put an announcement over to say that Matt's all right? Oh, right, OK. Just a confirmation there that Matt, the driver there involved in that incident down on the bottom corner, is OK. Just any family members or friends out there, he's fine. No need to worry. Maybe a little bit like James Bond, shaken and stirred, but apart from that, he's fine. He's a tough old cookie. So, last night, Steve, when we finished racing, we were I'm trying to rack my brains when the last time I can remember it, but we had 2 sets of heats, both men's and ladies, completed all on the first day. So over to you then for when it last happened. Yeah,
we've had this question. I think it actually last happened, but you see the thing with Baz rounds is, and you don't need me to tell you this, there's a big sort of like thing from rounds. We tend to see 1, 2 and 3 absolutely super busy. 4 and 5, then it starts to drop off a little bit as people think, not going to get in with a shout of a trophy and doing other things and things. So I think the last time it actually happened at a BAS round was Border Counties, I think, but that was around 5, not last year. But when did it last happen at one of the early rounds? No, can't remember. It's a perfectly truthful thing. It's been a long old time.
Yeah, it's been a long old time, and the one thing that I have kind of noticed, especially yesterday in second heats, is that the red flags were not going up as quick as sometimes what you might see. It's let the racing kind of go. There's been it's like football, when a referee makes a decision, right? There's always someone down the dog and duck who's got an opinion, haven't they? Oh, that should have been a penalty, or that. I know VAR, but if you're in lower leagues, there's always, and that adds to the sport, if you know what I mean. That bit of controversy, that bit of debate that goes on. And I know yesterday there was a bit of that going on, but we got through all the racing. We've turned up on day 2. Everyone's now gone through their third heats. We're into the finals. And you know what? We'll go back to work, or like Mr. Lover, Paul Glover, who's retired, he'll go and sit in his garden and watch the birds flutter around and smell the roses, so to speak. People will just get on with it, won't they? And then we'll turn up in 5 weeks' time down at sunny Scunny, and we'll do it all again,
Yeah, it is, absolutely. I mean, there was a lot of discussion, obviously, after South Wales, the amount that the marshals were stood out in the middle and all the officials and things. And marshals that do such a brilliant job. There was discussion with them with regards to the emphasis of letting things perhaps flow a little bit more, I'll be perfectly honest, perhaps not allowing people back in for reruns quite as easily. And some people get the rub of the green, some people won't. That's been the approach this weekend. I think it's been very noticeable. Yep, 1 or 2 have had a real rough rub of the green, without a doubt. But in terms of the overall meeting as a whole, the general consensus I've had back to me is that it has absolutely improved it. It's improved the flow and everything. So yeah, that's real good. It's just altering people's mindsets a little bit in terms of what to expect out of it. And yes, some you'll win. Hopefully you won't lose too many, but yeah, hopefully we will get there.
Yeah, and I think I think the ultimate thing that we want to kind of do is like probably Sunday afternoon, come 5, 6 o'clock. I think it's a reasonable time. If we were able to get our racing done, dusted, and people either on their way home or I know there's a lot of people that stay for the extra night as well. I think that would be good, so people can then just sit down, chill out, talk about the weekend's racing, trophy presentation, all that good stuff that can go on when you've got a bit more time. But ultimately, look, I think as long as everyone enjoys it. But like this morning, by the way, Steve, my lad, by the way, didn't have the best rub of the green. I think with him, Dan Ray and another lad, they ended up in the thick stuff. Couldn't move. Sat the race out, but I saw him in the pits. Although he was like a little bit disappointed, he'd take a positive out the weekend that he won his second heat, and he goes, and his words were, "We'll go again in 5 weeks' time." And that for me is the attitude that you want. I've always said, as long as you enjoy it, we'll keep doing it. And that's the same for me as well. Is that for commentary and those that don't see everything that goes on behind the scene. Steve does so much behind the scenes as well. So you don't get to see everything, but there is something about it that we do enjoy. Maybe we're pacifists or whatever that word is that is, but I think sometimes you have to be like that. But we still enjoy it. We've been up in the Pontmobile, or the greenhouse as it is at the moment. It's a bit warm, but we do get a great view from up here, I must admit. I thought the actual booth was going to be a little bit small for BAS, to be fair, but it's been all right. We got the telly here. Oh my life, are we being streamed out? Oh dear me, that's. Have I got my best side? There isn't one.
Yeah, I think I've got my best side. It's coming down on top of my head, so that's probably about the best angle to get me from.
I should have brought my sunglasses. There is a glint coming off it, Steve, I must admit.
Thank you very much for those few kind words.
Yeah, and there is still, there's been plenty of catering around the track as well. There's been the bar's open, and looking down, there are a few people that must be staying this weekend, because there's a few out there. There's a few people. Oh, there's people waving down there. I don't know. Oh no, maybe it's some youngsters trying to attract the young girls or something like that. Come and have a drink of shandy with me, and you know. Well, you know what shandy does, don't you?
No, I don't. I'll tell you what. I think we ought to go with some racing. I think F600s are coming.
Yeah, we've got S600s. So track clearance is starting to come.
James is walking across the middle, and he should be on Marshall turn 1. So we might not be going for a minute.
Right.
We got no Marshals on turn 1. I'm sure for good reason at this point. So yeah, they're going to have to put up with us for a bit longer.
Yeah, and again, I think just looking back at the couple of finals, I've done 5s and 7s. Through without incident. I think that's the second time that we've had that in succession, which is really good. And Andy Holtby, that disappointment from round 1 where he was leading it right, coming into pretty much the penultimate corner on that last lap, with just kind of hit a bit of an undulation in the track, rubbed a bit of speed off, and that just allowed Cameron Mills on that particular occasion to go side by side with him pretty much all the way round that final lap, and then nip him on the line for the checkered flag. Today, I think Andy came back out in his final. He'd qualified 4th, so it wasn't a fully smooth weekend for him, and he just stamped his authority on that final. But fair play to Craig Bagley. Cumdy too, absolutely gave him no breathing space at all. Any mistake, and I think he would have been through. And this weekend for Cameron, unbeaten going into the final, and then coming in, I think it was around about 5th in the final. That's how it goes, isn't it? It's just like, but he'll come out of this weekend looking at the points and the double ups. I think Cameron will still be leading on the BASt points. I think Andy Holtby will be pretty much within touching distance of him on that. So it sets it up nicely for round 3, which is going to be sunny scunny.
Yeah, absolutely. Everything to play for in lots of classes. And Class 8, you just don't know where to start, do you? I mean, in excess of 80 signed on again here this weekend, exactly the same as we saw at South Wales. And the racing and the qualification in Class 8 is just unreal. It absolutely is.
I think hats off to anyone who makes to a semi-final, and anyone who gets to the final. Fantastic. And we have got the 8s coming up very soon, where Hayley's going to take you through. But F600s then are getting ready for their final. Unbeaten so far, Harrison Barnbrook in that Scunthorpe 145. It really is a quick F600. It's going to take some catching. Hereford 16, Jamie Duggan has been there or thereabouts. Jamie Smith, Yorkshire Dales 103, was going into the third heats equal 4th, so he's got a chance up there as well. And Harry Russell, he's been on the pace as well. After his first 2 heats, he had 100 points under his belt, so that was a win and a second. Another good run in the third heats. And then Graham Foster-Vigors, who's a former British champion in the F600 class. Don't discount him, as they will get ready to go racing around this Yorkshire Dales track for the second round of the British Series, getting through the finals. And again, that Harrison Barnbrook, I think he's just going to really kind of set off from the line. I'm trying to think which grid he's gone for. And as we know, grid 1, 2, 3 have been pretty fast off the line all weekend. And anyone who top point scorer gets the choice of the grid. And then if you're second top point scorer, then you get the second chance, etc. Until you're the last person and you get what's given. That's how it works on grid formation in the finals. Going through the heats, by the way, they are computer generated. So whoever gets in whatever race or grid, it is generated by the computer. And sometimes you can go, wow, look at that lineup in a heat. And other times you can go, maybe I've just been a little bit lucky. So there we are. That's where we are. Oh, Mr. Lover's got something to say. All right, okay, just a quick announcement. I know that some people will be looking to get loaded up and get themselves pointed in the direction of home. Just to remind you, race cars are not permitted to race or to take their cars through Spectatorland or the camping zone. Just be aware of that. There are selected areas where that happens, but it's away outside Spectatorland and general camping. So if you could just remind you of that. We have seen before where people will, push the cars, which I think that's acceptable. It's just that you can't have your car started and driving it through for obvious reasons. Right. So, apparently there's someone's just been near the back of us under their own steam. So naughty. But it'll go. Well, at least I'm here. You can only be told off once, can't you? That was like me at school, Hayley. I was just a misunderstood child at school. Oh, one of those kids that was always in the wrong place at the wrong time. The wrong place with a player's number 6 as the headmaster walked in. Wrong place, wrong time, smoking a number 6. For those that don't know what a number 6 is, by the way, then and I'm pleased to say it's getting less and less, isn't it? For the number of smokers. I smoked when I was in my younger days because that's how it was. Nowadays I wouldn't even dream about doing it. Just the health side of things as well. It stunted my growth. I would have been probably 6'4". Paul, did you smoke? I was trying to give you an excuse. So As your wife has said to me, she says that Paul is pocket rocket. That's like what she calls him at home. Obviously I call him Mr. Lover, Paul Glover. So, but the pocket rocket. Have you? What finals you got left to do? Ladies 1s and 3s. Right. Okay. 1s and 3s. Well, I should imagine the reason why we're held up on racing is because the medical team are still just checking over, and once we get clearance, then we'll be able to go back racing. So it's not waiting for the track to dry or anything else. It's just making sure that if we did have another incident, that we've got the medical team poised, ready to come onto the track and assist. So I haven't told many stories this weekend, but as people do know, I do go round and have a nat with people and find out some of their stories. I had a disturbing one this weekend. Very disturbing, really. And it was on those that listened or were down at the BAStv first round. It was, there was a story about a cat killer amongst us, but this one, it was this gentleman came over to me and told me the story. He was 14 years of age, and he used to keep tortoises. He had 2 pet tortoises, and I thought that's nice, those tortoises, but they do hibernate. They hibernate for about 6 months, something like that. So we had them in a box in his bedroom, and they were in their hibernation zone, and then all of a sudden, comes back from school, goes into his room, he's going, "Where's me box?" So he goes down to see his mum, and he said, "Mum, where's me box in my bedroom? It's kind of gone." And she said, "Well, your dad has had a bit of a tidy up. He was getting." "Oh, right, okay, where's he put it?" He said, "Well, he thought it was like an empty box." So Tony Proctor, who you listen there, the old shaken not stirred, he was, so it's Mark Proctor. So Mark Proctor, who's like when he's 14, had tortoises. His dad's cleared his bedroom out. He's having a bonfire outside, isn't he? In the oil drum, right? Not only have we got cat murderers on this field, we have now got tortoise murderers. So Tony Proctor, I know you're here today, mate. You've you've killed 2 tortoises, right? I think they're an endangered species, aren't they, right? Now you could go down for 25 years, you know. I mean, so there they are. He's torched the tortoises. No, and to be fair, Mark last night, I know he had a couple of like tins of the old hard stuff, right? So I could just about understand what he was saying. But I think it still impacts on him to this day. I mean, he's old Mark's in his 50s now, isn't he? And yeah, you could see that. He had a bit of a tear in his eye last night as he was telling the story, you know. I mean, I'm just wondering whether or not, you know, the turtle's head or tortoise head was popping out just to kind of go, help me, save me, you know. They can't talk, can they? They can't shout, it's hot, get me out of here, you know. So, but apparently, the Sunday roast was brilliant. It's lovely. Couple of jacket potatoes, some peas and sweet corn, toasted tortoise, So there, yeah, that was one story I got told this weekend. You get to hear all sorts, don't you? I've just been down the bottom end of the field. John Wright's down there. Well, I mean, his missus, I think she's got a bit of a soft spot for me. She keeps winking at me, right? It's, you know, so I don't know if I'm just going to lean forward to see if I can see John. He's got his jammy Dodgers because he likes to have a jammy Dodger. You know, showed me his bus pass. I'll tell you what, you know. Yeah, he was telling me that he's going on a bit of a health campaign. You know, he wants to get a little bit trimmer for Christmas.
With his jammy Dodgers?
Yeah, that's what he means. Yeah, I did say to him, that's probably one reason why you're looking... well, I stand next to him because he makes me look better. Right. So it's nice to see John up. He always got a smile on his face and always good to stop and have a natter with as well. And yeah, still waiting for that track clearance. I had another disturbing story as well from the same family relating to the cats, where there was I think they had that you read into this. They had I think 17 kittens. All I'm saying is there's only 16 now, and the washing needed to be redone. You work that out, eh? Went on a bit of a 1,000cc spin. Eh? So we're just waiting for, I say, this clearance to come from the medical crew, and then we'll be back racing. And enables that stranded car that's been in the middle for a little bit, that Class 3, to be taken back into the pits. I think that's the one that lost the back wheel, wasn't it? Yeah, Jamie Lee, you know, back wheel came off there, and 3 wheels on the bus. Always say, Hayley, check your nuts.
I was just going to say that.
Yeah, check your nuts, because it does happen, doesn't it? Their wheels fall off. I must admit, though, on a serious note, I was at work a couple of weeks ago, and one of our colleagues has been on a bit of a tour of the country, doing a little bit of a talk, raising awareness, and it was around prostrate, you know, and the importance of you know, making sure that you get yourself regularly checked out, or you find if there's any, you know, problems or symptoms. As blokes, we tend to kind of like say, "I'll be fine, don't need to go." And he was telling this story, and that very same thing really, where, you know, had you know, some kind of symptoms, left it, kept going and flying out and working abroad for the company, coming back, ignoring it, and ended up with he was diagnosed with prostate cancer, and as he's telling this story, it was a room full of people. As I say, he's going round the country talking to you know, both you know, predominantly male, but there were females in the audience as well, listening to his speech. And then he went on to talk about how, because he had left it late, and 100% curable, by the way, if detected early. If you don't, and it starts to then spread, then it becomes terminal. And he was. And when he kind of made that, it was a real hard impacting moment, really. And I think that's just the serious side of like saying, you guys out there, make sure that you kind of, if you feel that something's not 100% right, just go and get yourself checked out. Might not be anything, but that's what you need to do. If you detect things early, you've got a much better chance of it being okay. And that goes on to the younger lads as well. You also extended that talk into the age of 15 to 34 on testicular cancer, by the way. Not looking to put it down, right? But that's but they say, keep checking yourself. If you don't think anything's fundamentally right, just raise your hand, raise your voice, go and get it checked out, and it will be 100% fine. But don't leave things, So that's the message to take from me as we've had this bit of a break, on you blokes. I'm the same, I'll be right tomorrow, Go and get yourselves checked out. Might not be anything, but it's definitely worth doing. But just a big thank you to Yorkshire, Hayley as well. Hayley, who's put the team together for BAS round 2 down here at Yorkshire Dales, club commentator here as well. So she's well versed to this track and the way that the team run it. And hats off to both the Yorkshire Dales team. Obviously, there's a number of marshals out there that do the regular BAS. I think Lynn Cooper is out there. Lynn, can you hear us? Can you give us a wave? Or is she on her phone looking at online shopping or something like that? It might be for another motorbike or something like that. I think her lad, Phil Cooper, has he made it through the 10 final? Is it 9 final? Ah, right. We'll see. I'm looking down at Brandon. Actually, he's the man who's been covering those. But yep. Good racing all weekend and hospitality as well. You've been really good to us, and a thank you for that. I say it's been a little bit warm up in the greenhouse, the Pomperville, but we've coped. We've got a big fan behind us, haven't we, that's blowing the air that goes across. I think we've got some stuff that's going on. Wednesday, the 26th of July. Well, that's not that far away, is it? It's Bainbridge and District Motor Club presents the annual Motorbike Hill Climb. Oh, right. It looks like Sorrel Sykes Farm, West Burton, DL8, 4UW. Gates open at 3, and then racing starts at 6. So, yeah, it looks like it's all motocross bikes all flying through the air. So if anyone's interested in that, I think if you go on Facebook at Bainbridge and District Motor Club, you'll be able to find out all the details there. So it's free. Hold on a minute, I'm reading all about this. You don't even have to pay to get in. Free spectator entry and parking. There's DJ Wilco, trade stalls, refreshments. There's probably going to be probably make a few donations to help them keep running the event. So, yeah, if anyone's around that. One thing that I just need to do in all that excitement for the men's Class 7 finals, I didn't actually mention that MaxSport, our series sponsor, and Kitchen Plant Hire, our weekend sponsors. Thank you very much for that. Hope the guys put on a cracking show for you as sponsors, as well as the crowd. And as we know, the winner of that, Andy Holtby, Archie Bentley, also up there in the silverware again, really driving well. And what a great set of heats that he had, by the way. Qualified equal second alongside Phil Barliman. Barliman's final didn't go the way that he wanted to, but both of them had 2 wins and a second in the heats, and that's cracking stuff, especially down at a British round as well. And say lorryinsurance.co.uk and Extract Shocks for the men's Class 5s.
Yeah, it was a cracking final, that Class 7 final, Mickey. I know my boy, I think when he goes into big boy classes, when he comes out his juniors, he was screaming at the top of his voice for some of those Class 7 races, and I think his Joe just come to tell me, so Tyler's hero for a long time, from being old enough to talk, has been Craig Bagley, come Dean number 2, and it doesn't matter where he races, if he watches him on the telly or if he's trackside, he screams at the top of his voice for him. So I think Craig's just been up for his trophy, and Tyler's just presented his trophy, so he's absolutely buzzing. And I think that's one of the big things about the sport in which we're part of, is that these children that grow up around the sport from such a young age, like Tyler's been coming from being sort of 10, 11 months old, we've been coming to watch the racing, is they can go in the pits and they can meet their heroes and have a chat with them, and the guys and girls that are the heroes for some of these children are so fantastic in the fact that they take time to have a chat with these aspiring racers, and just take that time to give them a fist pump or a word of advice and buzz them up a bit, and get them keen and keep these juniors keen within our sport as well. And for them now to be able to start racing at just 10 years old is just absolutely phenomenal for some of these junior racers. And as like I've said this weekend, I've watched Mickey B's son Callum Barker race from start. I remember his first race starting out in junior specials, and this weekend I had the pleasure of commentating him win a Bass round in Heat 2s yesterday. Heat 3 didn't go quite as well for him. This morning he got stuck in some of that wet on that turn too. But you watch some of these juniors grow up through this sport and get to know different people, and they end up with friends up and down the country, and it's absolutely phenomenal to be part of. And I mean, just looking up at the line now, you've got F600 sat there. Yorkshire Dales 86 Harry Russell is coming out in that F600. Harry's just gone up into men's this year from junior specials last year, and again you watch him kind of hanging with the best of them when they move up from some of these junior classes and into the men's classes. We think as parents it's such a big leap for them, and actually these guys just take it all in their stride because it's what they know, it's what they've grown up with as well.
Yeah, I think also that confidence thing that happens in this sport. You know, you take a young junior that may not have a great deal of confidence or a bit shy or whatever. It's surprising what this racing community can do. You make new friends, not just in your local area, but Callum, as you've just mentioned there, has got friends dotted around the country, you know, and this is a real meeting place for them and all to get back together. It's like they've never been away really, and you know, that's what I do like about the sport. And the other thing as well is just how people will always help. You know, when we've Callum through the junior specials, I know we went down to Invicta Kent one time a couple of years back, and we needed a couple of things, you know, and I think the Wells family, they all pretty much came over in mass and helped us get the car, you know, repaired and back going. So, and without being asked, they just wanted to come over and get us back racing. So, thank you very much for all that. Right, hold on a minute. We're off for racing. It is F600, and it is the final. Harrison Barnbrook, where are you on board? Well, Harry Russell might look to come through the middle. Ooh, it's got a little bit tight, a Purcell, and it is that Harrison Barnbrook then from that Yorkshire Dales 86. Harry Russell, Jamie Smith then in Yorkshire Dales 103, and Jamie looks to just concede that second place. Just coming out that start gate turn because Harry Russell is back on the pace. And I tell you what, they're all up close to Harrison Barnbrook there in that Scunthorpe 145. And he's not getting away with this one. Graham Foster-Vigors then moves up into the final trophy place in that Yorkshire Dales 66 machine. The next one to show is Josh Bowes, Yorkshire Dales 106. And Josh looking up the inside there. Just have to stand on the brakes a little bit as he looks to go up the inside. Is that wet? Oh! Wet conditions. And Graham Foster-Vigors then facing in the wrong direction. And are they going to keep them going there? Graham's going to try and get the car going. Come on, Graham. Get the car moving. Push him out wide. And that's what they're going to do. And they go round and they are pushing them round as Harry Russell then takes up the running then from that Harrison Barnbrook. Barnbrook looks for the cut back up on the inside as Harry Russell goes on the outside coming out of Stargate turn as they bring up these yellow flags still being held aloft. All these cars know where Graham Foster Vigors is, and they're going to come round again and close that gap down there. And it is that Yorkshire Dales 86 then, Harry Russell, the young lad. But here comes Barnbrook looking for the cut back up on the inside there as Russell goes back on the power and keeps it going. And the Yorkshire Dales 66 has got the car going and out of the way as they bring it round turn 1 and 2. There's still racing left in this one, and it is that Yorkshire Dales 86 in Harry Russell from Scunthorpe 145, Harrison Barnbrook, Yorkshire Dales 103 of Jamie Smith in third. Fourth is the I think it's going to be Yorkshire Dales 106 because the Yorkshire Dales 66 Graham Foster Vigors is down the pack. Hereford 16, also Jamie Duggan. But it's checker flag, Harry Russell. Yorkshire Dales 86 takes the win. Scunthorpe 145, Harrison Barnbrook broken his winning streak. Yorkshire Dales 103, Jamie Smith in third. Fourth is Yorkshire Dales 106 of Josh Bowes. And coming across Hereford, 16 of Jamie Duggan. Back in, he's going to come round as well. It was just one of those things, isn't it? The water on the inside line. Josh went through that way. Just the back end flicked out. Had a bit of contact there with Graham Foster Vigors, but they carried the racing on. That's what we said, wasn't it? That they've got those yellow flags out and got the racing going. Wowee. Right. Men's Class 8s. It's the final time, and it is over to Hayley Turner-Goodwin.
Thanks, Mickey. Yeah, Pickering Tyres are your weekend sponsors. ProLinks are your series sponsors. Men's Class 8 this weekend. We started out with 11 grids. They've battled it through 3 rounds of heat, 2 semi-finals to get your top 8 to make it into this final. That's going to bring out Typhy 57, Jake Herdman, PhD 47, Dan Thomas, Yorkshire Dales 37, Daz Mullen, Border County 69, Adam Jones, IK 356, Mitch Wells, Mallow 13, Colin Lindham, Yorkshire Dales number 7, Liam Nichols, and Stairton 77 of Ant Ross. We've just got one of the pickup trucks just shooting across to head off over near that start line, but I can already see yellow flags appearing round this track. Just going to move my chair out in case I get a bit excited. I don't want to knock it downstairs. We've got bungees up. Rossi's away and gone with this one then. Stern 77, very quick off that bungee. That PhD 47, Dan Thomas looks to go with him, as does Mitch Wells. Liam Nichols looks to cut up there as well. Mitch has got himself stuck in the wet stuff, but it's Rossi from Thomas as you 1 and 2 now make the way around that turn 3 and that start line turn, heading up down the far side of the field. Typhoon 57, then Jake Herdman in that 3rd place position from that Border County 69 of Adam Jones. Daz Mullen then in that Yorkshire Dales 37's in that 5th place. He's going to look for the cut up the inside. Woo! Dan Thomas there just getting it a little bit sideways, drops from 2nd to 4th as he cuts back across, but they all avoid contact and keep running back up and at the front of the field there. Starting 77, Ant Ross it is that's going to lead them up into that turn 1. Jake Herdman then in that Typhy 57's in that 2nd place position from the Border County 69 of Adam Jones as you 1, 2, 3 in this one. Daz Mullen then in that Yorkshire Dales 37, but he's coming under pressure from the PhD 47 of Dan Thomas then as they now make their way around. Mitch Wells then IK 356 down. Just behind him is Liam Nichols, and the one with the work to do from the rear is that Mallow 13 of Colin Lindham, but back up and at the front 3 to go on this one. Rossi it is then from Herdman, from Jones. Thomas is up then, as is Mitch Wells. Liam Nichols, Daz Mullen's dropped right down the field, and that Colin Lindham in that Mallow 13 with all the work to do from the back of the pack. Half a lap now between your front and your back marker. Mullen's got a problem, he's heading off into the pits. We've got a black flag somewhere for somebody. I think that's Rossi that's picked up the black flag there, so that's going to I think Mullen picked up a black flag. Liam Nichols finds himself parked up on the far side. That's going to allow the Typhy 57 then of Jake Herdman to take up the running as your race leader on this one, leading them up around that 10-2 down past the commentary box then. Adam Jones goes with him in the border count is 69. Mitch Wells now through up into that third place. IK 356, PhD 47. Dan Thomas looking to chase him down then. Then it's the Mallow 13 of Colin Lindham, and then that Yorkshire Dales number 7 of Liam Nichols is the one to do with all the work from the back of the pack. But checkered flag time. Your race winner, Typhy 57 it is then, of Jake Herdman from Dan Thomas in that border county 69, Mitch Wells IK 356, and that PhD 47 of Dan Thomas. And then coming round to take 5th place is going to be that Yorkshire Dales number 7 of Liam Nichols. That was a cracking final. Well done to the Class 8s down there. Up on the line then, that looks like we're heading back to men's Class 9. Mallow 13 then of Colin Lindham comes round to complete the lineup on that one after getting himself back running. Russ is giving himself heart attack. I think he must have just run round. And it's not mine, they're all lying to me. It's Class 10. Are you all right, Russ? Have you got your breath back? Right. we'll hand you back over to Russ.
Yeah, thanks, Hayley. This is the Class 10 final, then first attempt. Let's go racing with them then. And who's going to make the best car? Ray was first initially from the outside. Oh, he's got a wheel broken on the Scunthorpe 53. And as they pile through, oh, big wheelie from Seagreaves. Chris Ellis is lost in the dirt along with Phil Young. But at the moment, we go racing. And it's Hornshaw. York 7 who leads the way, then Seagreaves up into second place. No, we go Reds. Oh, we've got big roll. Coles is over and over and over. Okay, ambulance please, very, very quickly. Okay, so obviously you've all seen what's just occurred. We will obviously just have some quiet time just while we wait to see what goes on. Hopefully Paul is okay, but that was a nasty, nasty tumble. And as said, we'll just go quiet just while the crew down there sort everything out and do what they need to do. So just looking over there on the start straight side, Paul Coles is out the car and he is climbing into the back of the medical vehicle. It's great to see that he's on his feet because that was a big tumble. And I did think earlier today we'd done quite well, and then Russ Adiman went over. I think that was the first roll all weekend. Paul Cole's now the second, and that man, he doesn't have much luck. He puts a lot into his racing and everything, and he's very passionate about it, but it hasn't gone very well for him again. He came up to Scunny earlier this year and blew an engine up in the first race. And as I said, he tries very hard to get some result, and it just never goes his way. So I'm sure he'll be back in the car when both he and it are fit to do so. But the main thing is he was out of the car and seemingly okay. So it just obviously a credit to how strong these cars are built. You don't have much protection around you. There's no crumple zones as such like they do in the road cars. These are built to withstand these bumps and conditions. And I think at first glance from where we are, and we're as far away from it as can be, the car has taken the role immensely well. So front corner's broken. Can't see because the little off-road vehicle's just in front of it, blocking it from our view. But yeah, definite front corner off. Can't really tell anything else, but as I said, he was out the car. So that's the important thing, and I'm sure he'll get the check over and he will be okay. So I think that's definitely another donation. I think that qualifies. I haven't heard about if we're up in the stakes if it is a rollover, but yeah, there we go. So looks like rear corner gone as well, suspension, a few rose joints and that, and hopefully nothing more. And Paul Coles will be back in the car obviously very soon. Fortunately, he's not qualified for the Nationals this year, I don't think. I think that honour's gone to Chris Ellis for the Southern League. They only got one place. So, yeah. So, and with the Nationals, it's obviously been mentioned, that's only a couple of weeks away now on the build-up to that. If you do watch any of my stuff on social media, on my Grass Chat page, I will be doing my Nationals predictions, the videos where I try and do my best to go down the entry list for everybody who's qualified and all the reserves, and then try and give somebody the curse by predicting them to be in the final and pick up the results. So if you fancy, I will share more information on that over this coming week. So looking forward to obviously doing my own little build-up, and I think there's lots in the pipeline for the Nationals itself. So definitely keep eyes peeled on social media, on the Evesham's Nationals Facebook page and their website that they've got dedicated to the event. All the information and that you will want will be on there. So with that, Paul Cole's South Somerset 166 car is in the centre green, out of harm's way. Marshall's, I think, well, we've still got Carl Ray's car, which I think is going to need to be escorted off by telehandler. And, yeah, then once that's back in, we will be going racing again with ladies Class 1s and Paul Glover.
Yeah, thanks, Russ. We'll take us through these ladies' Class 1s while you're getting that car recovered from that far side. And ladies' Class 1 sponsored by Cooper Classics and Sports Cars and DBR Racing, your series sponsor. Started off with 25 of them this weekend. 3 sets of heats, all scoring points to get through the top 8. To come into this final, and in this final on top points of 155, which is 2 wins and a second, is Stacey Mills in Cambridge 34. Maddie Tilson in St Neots 16 is on 146 points. 1 point behind her is Nia Jones in the Typhy 25, and then on 138 points we've got Claire Compton in Scunthorpe 951, and then it's Emily Grayson in Scarborough 95 on 136 points. just behind Emily we've got the on 118 points Emily Polly in the Cambridge 136, and Lud 19 Meg Parsons on 117 points, and your final qualifier is Gail Davis in Lud 77, and she got through on 115 points, so that's how many points you needed. As the gunny car gets taken back to the pits on the telehandler, Paul Coles is in the centre of the green, out on the way. Hopefully Paul's been checked over and he's okay. Over in that ambulance station, we'll be waiting until the ambulance crew are satisfied that they are okay with Paul before they let us race, so as we've got full cover, and then we'll be underway and racing with these ladies class 1s 1000cc front wheel drive. Not allowed to tune these cars, these are fairly standard engines. Some of them have been stripped and put back together with loving care, so it makes them a little bit better. Others are just standard engines that's never been touched. So all we're waiting for now is these clearance from the ambulance crew, and as soon as we get the clearance from the ambulance crew, we will be back with you and racing with these ladies class 1, sponsored by the Coopers Classics and Sports Cars, and TBR Racing, the series sponsor. So yellow flags starting to appear around this field. Just waiting for Marshal's Post 2, I think, to put a yellow flag up. Got them on 1, on at 3 and 4. Got a yellow on the start line. Hello. So we've still got these yellow flags around this field, so we'll have to just wait. But not sure what we're waiting for at the moment, whether the Chief Marshal's got clearance from the ambulance crew. Still got lights flashing on the back of the ambulance. I think that's the signal that says that they've still got a patient inside that they're looking after. As soon as them medics are clear and available, we will start racing. We won't start racing without them. Obviously safety is the main thing, and when you see somebody go over like Paul Coles just did, a big end over end and nearly landed on top of the Armco, then I think he did climb out under his own steam, so that's a nice thing to see, that Paul climbed out and they put his car in the centre of the field. And we'll just wait for the ambulance crew to say that they're happy to let us go. If you're watching on BAStv and you've just joined us, then we're in the start of the ladies finals, just went into ladies class 1s, but we've just had a nasty roll in the class 10s, and the driver is now being looked after by the medical crew. Hopefully it's just precautionary, but until they're satisfied that he's A-OK, we're going to have to wait a little bit. And what you're watching is Autograss racing, which is on a 1/4 mile natural surface. So as I say, we've just got this bit of downtime because of this medical crew not quite being ready for us. As soon as they're ready, we'll be on way and racing with these ladies class 1s. So yellow flag's coming up yet again, and yellow flag on post 1 goes up, bungee goes up, and we're away and racing with the Cooper's Classic and sports car sponsored ladies class 1s, and it's the Centeniers 16 of Maddie Tilson that leads them into the first corner with the Cambridge 34 of Stacey Mills. Stacey Mills just gets it wrong and gets collected big time. So she's on the infield. Centeniers 16, Typhus 21, Cambridge 136, Scunthorpe 951, and then the Scarborough 95 of Emily Grayson back to the lead, and it's Maddie Tilson in that Centenier 16 that's got away and clear. Second place it's Nia Jones in the Typhy 25, and then the Scunthorpe 951 of Claire Compton in that third position. Nia Jones just gone out a bit wide but managed to hang on to it, and the Cambridge 136 of Emily Polly. And playing catch up after an earlier incident is the Cambridge 34 of Stacey Mills. Stacey was highest point scorer, but she just got it wrong going into that first corner, and somebody collected her, and she's now managed to get that car going again. She's playing catch up, but it is the Centenier 16 that leads it. Typhy 25, Cambridge 136, Scunthorpe 951 with the Scarborough 95 just on her inside. Then it's the Lud 77 and Cambridge 34, Lud 77. That's Gail Davis back to the leader, and it's the Maddie Tilson in that Centenier 16. But closing up on her all the time is the TA 25 and Nia Jones. He has gone a little bit heavy again and had to brake on that mistake going into that deep stuff. And then it's the Scunthorpe 951 of Claire Compton with the Scarborough 95 of Emily Grayson, and then the Cambridge 136 of Emily Polly. But into Nutter Corner, Centenier 16 is she's still in front, but this gap's getting a little bit littler to Nia Davis in the TA 25. Scunthorpe 951. She's also trying to close up on these two, but they're all fairly clear of each other at the moment. And having said that, that gap just visibly gets smaller from the Centenier 16 to the TA 25, but they're on their penultimate lap this time, because when they come around this time they're going to see the yellow flag with the black cross that tells them one more lap to go, and it's still the Centenier 16 from TA 25, SC 951, Scarborough 95, Cambridge 136, and then it's Cambridge 34 and Lud 77 still limping around at the back of the field. Like Gail Davis might have a few problems on board that one, but it's checker flag at the ready and led it from the front. But if there'd been another couple of laps, it might have changed. Centenier 16 from TA 25, Scunthorpe 951, Scarborough 95, Cambridge 136, and then Cambridge 34. And last but not least, Lud 77 and the DNF down at the bottom end must be the load 19 of Meg Parsons. So that completes the ladies class 1s. That means moving on to the ladies class 2s. So that's back to Russ, that's going to take you through the ladies class 2s.
Yes, thank you, Paul. So, unfortunately, Meg Parsons then didn't finish the Class 1 final for the ladies. Let's see if all finished ladies Class 2. So we started with 20 cars in the P&R Transport and Fleet Care Services sponsored ladies Class 2s. We have our 8 finalists down there on the grid. Nobody went through unbeaten. So they've all seen somebody ahead of them at some point, but best of the bunch after qualifying is Vicky Robbins in St Neots 34, and she looks to have selected that inside grid. Jess Conway in Scunthorpe 1 lines up next to her in grid 2 as second qualifier, third and 2 wins for her. Caitlin Barnett was third in the qualification. She lines up in grid 3, so you can see the pattern. Jess Singer was unbeaten yesterday, but a lowly 6th in heat 3. Means she's down as 4th qualifier in South Somerset 45. She comes out the central of the grid in lane number 4. Next to her, Lara Jones in Typhy 17 in the Nova is there and looking to show well after a third, a first and a 4th today. Then Nicola Bettany, Radford 92, your national champion, is in grid 6. Not had the strongest showing, a 2nd and 2 thirds, but she could put that right in today's final. Then we have Emma Robinson, 7th qualifier in Spalding 26. Is next, 2 seconds and a lowly 7th today, so hoping to bounce back herself. And the last qualifier on 96 points with a 2nd, a 6th and a 3rd is Lucy Wickham, in PAC 81. Missing out was Hannah Cheshire in Breedon Hill 12, missing out by 2 points. Then Sally Doddridge, Linda Thomas, Courtney Lewis, Gabby Smith, Hayley Verity, Jess Tate, Faye Stevenson, Claire Mulroy, Anne-Marie Chadburn, Charlotte Jordan and Jess Owen was the complete point standings. 96 points, not the most you needed to get in the final, but it was enough for Lucy Wickham as last qualifier. She comes out of grid 8, so they're all from inside to out how they have qualified for today's final, and away we go. Who makes the best of the breaks? Singer was slow away, Conway quick, Bettany quick, and it's Conway and Bettany who lead into turn 1. Caitlin Barnett nudges into the back in the Cumdee 151. Problems for Emma Robinson in Spalding 26. That car has not gone well today after a strong showing yesterday. Oh, there's bang, bang, bang. Lucy Wickham's round. Jess Singer's parked and Lara Jones involved. And I can't see that one going much further. And indeed it doesn't. There's the red flags. And the 2s will go back into the holding lanes and they will try it again. Not sure what's likely to happen, but Lucy Wickham went towards the infield and Jess Singer got a big knock on there as well. Right, well then, Mickey, I've had 2 goes. I'm 1 for 2. 1 success, 2 failed. It's your turn now on the Class 5s, and obviously I know earlier on we had that mega Class 7 final, in all honesty, which I didn't think would go through first time. But no, it was a mega race, and let's see what ladies 5s will do next.
Yeah, thanks very much, Russ. This is your lorryinsurance.co.uk and Talking Dirty. Ladies Class 5 final down here at Yorkshire Dales. Breedon Hill 66, Lindsay Ware. Cambridge 10, Kirsty Godfrey. South Somerset 22, Kirsten Bartlett. York 44, Nicola Shimon Jesse. Athelston 13, Laura Blaber. Cumdee 31, Sandra Jones. West Waterford 188, Trish Daly. And the Forest of Dean 1, Terry Mumford. So looking down there, you've got 138 points, took you to the top of the shop. So no one's had a clean sweep all through the weekend, albeit Lindsay Weir in that 66 has 2 wins under her belt and a 4th. Kirsty Godfrey, Cambridge 10, has started off and a 2nd, then a 1st and a 3rd. So that's a bit of the old Ted Rogers, 3-2-1. And 136 points. Kirsten Bartlett had a win in the first round. And then Heat 2, 5th. And then she had a win in her 3rd heat. Nicola Jessie, she's had a third and 2 seconds, so she's saving the win for the final. Laura Blaber, second and 2/3. Sandra, a third, a fourth, and a second. She did finish off strong. Trish Daly, 5th and 2/4, and then Terry Mumford, 4th and a third, and then didn't start. Right, so if any of you were lucky trophy winners and you've completed your finals, the trophies are next to commentary in the big white tent. Super trophies as well. Top 4 get silverware to take home. I hope you've got some big shelves because they're big trophies, so well worth the effort. So again, we're just a couple of incidents happening down here as we get into the finals, the business end. Just slowing a few bits and pieces down, but we will be back racing very soon. Again, still a lovely afternoon. Bit of sun coming through, bit of cloud in the sky, but going to stay dry, which is really good. Who's your money on then? Well, I'll tell you what, Breedon Hill 66, Lindsay Weir, she has been quick off that line all weekend. So definitely, I wonder what grid she's going to go for. Looking at it, I think she's going for, I don't know, it might have been going for that outer line. I mean, Paul's on the old binoculars there. I can see Sandra Jones. She's in grid 6. I think who else is there? Yeah, I know. I think Laura. I think Laura Blaber in the Atherstone 13. Yeah, I think Nicola's coming out of grid 2. Yeah, so Kirsten Bartlett out of grid 3. I think Kirsty Godfrey is coming out of 4. Laura Blaber coming out of 5 in the Atherstone 13. Sandra Jones. So I reckon you think that's West Waterford on that outside.
The one that you're on about, unless she's hiding.
She's hiding behind. I think she's gone for that grid 1 position. It's been quick all weekend, to be fair, Paul, albeit that it's dried out, isn't it? You look at that start line. You can't see her. You don't. Are you thinking that might not be? Well, all to be revealed. Hold on a minute. Look, if we have a look at the TV screen, it's a little bit dazzly there. Can we see one in that inside line?
No, it's empty.
Oh, that could be interesting, isn't it? That Lindsay hasn't made it through. Albeit that I thought it might have been coming out of grid 7, but you say that's the West Waterford car. So, yeah, Trish Daly then's on that. No, I think may be something wrong with that car because it didn't come out in the third heats. Albeit she had just accumulated enough points. I think Lucy Wickham just missed out. She picked up a black flag in her third heat. Otherwise, she would have been in the final. So there we go. I think a little bit like we were last time is that we've got the just looking for the medical team just to give the all clear. Once we've got that, then we can go back racing with these ladies class 5s. Then we've got ladies super saloons that tucked in behind, and let's see if they're going to be as good as the men. The men were clean, by the way. Mr. Lover, Paul Glover. They went through unscathed. See if we. Huh? Ah, right. Okay. So old eagle-eyed Mr. Lover, Paul Glover. So Michaela Dance on the 7s and Julie Hawthorne, Fernie Ho, both equal first on 155 points, 2 wins and a second apiece. And I should imagine they've gone for grids 1 and 2. And then Shamel Gadsby, she's gone in grid 3. So you can see the top point scorers are all going for those inner grids and working out. So, I think we are ready to get back going. One of the marshals just being dropped off. The medical vehicle's been pulled round, facing in the right direction, which means that we're going to start to see yellow flags being held up around this Yorkshire Dales track, waiting for post number 3. Those guys just waiting for them to pick their yellow flag up, and we will be getting ready to go racing with these ladies class 5s. As we say, lorryinsurance.co.uk are serious sponsors, and Talking Dirty are our weekend sponsors. So there we go. And just waiting for that clearance. Thought we'd got it, by the way, and obviously not. So just a little bit of further downtime. Hope everyone's enjoyed it, by the way. If you've got any rubbish, please put it in the bins provided before you go, or take it home with you, recycle it, do whatever you want with it. Just it will help the team down here at Yorkshire Dales just get themselves all packed up. I think they're all going to be pretty much down here tonight anyway. Finish off what they've got to do tomorrow, and then it will be back to what will be an empty field on come Tuesday.
You're allowed to stay tomorrow, but it'll be empty by lunchtime.
Ah, that's it. So Mr. Lover Paul Glover there just giving us some update is that you can stay until midday tomorrow. So it's not bad, is it? I mean, not bad. Cheap camping for the weekend. Is it £10 per unit for the weekend? Well, Paul, you know that's you don't get that anywhere else, do you? You'll probably be doing what, 3 nights camping, 60, 70 quid?
Oh, yeah.
At least.
Yeah, if you're on a proper campsite, you'll be down.
You know what the funny thing is, right? We've had the latest motorhome 5 years, right? I've been on one campsite official and plugged in. The rest of the time, that has been sat on a race field. Right, here we go then. We're hearing engines revving, looking to that first marshal post. He spin round, point up, bungee lifts. Let's go racing then. Ladies class 5s. And who's got the best of the starts? Kirsty Godfrey's gone with her. And the Laura Blaber machine. Athelston 13. Nicola Jesse looking for the cutback up the inside. And it's Nicola Jesse. Whoa, near enough one on the side there. And I think it's that West Waterford 188. Trish Daly then, she's out of this one. She went into the thick stuff, but she's got back going. Well done. That's a good effort there. Come on, Trish. Get that foot down. See if anything can happen. Right, back to the front. And it's Kirsty Godfrey defending that line, but Nicola Jesse all over her like a rash in that York 44. Then it's Kirsten Bartlett, South Somerset 22. Sandra Jones, Cumdee 31, running that 4th place. Laura Blaber in that Athelston 13, running in 5th place at the moment. Say that back marker after going into the thick stuff. Trish Daly out of this final then. But Nicola Jesse doing her utmost to get past Kirsty Godfrey. Godfrey again protecting that lead. And here comes Kirsten Bartlett on the side of Nicola Jesse. Nicola Jesse just square wheels it, rubs off the speed there and drops back down into that 5th place. And Kirsten Bartlett then back up into that 2nd place. Sandra Jones in 3rd in Cumdee 31. Sandra Jones has a bit of contact there with that Kirsten Bartlett machine. That's pushed her down a bit. Kirsten Bartlett up into 2nd place. Sandra Jones coming back at her, looking for the cut back up the inside, coming out of that Stargate turn, down that back straight. Oh, Kirsten Bartlett, South Somerset 22, may have picked up a flag as she's pulling into the infield there. That's allowed Kirsty Godfrey to extend her lead. Up into turn 3 she goes from Sandra Jones. Laura Blaber in Athelston 13, Nicola Jesse still in the trophy position in York 44. Shimon as they out of that Stargate turn down the opening straight again. One more lap to go as they come round turn 2. It's Kirsty Godfrey then. Cambridge 10, 136 points, has qualified a 2nd for the final, but she's going to come round and take it. She's got half a lap, just over half a lap to go on this one then. Kirsty Godfrey from Sandra Jones, Cumdee 31 from Athelston 13, Laura Blaber, and then your Nicola Jesse in York 44. 4 left running in this one. It's checker flag, and it's going to be Cambridge 10, Kirsty Godfrey. She's happy with that. Takes the final. Cumdee 31, Sandra Jones 2nds, Athelston 13, Laura Blaber in 3rd, Nicola Jesse 4th in York 44, and the South Somerset 22, DNF. And also back into the pits went Trish Daly in the West Waterford 188. But ladies class 5s, you are done and dusted, and well done to Cambridge 10, Kirsty Godfrey. Right, here we go then. It is ladies class 7 Super Saloons. Max Sport, our series sponsor. D&M Design and Fabrication, our weekend sponsors. And it brings out Michaela Dance, PAC 53, Julie Hawthorne, Fernie Ho, and Radford 176, both 2 wins and a second. So top points qualifying, and they're coming out of grids 1 and 2 respectively. Shamel Gadsby out of grid 3 in Spalding 31, Ella John PhD 6, Lindsay Allen Pennine 37, Hereford 44, Nicola Gibbs Pennine 8, Samantha Graney, and York 2, Michelle Barrett. That is how they're lined up, and as we've said, Michelle Barrett is coming out of grid 8, Samantha Graney out of grid 7. So the lowest points qualifier coming in was Michelle Barrett, and all she had left, she couldn't pick any more grids because that was all that was left, and it is grid 8. Samantha qualified 7th, and she's in grid 7. Nicola Gibbs qualified 6th, and she's in grid 6. Yeah, you can get the gist, can't you? Lindsay Allen coming out of grid 5. But Marshall's walking back to their post. Yellow flags being held up around the track, which means that we're getting ready to go racing with the ladies' Super Saloons. Let's go racing. And it's Michaela Dance gets a flying shoot. Low. There's climbing going up. Keep it going. Oh, no. No, no, no. And that's got messy. Slow it down. Slow it down. And that's Ella John and Shamel Gadsby. That's Spalding 31 and PhD 6 have had a come together just past that first Marshall post. And that goes to the rerun, which is a bit of a shame, really, because everything was going all right up until that point. I'd already had me visions of going to get the trailer on the back of the motorhome, and now it's been delayed. Right, so up on the line we are going ladies class 9s, which means that I'm going to hand you over to Brandon Glover, the grandson of Mr. Lover, Paul Glover.
Yeah, cheers, Mickey. So I think it's ladies 9s anyway, I believe. Obviously we saw the Adamant machine take a tumble earlier on in the men's, and we are still waiting for a rerun of that. So I do believe, though, this is the ladies KP Thomas & Sons sponsored class 9s. So just waiting on those ladies 7s to be recovered off the track, and we will go away racing with the 9s. Sorry. So your top qualifier. I did have my sheet here 2 minutes ago. So that Paul Cole's machine just getting lifted off after that tumble a bit earlier on. Obviously that one's still yet to come back out, but yeah, your runners and riders in this one, you should see Melton 62, Claire Horner, York number 6, Kitty Adaman, Heidi Dealey Seagraves in the ARC number 3, Sharon Barker in Evesham 26, and Chloe Richardson in the Pennine number 5. So looking up at the line, I can definitely see a Seagraves machine, but I don't think I can see Cooper's machine, so it must be the ladies. It's got to be. So just waiting on that telehandler to get its way back into the pits, and We've got another one just being lifted up over that far side. Mickey's rummaging about in his pack-up box. She's been looking after you, hasn't she?
Yes, I've been well looked after.
Oh, well looked after. Well looked after. We don't get privileges like that. Just looking down at my my wife, saying, "Where's my pack-up box?" It's not on. It's not good enough. So yeah. So just wait for that Hereford 44 machine to be recovered. I think there will be a little bit of repair time for them. I think, to be honest, there'll be plenty of time for them. Mickey was going so well. Was past tense, and now it's another 10p in the pot. So as that telehandler makes its way off the circuit, the recovery vehicles just parking back up in the middle of the field. We should start to see yellow flags fly, and we look down towards that first marshal post, and he looks around for some track clearance, and the yellow flag starts to fly, and the bungee breaks, and Melton 62, an absolute stormer of a start out of the gate by the looks of it, but Seagraves is with her as well on the outside. Oh, an early spinner is that ARC number 3 of Heidi Dealey Seagraves, but Adamant's in the mix as well, but it is 62 over number 6, 5, and Sharon Barker is your 4th place in Evesham 26, and of course Heidi Dealey Seagraves in that ARC number 3 at the back, but up the far side it's still Horner in 62 and Adamant in number 6 as Adamant looks up the inside, hasn't quite got the legs to do it this time round as they come down past commentary, so it's still Horner, Adamant, Richardson and Sharon Barker and Dealey Seagraves at the back of the pack as, oh, Barker's a spinner down on the start gate turn, but up the far side it is going to be Adamant up the inside of Horner as Horner got an answer as it's hard on the brake, switching back to the inside, so it's now 6 over 62 and number 5 sat there in that 3rd place. There's a lot of work to do for the Barker and Heidi Dealey Seagraves machine at the back of the pack, but it does just look to be that York number 6 up the far side stretching her legs as it looks like Horner's fallen into the grips of Chloe Richardson in that 3rd position. I'm wondering if there's a problem on board as Chloe looks up the inside, makes it stick down past commentary, so it's now where number 6 is Sharon Barker's a spinner on the start gate turn. Everybody manages to avoid it, but it does look like Horner's got problems on board as it looks like she's just slowing off the pace. Evesham 26 is just parked up on the start gate turn, but down past commentary for another time. Katie Adamant with 2 circuits left to navigate. York number 6, Pennine number 5, Chloe Richardson sat there in 2nd, and Heidi Dealey Seagraves is back up into that 3rd position now as Claire Horner's got problems on board as she just limps round the outside hoping for a red flag, but with the yellow flag with the black cross I think you're going to be out of luck, Claire. York number 6 onto her final circuit as Claire's got a puncher on board, that's what it is, but Chloe Richardson sat there in that 2nd position as she just clips a corner in that start gate turn. Let's not try and do anything silly. Up the far side goes Katie Adamant for the final time round Nutters Bend, and she's going to be your ladies Class 9 round 2 champion. Katie Adamant, York number 6, Chloe Richardson in Pennine number 5 in 2nd, and Heidi Dealey Seagraves after that early spin in AR number 3 picks up those 3rd place points, and Claire Horner is going to come round to take 4th, and Sharon Barker, Evesham 26, retires back into the pits. So another one done and dusted. We're getting good at this now, Mickey. We are getting very, very good at this. So I'm looking up at the line. I can see Steve rumbling through some paperwork, trying to find the right one. Ladies Class 6s, because I'm not sure what her name is now, but it's Hannah Johnson.
Thomas.
Thomas, that's what it is. So it's going to be over to Steve for these.
Right, thank you very much. So, yeah, slight change in the order then, but hey, we spotted between the three of us, so yeah, must be getting better. Right, ladies sixes, commercial services, sponsor for the meeting, Elite Transmission, our British Autograss Series associate sponsor. Top qualifier, Ellie Lockwood in Scunthorpe 15. On 119 points. Sophie Lewis should be there in Tivy 36. Emily Grayson in Scarborough 97. Zoe Coupland in Scunthorpe 36. Hannah Thomas in Scarborough 16. Nia Jones in PhD 12. Ellie Bailey in Scunthorpe 33. So I think those are the cars that we're expecting. Expecting 7, can only see 6. So not quite sure which one we haven't got. But we've certainly got Ellie Lockwood, because it's Scunthorpe 15 that comes past us as the race leader. Zoe Coupland in second place in 36, the Scunthorpe version. Sophie Lewis runs third in 36, the Tivy version. As they go round that far side, looking to make a move round the outside is Nia Jones in PhD 12. Hannah runs next in Scarborough 16, and then the 97 machine. So I think it's Ellie Bailey that we're minus in Scunthorpe 33. Problems on the top bend for Sophie Lewis, TA 36. The back end has gone and collapsed on that machine, so unfortunately I think Sophie's race is run, but it's getting close at the head of affairs between the two Scunthorpe cars. Ellie Lockwood in 15, Zoe Coupland in 36. That's the 1 and the 2 as they come past us. About 3-4 car lengths clear of the battle that's going on now for third place as well. PhD 12 just holding off Hannah Thomas in the Scarborough 16 machine. That's running third and fourth. Emily Grayson runs fifth in Scarborough 97. Poor old Sophie Lewis just sits and watches on, and she will be watching Ellie Lockwood coming round once again in Scunthorpe 15. Another lap successfully completed. 36 runs second. PhD 12 and Scarborough 16 absolutely neck and neck. That's the closest race at the moment for that third place position, as the PhD 12 just gets better of it as Hannah has to ease off the throttle over on the far side. Couple of laps to go, and it's all gone a bit wrong for Ellie Lockwood in Scunthorpe 15. So Zoe Coupland says thank you very much. 36 takes up the run in Scunthorpe 15. PhD 12 right in the hunt now. These three quite a way clear of the Scarborough 16 car of Hannah, but Zoe Coupland it is now, your reasonably clear race leader as she comes round with one circuit to go. Scunthorpe 36, still everything to play for now for second place. Ellie Lockwood, long time race leader in Scunthorpe 15, fending off the challenge of Nia Jones in PhD 12. That's the 2 and the 3. And Emily Grayson runs fourth in Scarborough 97. But checker flag time it is, and it's going to be Zoe Coupland that's going to take ladies class 6 here at Yorkshire Dales. Scunthorpe 36 takes a good win. Ellie Lockwood second in Scunthorpe 15. PhD 12 in that third place position. Fourth goes to Emily Grayson in Scarborough 97, and safely completing will be Hannah Thomas in Scarborough 16. There we go. We are hearing Zoe Coupland unfortunately picked up a green flag in Scunthorpe 36. So if that is the case, then she will go back 2 positions. So if that is the situation, Ellie Lockwood will take victory in that one, and we will move on to the combined ladies class 4s and stock hatches. Ladies class 4s sponsored by Plum Pal Innovations, and the series sponsor DM Design and Fabrication. The ladies stock hatches sponsored here at the meeting by Patterson's of Thirsk and D&D Transport, then our British Autograss Series associate sponsor. So 2 class 4s, both on looking very quick, to be fair. Claire Compton and Catherine Harding, North Shropshire 434 and Tivy 13. And 3 stock hatches, Holly Lickley in YD95, Tracy Lewis in Hereford 61, and Sophie Egerton in Ludlow 47. So best of the stock hatches on the qualifying, Holly Lickley in YD55. Best of the class 4s was Claire Compton just in the North Shropshire 434 machine. So 2 races for the price of 1 coming out in this one, but Just looking, I think, for the loader to hook up the unfortunate TA36 machine. So I think we're almost safely on board. That will be removed to the middle. And we will be looking for not many finals to go. No, we're certainly getting through them. A couple of reruns, I think, but yeah, certainly not many more at all. TA36, I think. Yeah, safe and sound on there. Say the stock hatch and the fours. A bit low on numbers in both classes. That's why I look to run them together for not just to save a race, but obviously from a spectator point of view. Then a couple of cars going around the track, then it is much better to be seeing 4 or 5 going around the track. And they have provided some good racing so far, it has to be said. Certainly close racing between the fours and the stock hatches, and indeed between each other. So TA36 heading towards the centre of the track, and looks like down there that the Tivy 13 car then of Catherine Harding is that's coming out of pole position. Oh. But the first one to show, it is NS434 Claire Compton that goes into that top bend, the first of the Class 4s. Tivy 13, Catherine Harding, the other Class 4s. Oh, we got YD 95 then, Holly Lickley sideways on that top bend. Ludlow 47 comes through the first of the stock hatches, Sophie Egerton. Hereford 6 is Tracy Lewis, and YD 95, Holly Lickley, then just comes to a halt and gets it going again out of harm's way as their race leader comes round. That race leader, Claire Compton, in all shots for a 434, Tivy 13. That's the 2 Class 4s, 1 and 2. But we've got red flags on that one. So that puts me final total up to 2 so far. And still going. Right, there we go then. Ladies 8 it is on the line. So I shall vacate what is literally, as Mickey keeps saying, it's a bit warm in here, literally the hot seat. And we shall hand you back over to Brandon for Ladies Class 8s.
Yeah, cheers, Steve. So Haley's sat down there having kiddie cuddles. So I'll take you through the ladies' 8s. So top point scorer over the weekend, 155 points.
I thought I would have done.
Alice Bevans in PAC 2. Josie Tompkinson sits there in that second position with 2 wins and a third, 146 points in Scunny 52. Lindsay Mullen, Yorkshire 37. And Scunny 51, Beth Tompkinson. Abby Jade Bennett in Forest 8. Scarborough 74, Laura Jefferson. Shelby Almond in North Wales 271. And Melton number 1, Claire Horner. So Timber Displays and ProLinks are your weekend and series sponsor. So just waiting on a little bit of track clearance and the bungee brakes, and Mullen's quick at the gate, but so is Bevans in that PAC number 2 machine. Tompkinson goes with them as well, as somebody's very, very sideways. Mullen's on the outside, but Tompkinson's on the inside, and who's going to get the best of the shouts as it's all argy-bargy, 52 over 2 and 37 there, your top 3 as they come down past commentary for the first time into that start gate turn. So it is that 52 machine up the far side. Josie Tompkinson, Alice Bevans, hot on her heels, and Lindsay Mullen in the mix as well in that Yorkshire Ales 37, and that I think it's Laura Jefferson sat there in that 74 machine, sat there in that third. As I say that, Bevans goes very, very wide, but Beth's in the mix as well in Scunny 51. Abby Jade Bennett down at the back of the pack, but back up at the front it is still Mullen and Tompkinson battling it out, and Bevans still sat there in that third position in that PAC number 2, but Beth's all the way around the outside. Can she make it stick? And she loses out to Abby Jade Bennett and Laura Jefferson, but it's still Josie Tompkinson, Lindsay Mullen and Alice Bevans. They're your top 3. Laura Jefferson just holding the pack up, but Beth Tompkinson's on her way through in that Scunny 51 machine as she tries round the outside again. Laura Jefferson looking up the inside of Alice Bevans, can't make anything stick with 3 laps left to go for Josie Tompkinson in Scunny 52, Lindsay Mullen there in Yorkshire Dales 37. Still Alice Bevan sat there in third, but she's under strong pressure now from Laura Jefferson in the Scarborough 74 machine as they all just start to spread out ever so slightly. Beth Tompkinson still trying to make that outside line work as she's now up into that fifth position, but it's still 52, 37, number 2, 74 and 51. Abby Jade Bennett down there in that sixth position. Claire Horner not having the best of weekends in that Melton number 1 machine, only just scraping into the final, but it's still Scunny 52 of Josie Tompkinson as the yellow flag with the black cross comes out. 1 lap left to go for the 52 machine. Lindsay Mullen still there in that second position. Alice Bevans in PAC number 2 sat there in third as Beth Tompkinson just slides up the inside, promoting herself up into that 4th position as they go up the far side. So I think it is going to be the Josie Tompkin machine who's going to be your BAS round 2 BAS champion. Scunny 52, Lindsay Mullen in second, Alice Bevans in third, Beth Tompkinson, Laura Jefferson and Abby Jade Bennett. And I think that would be Claire Horner in the Melton number 1 and Shelby Ireland in the North Wales 271. And what an absolute cracking race there from Josie, Alice and Lindsay all battling it out up at the front. But that's your timber display and ProLink sponsored ladies at Class 8's done and dusted for the weekend. So massive congratulations to all them ladies. And we look up at the line and it's ladies 3s.
Thanks, Brandon. So, yeah, ladies class 3s, and it's Border County's 111. That's the first one to show. Becky Shaw with the Spalding 77 in that next position. That's Nicola Saint in that one. And then all getting a little bit stretched out, but it's Becky Shaw in 111 that leads them on that bottom straight towards the nutter corner with the Spalding 77 and Nicola Saint in that second position. Then it's the TA1 of Naomi Davis in that third slot. A little bit of a gap until we get back to the CM3 of Kathleen Bayon. So Kathleen Bayon in that 4th position, and all the work from the back of the field is Erina Almond in North Wales 27 as Becky Shaw down that bottom straight towards that another corner. We've got no Jade Russell in this one. So it's Border County's 111 that still leads it from Spalding 77, Tyfeet 1. And then North Wales 27 moves up past the Carmarthen number 3, but it is Becky Shaw in that Border County's 111 that takes you on that bottom straight into that another corner. Still got a few laps to go on this ladies class 3 sponsored by Diggers Limited this weekend, and Spalding 77 of Nicola Saint still there in that section. She keeps looking up on that inside, but no room there, and she went a little bit heavy and lost a lot of time on that corner. But it's Becky Shaw that takes them down that bottom straight into the nutter corner. Still got 2 laps to go. And it is Border County's 111 Becky Shaw that still leads it from the Spalding 77 and Nicola Saint. And then we've got the TA1 of Naomi Davis all on her own in that 3rd slot. A little bit of a gap until we get back to the Carmarthen 3 of Kathleen Bayon that's back up into that 4th position. And Erina Almond in North Wales 27. But yellow flag with the black cross tells Becky Shaw she's only 1 more lap to go. It also tells Nicola Saint that she's only 1 more lap to try and find a way around as she looks on that inside, and just touches Becky Shaw, and they both turn around. Is that going to make Naomi Davis back up into the lead in TA1? So it's TA1 that leads down that straight into this nutter corner. Checkered flag at the ready.
It's a black flag being held there.
So TA1 takes the checkered flag of Naomi Davis, and then it's Becky Shaw in Border County's 111, and then Carmarthen 3 of Kathleen Bayon, and Erina Almond in North Wales 27 completes the ladies class 3s, because Nicola Saint is got a damaged wheel down on that Spalding 77 on that bottom straight. But we will leave that up to the marshals. Whether that result stand, we'll be leaving up to them. If I hear anything, I will come back and let you know. Looking up to the line, we've got F600s, so it's back over to Mickey B.
It's not, it's me.
It's not.
It's late.
Oh, sorry, it's not Mickey B. It's over to Ruster's going to take you through these ladies F600s. Looks like they've split the 600s and the class 10s, so it's back to Russ.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. The ladies for the Class 10s and F600s have been on track together all weekend, but I think because there is a car in the men's Class 10 final, that being the Hornshaw car, and if the Scunthorpe 53 is back out as well, that was Carl Ray, but Josie Tompkinson races that one in the ladies. So they've decided to run the F600s separately. So the ladies' F600s will get the track to themselves. So they'll get the air time for themselves on track. We should have had 4, but we've only had 3 throughout the weekend. And the ladies' F600 sponsored by Z Cars this weekend and D&D Transport for your series. Very kind thank you to both. Ladies' F600 is still a bit thin on the ground. It's taken a bit longer to get some of the women interested in racing the F600s. And only 3 of them today. But, of course, the F600s are they've been around for, I don't know how long now, at least a decade. And they're now official next year, which means they will feature at the men's and ladies and juniors National Autograss Championships. They've, as with the stock catches up until last year, they've been their own sort of separate little thing, but they've become part of the official family of Autograss now, which they might as well be because they've been around long enough. But they had their standalone national championships, and this year for the F600s it's their final standalone championships before they become part of it next year. And I believe it's next weekend, isn't it, at Hereford, the F600 Nationals? So sort of a warm-up before the big Nationals, which we know is on the beginning of August. But I will be there, which I'm delighted to be part of the team as well. I don't know if we're allowed to announce that yet, but Mickey's going to be there as well, and a lot of others. So we're looking forward to it. But anyway, we go racing here and now, and it's the F600s. Molly Trousdale in Scarborough 30 has got the chasing to do, and it is birthday girl tomorrow, Kirsty Bowes, who is leading. And I was told it's her first meeting in the car as well, so good going. Leading the way, Yorkshire Dales 106, Donna Evans there in Hereford 16. So it could be a fantastic early birthday present here. There may only be 3 cars, but it is still a race and you've got to beat them. So Yorkshire Dales 106 it is, coming through ahead of Hereford 16. Donna Evans, a little bit more experienced in the Formula 600s, but running in the mid position at the moment ahead of Molly Trousdale, who has had some struggles this weekend with that car. She does normally go very well, but hasn't found the ultimate pace on occasion, and is there in 3rd at the moment. So it is Bowes who leads the way. I mean, the men's F600 race was fantastic, wasn't it? Watching that. Really close race. Will we get a close finish here on the ladies? At the moment, no. Because on this surprising to be polished circuit, which we wouldn't have expected yesterday or even this morning, it is now polished on the main racing line. And that is where you need to be. And Kirsty Bowes is doing just that, keeping that Yorkshire Dales 106 car in prime position. She's closing up for 2nd and 3rd, though. Donna Evans and Molly Trousdale starting to close up to one another, and there could be a challenge on for that 2nd place. All 3 of them are going to get a trophy, providing they finish, or if you finish 3rd and get a green and end up 5th, that doesn't usually go well. But at the moment, they're all on form for a trophy. 2 laps is it to go for Kirsty Bowes. 106 then has pulled half a straight clear over this little tussle now for 2nd and 3rd. Trousdale on a much tighter line there, but it is wet going into that corner on the inside, so you're going to lose. Oh, Bowes has spun it! Oh no, on the start gate turn, Kirsty's round, she gets it going again, but she's lost that early present and gifted it instead to, at the moment, Donna Evans, who's going to go on to her final lap. Hereford 16 it is, Scarborough 30 and Yorkshire Dales 106. It's never over till it's over, and we're waiting for that checkered flag now. Has Molly Trousdale got anything she can do about Donna Evans, who's ahead of her into the final turn? We're going to see the checkered. And it's Hereford 16. She's a bit wider. Scarborough 30 up the inside. Dash to the line. Close finish. Hereford 16, Scarborough 30. Another lap. And we could have had something very, very interesting to see. But Yorkshire Dales 106, I'm sure a little disappointed there. But well done for making it. And obviously still taking a very, very lovely trophy on a short journey home, being a Yorkshire Dales racer, of course. Right, that was F600s. Z Cars and D&D Transport, your sponsor. Let's go to Class 10. If you remember, we had Carl Ray in the wars in Scunthorpe 53. Not as big a war as what Paul Coles had when he took a huge roll. Very heavy landing. It was good to see he was out of the car, but unfortunately, he's out of the running. Let's see what else happens then. Have we got 2, 4, 6 cars? I think, are there maybe 7? Not sure if Carl Ray is back there. I think I can see his car, but it looks further back on the grid, so I don't know if that's him or not. No, away we go with 6 of them, and it's Lee Seagreaves who storms out the gate in ARC1. Ben Herdman goes with him on the inside of Phil Young in Eastern 23. Oh, Young, he's got it sideways. Oh, and he's made contact with Hornshaw, who goes around in York 7. Chris Ellis is in the deep stuff once again, and Phil Young's facing the infield. So a messy start. They're waving him to get clear, so we keep racing. ARC1 it is. Radford 207 and York 40. Hornshaw resumes in 4th ahead of Ellis, and Young still parked up. They're waving him round, so we keep racing. ARC1 it is, your points leader of Lee Seagreaves. Ben Herdman looking on fine form this weekend. He's lost in the dust there, though. He's had to back off, and Wes Tinker closes in a touch in York 40. But look at the pace as they go down that start straight for this time around, and Lee Seagreaves is definitely riding that cushion in ARC1 and looking very, very good as he goes into the turn through the start gate, pops the front wheels up, lands them down and keeps that throttle on. Radford 207 doing tremendous in second ahead of York 40. York 7 sits there in 4th still. No damage or ill effect on the car. He continues ahead of Chris Ellis. There's Seagreaves once again. We just mentioned the tail ender and the leader comes back through. 207 and 40 as Seagreaves roll-offs are flittering in the wind. There goes 7 and 6 continuing on. The pace not letting off at all. Is it time for the last lap board? Not yet. It's ARC1 on his way. A full straight clear over Ben Herdman in that second position. Wes Tinker about 8-10 car lengths back from the second position, and then Hornshaw, who's done well to reel in any ground at all, and Chris Ellis, who went for a paddle earlier on. Now it's the last lap, and Seagreaves is well clear. He can see the back markers. He's not going to catch them, but he's certainly going to be away of this second place and third as Herdman and Tinker go through. Then it's Hornshaw and finally Chris Ellis. But here's the checkered flag as soon as the last lap board goes up. Oh, they've not put it back down. Seagreaves back through again. He's back on the last lap once again. They've missed him, and that means then taking the checkered instead first is Ben Herdman, but he's actually second, surely. Then it's York 40 and then York 7 and South Somerset 6, but I'm pretty sure Lee Seagreaves was that far in front they forgot he was the leader. But ARC1, I'm sure, is your winner. So Ben Herdman shook the fist there to cross the line. I don't know if he thought he were won or if he were just pleased with second, but I'm pretty sure it did go that way. And Lee Seagreaves was dominant then, one of the most dominant final performances we've seen this weekend. And
He did win. Seagreaves got a green.
never.
Yeah.
Right, well, news in then. Lee Seagreaves didn't win. He picked up a green flag, ARC1. I don't know what for, but he was docked 2 places, and that means at Radford 207, Ben Herdman is your winner. Right, okay, there we go. So news continuing to flow. It was that Lee picked up a green flag in the first attempt, and maybe that was just a proven point in that rerun because he destroyed them, didn't he? He was gone. But the penalty carries over, and that means Ben Herdman is, as you can see, rightfully so now, as we understand it. They know before we do that a well-deserved victory there. Right, we've got ladies Class 10s on the line. Well, men's Class 10s, kindly sponsored by, it was the man in the ambulance, Paul Coles, and it was SGS Gases, so also sponsoring for the series. But we go to ladies. Class 10s now. There's Josie Tomkinson and Becky Faulkner on the start. Sue Herdman, I don't know if we're waiting because that York 7 car was a bit hot when it left the track. And I think there was a slight bit of damage after that contact at the beginning with Phil Young. And Mickey B's trying on some new fashion wear.
These were handed in earlier.
So we've got some glasses. I don't know if are they sunglasses or safety glasses.
They look like sunglasses, but they could be prescription type things.
So we have got some glasses up here. They are a yellow lens type of glasses. If you can see through commentary, Mickey's displaying them now. Were they handed in this morning or yesterday? So this morning anyway. But if you're missing some, we still have them. Otherwise, Mickey's going to look very fashionable going here on out. Right, 2 cars leave the line for Class 10 ladies, and SP Suspension and SGS Gases should be your sponsor. And it's just 2 of them. Becky Faulkner has watched other people take the spoils through the heats, but she now leads the final ahead of Josie Tomkinson. Josie won the Class 8. What can she do here? She's got work to do now as Becky much fresher going into this race because Josie's just been out in the Class 8. So maybe a bit of tiredness kicking in. Obviously the final's a little bit longer. And Becky's gone out wide and let the door wide open as Josie goes through. And now Becky's just thrown it away completely and turned it around. She gets it going again, Never the Sport, and continues on her way. But it is Tomkinson who now has a commanding advantage in Scunthorpe 53. North Shropshire 6, though, will still pick up second place and valuable points unless Josie now throws it away. Not sure she's going to do that in the Scunny 53 unless her arms completely give up. As said, a very physical Class 8 final, taking the win there out in the 10 and looking to take this victory as well. And 2 trophies home for her. Will be a good weekend's work and a points lead, I think, in both classes also. So Scunthorpe 53, nearly half a lap clear over North Shropshire 6. Becky Faulkner's, I think, giving it up now. She's just going to make the finish, pick up the points and a little bit of silverware for her reward. But it's last lap board already, and Josie is going to see that board, and she knows, I'm sure, that she is comfortably clear, but still, look, flicking the car into the corner in tremendous grace there, nice and smooth. Becky Faulkner, that one mistake, well, 2 mistakes sadly cost her. She went out wide, let Josie through, and then just tried a little too hard in the following corner. But here comes your winner. 2 class victories this weekend for Josie Tomkinson in Scunthorpe 53. Class 8 and 10, not a bad weekend's work. And second place, well done, Becky Faulkner. Another trophy going her way in North Shropshire 6. Right, thank you to the sponsors then, SP Suspension and SGS Gases for sponsoring ladies Class 10s. Right, we're going to go to the last race I've got to cover this weekend. It is the ladies Class 2 final. We had a stoppage, didn't we, with a bit of a bump and a bang. And yeah, a little bit of incident here and there. Lucy Wickham went towards the infield. And there we go. I'm looking for my sheet and it's right in front of me. Right, away we go. Ladies 2's off the grid. And P&R Transport and Fleet Care Services, your sponsor. Jess Conway leads again. Vicky Robbins goes with her. Lucy Wickham in third. Oh, Jess Singer's got it horribly wrong. And pirouettes it round. So SC1 it is. Seniors 34, PAC 81, Radford 92. And then we go Spalding at 26. That is the running order. Jess Singer gets it going once again. So Nicola Bettany looking to close upon Lucy Wickham. Emma Robinson watching as well. But at the minute, the 1 and the 2 are getting away. Scunthorpe 1, St Neots 34. That's the running order. And then they come through. So SC1, St Neots 34, PAC 81, Radford 92, Spalding 26. And then Jess Singer started her weekend so strongly. 2 wins yesterday, but today has just not gone to plan at all. And she's a long, long way back and not going to pick up any silverware for a long trip back to Somerset either. But Jess Conway is very familiar with being at the front and leads away again. Scunthorpe 1, Vicky Robbins, former national champion, has been there, done it, and knows all about it, but he's second. We've got this battle on for third, the current national champion, and will be defending that title in September. remember at Cambridge. She's just gone through into that third position. Lucy Wickham relegated to fourth, but looking to fight back up the inside. And Emma Robinson still right there as well in Spalding 26. I think it's 3 to go. Bettany looks up the inside, a bit of rubbing his race in there as she goes through, and that's going to cost her as Robinson goes through into that fourth and final trophy place. There goes Jess Singer, but it's 2 to go for Jess Conway on her way, pulling her clear, extending her lead over Vicky Robbins. And then we go Radford 92, Spalding 26, PAC 81. Then coming through, we have South Somerset 45, and Scunthorpe 1 will come back through to see the last lap board. Jess Conway, it is on her way and leading. So Conway it is, Scunthorpe 1, St Neots 34, Radford 92, Spalding 26, and PAC 81. On their way, and then obviously it's that gap back to Jess Singer, but as soon as that last lap board goes down, the checkered flag will be going up, because as Singer starts her last lap, singing away is Jess Conway, who takes the win. Scunthorpe 1, your round 2 winner. Vicky Robbins is second, Nicola Bettany home third, and Emma Robinson takes the fourth and final trophy. Lucy Wickham in PAC 81. And then last but not least, still a good weekend overall for the series, picking up strong points throughout, is Jess Singer in South Somerset 45. That completes my stint. It's been fantastic being back on the mic and obviously being a part of the team again. With that is Ladies Class 2's thank you to P&R Transport and Fleet Care Services for your very kind sponsorship. I think this is men's and it's Class 6, and that means it's over to Steve.
Thank you very much then, Russ. So, yeah, absolutely spot on all counts as we get away from the line, running unfortunately without top point scorer, unbeaten through the heats, Matt Manning. But all went a bit wrong for Matt in the first run of this Class 6 final. Big thank you to sponsors Potter Plant Hire and Elite Transmissions, and it's Ben Gadsby in Pennine 7 that leads the way, but being challenged through then on the inside by Jack Brown in Mallow 182, and it's the Mallow car that takes up the run-in from the Invicta Kent 64 car there, and Andy Russell now coming through into third place. Dalton Thomas, though, Carmarthen 8 goes back into that third place slot, so falling by the wayside a little bit. Running in fifth then is the PhD 12 car of Ashley Hutchins. But your race leader down the far side, Mallow 182, it is Jack Brown, still under very strong challenge from Ben Gadsby in Pennine 7. Carmarthen 8 in that third place position. And these three quite a long way clear of PhD 12 and Invicta Kent 64. But down that far side, Ben Gadsby just having a look round the outside then of Jack Brown in Mallow 182. But the Mallow car then just drifts a little bit wide, and you don't do that to Ben Gadsby, because Pennine 7 sees the gap on the inside and says thank you very much. Pennine 7 then takes up the run-in, but fighting back is the Mallow 182 car, looking to repay the compliment as they come out of that start line turn. Watching all this with interest is Dalton Thomas, and there we go. Unfortunately, it just all went a bit wrong on that top turn. A little bit of coming together between Jack Brown and Ben Gadsby, and unfortunately the Pennine 7 car finishes up on his roof on the top turn. So the red flags come out on that one. We shall await decisions from marshals, etc. with regards to that. So Class 6 proving a little bit problematical as the Invicta Kent 64 car of Andy Russell makes his way back to the pits. The marshals and medics already in attendance on the Ben Gadsby Pennine 7, so hopefully the important thing is that Ben is A-OK. So the blood's rushing to his head at the minute, but other than that, hopefully nothing too seriously astray with him. So we'll let the people deal with that. We'll look to the line, and we've got single-seaters coming up next, which is going to be another rerun. It's going to be a rerun of men's Class 9s coming your way as Nigel Dooley in Carlo 51. That was the car that was stuck there on that top part of the circuit. So he gets towed back to the pits. And yeah, looks like they are tipping the Pennine 7 car, Ben Gadsby, the right way up, which is always a good sign. So hopefully, I think driver's A-OK. Hopefully not too much damage to the car, because once again, I'm sure I'd be very surprised if he isn't. Ben going to be one of the qualifiers for the East Midland League at the Men's Nationals in 3 weeks' time, so I'm sure he won't want too much to that. Mickey B is coming in.
So can we just the young lad that came and picked up those the sunglass wrap rounds, the lady that owns them has come to pick them up. They are prescription ones, so if the young lad that come and pick those glasses up, if they could bring them back to commentary, the lady's here to collect them. Thanks very much.
So yeah, if we can get those glasses back, please, that would be really, really good. So nobody seeming concerned up there, so which is good news, as I say. Hopefully Ben's A-OK. We've got a couple of races left to go, I think. Yeah. So my rerun total's going up a bit in the finals, but yeah, fingers crossed we can get through to them.
So young lads come here and claim them, and they're not his.
Right, so yeah, looks like we are getting track clearance. Nines are on the line. Brandon is all ready to get going. I'll go and process some finalists, and job's a good one.
Yeah, cheers, Steve. So, yeah, your rerun of your men's Class 9s up on the line. And we saw the early tumble earlier on from that York number 8 of Adamant, so hopefully he's managed to get repaired. Hopefully he's allowed back out. Just been talking to Katie, and the car's okay. Obviously Katie went out and absolutely stormed her final, so the car mustn't be too bad. It can't have been too bad. She was saying that in proper Adamant spirit, he was upside down, more bothered about the mud. So it's always nice to hear that when you're dangling upside down, all that you're bothered about, Mickey, is the fact that you've landed in a puddle of mud. So I can think of bigger things going through my head at that time.
So that Ben Gadsby machine, an unfortunate tumble you've just seen in that Class 6 race, but he's going to get recovered and probably into the centre of the track, and we will go away and racing with the men's Class 9 final. So Lee Seagraves, Phil Cooper, Sam Middleton, Jack Julian, Adam Robinson, Jimmy Smith, Russ Adaman, Sean Power. So I'm looking up at the line, and I do believe they're all there. I think they're all there. Not sure, might be, maybe not. I can see Katie down there. Is Russ on the line? Oh no, you're joking. Oh, gutted. So the Russ ain't coming out, which is disappointing. It's always entertaining to watch Russ race, so yeah, hopefully he's not too sore in the morning. But anyways, we are getting marshals back to the posts. That very poorly Ben Gadsby machine just getting taken into the centre of the circuit, and we will get some track clearance. And I'm looking around for a pen. I'm going to cross Russ off my sheet because I will look at him. Right, so ARC3, ARC5, Scunny 909, and CW9, NS71, Lud 80, and York 97. So I've got Russ next to me with his camera, his clanning behind him, Mickey. And I mean, I'm good at commentary, guys, but I don't need this much of an audience. Do you know what I mean? Come on. So we all need to get Russ some pom-poms so he can cheer for me. But anyways, we are looking around the track, and not quite sure what So, yeah, just while we've got a minute, the little lad that came and got those glasses, that claimed the glasses, if you could bring them back up to commentary. The lady whose glasses they are has come back up, and she'd quite like them back. They are prescription, so if you could bring them back up and we can reunite them with their owner. So, I think we're just waiting for the rock to be put under Ben's car so they can put it down. I've got some beautiful wellies just been handed in. I don't think they're my size, but we'll shout them out after as the nines are away and gone. And Powers on the outside in 97. He's got the best of the shouts, but Cooper and Seagraves are in the mix as well. It looks like Jimmy Smith's all the way around the outside, and NS71 is looking like an early spinner. Adam Robinson and Sam Middleton at the back in 909, but back up at the front it's Power over Cooper, Seagraves and Smith as there's a black flag handed out for Jack Julian. That must have been a start line infringement as they come down past commentary. It's still Sean Power, Phil Cooper, Lee Seagraves and Jimmy Smith as Cooper's trying round the outside. Can he make it stick? He's not quite got the pace, or has he? Round the outside he goes, and Seagraves is looking to the inside of the 97 machine as there's a rubber wheels. And he's climbing, and Power's facing the wrong direction, and Seagraves now looking up the inside of Cooper in ARC number 5, but it is number 5 over 3. Jimmy Smith in there, that's third position. Sam Middleton now in the Scunny 909 up to 4th as red flags. Wonderful. Wonderful. That's another 10p in the pot. So I've had 3 reruns all day and 2 on the same bloody race.
I had 1 this morning.
So, up at the line, we are going Lady Sevens. So it's going to be. I need to think of something to say to you. Right, I'm going to think of something. But anyways, for now, it's going to be over to Mickey B.
Yeah, thanks very much, Brandon Glover, the grandson of Mr. Lover Paul Glover. Right, we're going to go back over to the ladies' Class 7s. The one that got stopped a short while ago. Let's try again. Oh, where's the gap? 1, 2, 3, 4 back. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Lindsay Allen, I think, is the one that is not out there. Ella John, yes, she's there. So it is that middle pack Lindsay Allen machine. So it brings out Michaela Dance, Julie Hawthorne Fernio, Shamel Gasby, Ella John, Nicola Gibbs, Samantha Graney, Michelle Barrett. They are your runners and riders. As we said earlier, Michaela and Julie Hawthorne are the ones with the top points scorers coming into this. 2 wins and a second have got them through to the final. They're taking the opportunity to drag all of these vehicles off. And as soon as they're clear, then we'll be racing again with the ladies' super saloons. I don't know if those yellow glasses have been held back, but come on, they have. Brilliant stuff. Excellent stuff. We've got their glasses reunited with their proper owner. Thanks for that. Next time, don't come and get something that's not yours. Here we go then. Bungee lifts. Let's go racing. And who's got the best of the starts then coming off there? Samantha Graney. Absolute storming start coming out of that later grid as they come through. Bit of a banging going on, but it's Samantha Graney from Julie Hawthorne Fernio. Nicola Gibbs. Then we go Shamel Gadsby alongside Michaela Dance as they bring it round there. Michelle Barrett's up there. Ella John's got work to do from the back, but out of that Stargate turn they bring it down the opening straight. Dust flicking up off this track, and it's Samantha Graney. Oh, she square wheeled it. Is she going to avoid contact? Yes, she does. New leader. It's Julie Hawthorne Ferniho. Radford 176, and you know why she goes quick. And there, Nicola Gibbs looking for a gap up the inside there. Shamel Gadsby goes with her. Michaela Dance, they're all in your trophy positions as they come down there. Samantha Graney's back on the pace from Michelle Barrett and then Ella John. Oh, we've got another spinner. Oh, no. Nicola Gibbs lost control. Michaela Dance had nowhere to go on that one. and piled into the back of her. But they keep this running. Julie Hawthorne-Fernio then. Down she goes. Radford 176 in the Nutter corner. Round as she goes. She sees that stranded Cardell. Shamal Gadsby goes with her as well, followed by Samantha Graney. And then we go down to Michelle Barrett, Ella John, and Michaela Dance gets that car going again across all that bumpy soil. And they got Nicola Gibbs has got it out of shape again and gets it back going, but a rearranged front end there for Michaela Dance. That puts paid to her final as they come round. 2 more laps to go. Julie Hawthorne-Fernio then. Radford 176, your reigning British champion in the ladies super saloons, and she's leading this one down that back straight. But it's going to be that back marker now, that Michaela Dance machine, that she comes round that turn 2. But Julie Hawthorne-Fernio with 1 more lap to go on this one then. 1 lap to take the final. Can Shamel Gadsby catch her in that Spalding 31? Samantha Graney back up in the trophy position in 3rd, and Michelle Barrett in 4th. And Michelle Barrett looks for a gap up the inside. Samantha Graney back on the pace down that opening straight, down in the Nutter corner. But it's checker flag time. Radford 176. Julie Hawthorne-Fernio takes the win from Shamel Gadsby, Spalding 31. Side by side, Samantha Graney and Michelle Barrett. Ella John in the PhD 6. Nicola Gibbs got probably some steering problems on that Hereford 44, this way and that, and oh my life. Michaela Dance and PAC 53, a rearranged front end. The car's still driving, it needs panel work. So back up on the line, it looks like we're going back to Class 4s, and it is back over to Mr. Steve Langley.
Thank you very much there, Mickey B. You're sort of half right. Well, we are going back to Class 4s, but half a story. Class 4s and stock hatches for the ladies. This, I believe, is the last race, stroke, open brackets, rerun, close brackets of the day. Indeed, of the weekend. So, opportunity to say a big, big thank you to everybody that has worked so hard to put this meeting on. Both from the Yorkshire Dales Club, there's obviously been a lot of work going on in the weeks on the lead up to this meeting. There will be a lot of work after it, I'm sure, dismantling things across coming days. And a big, big thank you to all the officials, both from the Yorkshire Dales Club and far and wide, that have worked so hard this weekend. Those of you that have done it will know what an awful lot of hard work is involved in putting a meeting of this size and stature on, and full credit to Yorkshire Dales. So on behalf of everybody associated with the Kent Cams and Beresford Chassis and Components British Autograss series, a big, big thank you. We wouldn't have a series without clubs and venues like we have here. So big, big thank you from all of us for putting the meeting on. We hope that you've enjoyed it. Spectators, we very much hope that you have enjoyed it. As you make your way home, and see a lot of you are already, then please drive carefully, and we will look forward to catching up with you at some point in the not too distant future, somewhere around the Autograss racing calendar. So Mickey's done his total for reruns and things, sort of assuming we're not going to get one in this one. Yeah, fingers crossed, you're okay. So who sits top of the shop? Mickey B. So there we go. Didn't even make double figures though, Mickey. Bit disappointing. 8 reruns for Mickey, 7 for me. Russ got a grand total of 6, 4 for Hayley, 3 for Brandon and 2 for Paul. So 30 reruns across the weekend, which is a vast improvement on the 104 that we saw at South Wales. So big, big thank you. And we make no apologies for keep repeating this to the likes of the Bryan family, who have put a donation into our fund, and also Stu Walker as well. Big, big thank you. Right, here we go then. So we've got 2 Class 4s and 1 stock hatch away from the line. We've got 1 stock hatch left on the line. We've got 1 stock hatch that's a non-starter. So Class 4s then, Claire Compton it is in North Shropshire 434. Catherine Harding in Tivy 13 slots into that second place. Holly Lickley it is in Yorkshire Dales 95, the sole stock hatch that's out there, running in 3rd place overall, but she is going to win class. It would be lovely if Sophie Egerton can get Ludlow 47 up and running, because she will then pick up a trophy for her hard-earned efforts across this weekend, but at the minute Ludlow 47 looks like it is square-wheeled and it isn't going to move off the start line, and that's a big shame. But getting a little bit tighter at the head of affairs as North Shropshire 434 comes round once again. So Claire Compton it is, Catherine Harding, TA 13 in that second place slot. The two Class 4s pulling away, as you'd expect, from the stock hatch of Holly Lickley in Yorkshire Dales 95. But down that far side, and Claire not under too much pressure, with no disrespect at the minute, from Catherine Harding in the Tivy 13 machine. As Catherine comes past, in fact, has dropped a little bit further back, and Yorkshire Dales 95. So the field very well spread out. Me saying this was the last race, I lied. So there is another rerun of something on the line. Men's nines. Oh, there we go. Sorry, I thought this was the last one. So men's nines is going to be hopefully the last rerun of the day as North Shropshire 434 goes through. Tivy 13 in that second place slot. Yorkshire Dales 95 still there in third, but still the best of the stock hatches. As coming round then once again, it is North Shropshire 434. Claire Compton going to get that yellow marker board this time round. She's got one circuit to go. Tivy 13, then Catherine Harding also on to her last lap. And likewise Holly Lickley in Yorkshire Dales 95. So all three cars onto their final circuit, very well spread out, but it's Claire Compton in North Shropshire 434 that's going to take victory in the Plum Pal Innovations sponsored ladies class 4s as she comes across the line from Catherine Harding in Tivy 13, and taking the honours in the Pattersons of Thirsk sponsored ladies stock hatches. It is Yorkshire Dales 95, Holly Lickley. Big well done to all of those. Big thank you to our sponsors. This now, I'm sure, is the last race of the day that's on the line. It's a rerun. What else? It is men's class 9s. It is Brandon.
Yeah, cheers, Steve. So we will try again. So, up on the line, men's class 9 rerun. So, Lee Seagraves, Phil Cooper, Sam Middleton, Jack Julian will be a non-starter as he received a black flag. And Sam Middleton, Adam Robinson and Jimmy Smith should be the ones coming out to play in the bungee breaks, and Cooper's slow out of the gate on this one, but Seagraves is there, and it looks like Jimmy Smith on the outside in the Lud 80 machine as Cooper's on the inside, gets the dry line, follows Seagraves through, so it's ARC 3 and 5. North Shropshire 71 sat there in that third position, of Adam Robinson as Cooper's very, very wide. Sam Middleton in the 909 machine in that fourth place as Cooper's all the way around the outside of Seagraves in that number 5 machine. So it's now Cooper over Seagraves. Sam Middleton promotes himself up into third. Adam Robinson in fourth, and Jimmy Smith all the way down the back of the pack in that Lud 80 machine, but still back up at the front. It's Cooper over Seagraves as Seagraves got an answer for Cooper in this one, as Sam Middleton just seems to be closing the gap on the front two ever so slightly, and Cooper's wide in the thick stuff, but so Seagraves in the ARC number 3. But up the far side, it's still going to be Cooper, Seagraves, Middleton and Robinson. Jimmy Smith still at the back of the pack with all the work to do, with 3 laps left to navigate. But it's Phil Cooper, ARC number 5, Lee Seagraves, ARC 3, Sam Middleton in Scunny 909, North Shropshire 71 of Adam Robinson and Jimmy Smith in the Lud 80 machine, as Sam Middleton just seems to be dropping off the pace ever so slightly up that far side as Seagraves just looks around the outside, pokes it back to the inside, but still not quite close enough as they come down past commentary for another circuit. So 5, 3, 909, 71 and 80 as your running roll order as they go round that start gate turn for another time. Up the far side they go. It's still Cooper and Seagraves. Middleton's very, very wide in the thick stuff as Seagraves just looks to shut the gap ever so slightly, but Cooper onto his final circuit. Seagraves goes with him, Middleton as well in third, and it's still Adam Robinson in North Shropshire 71 in that 4th position. Jimmy Smith at the back of the pack still, but up the far side, away and gone now in ARC number 5. It's going to be your BAS Round 2 champion, Phil Cooper in ARC number 5. ARC 3 of Lee Seagraves in second, and Sam Middleton in Scunny 909, Adam Robinson, North Shropshire 71, and Lud 80 of Jimmy Smith. So absolutely quality stuff from these men's class 9s all weekend. Well done to Phil Cooper, ARC 5, and I think that is going to be done and dusted for me. So just a huge thank you to obviously the Yorkshire Dales Club for obviously hosting an absolutely mega meeting despite the weather. They never have any luck with the weather. Haley for asking me to be on the commentary team. Obviously it's always a pleasure commentating alongside Mickey, Steve, Russ and Haley. So until next time guys, I will see you soon.
Thanks, Brandon. Yeah, that brings our meeting to a close down here at the Yorkshire Dales Autograss Club. Thank you for joining us both trackside and on BAStv. The track couldn't be any more different from where we started yesterday morning. This weekend's kind of thrown everything at those marshals out there. They've had rain and sun and wet tracks, and certainly with that came all the thrills and the spills. Thanks to the guys that have joined me in commentary this weekend. So you've had myself, you've had Russ Thompson, Mickey B, Steve Langley, Brandon Glover and Paul Glover. So thank you to them for joining us, and thank you to you guys at home for tuning in and staying with us all weekend and catching the action that's been going on down here at the Yorkshire Dales Club. All that's left for me to do is have a safe drive home to everybody who's here. Thanks for tuning in. I'm sure we'll see you all again at a meeting very soon.